for Human Rights, Your Excellency Simon Petra Ziger, Ambassador of Switzerland to Ghana, representatives of the UNDP, Office OHCR, Office of United Nations High Council on Human Rights, and other development partner of the African Union, distinguished representative of international and regional organizations, member of the diplomatic corps, a representative of the network of national human rights institutions, civil societies, bar association, and the private sector, member of the press, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. Good morning. On behalf of the Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, His Excellency Ambassador Bankole Adeoye, I wish to welcome you all to this first ever African Business and Human Rights Forum in this beautiful city of Accra, Republic of Ghana. I bring you the warm greetings from the Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security of the African Union. The caliber of personalities, organizations, and interests here represented speaks directly to the importance of the objective of this forum, which is the exchange of ideas about positive business practices and inculcation of human rights standards in business in all its classifications. On the onset, allow me to express our gratitude to the government and the people of Republic of Ghana for hosting this first Business and Human Rights Forum and for the warm hospitality extended to us since our arrival. May I therefore use this opportunity to especially thank the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, the United Nations Working Group on Business and Human Rights, the German Development Agency, the Frederick Ebert State Fund African Union Corporation, the Danish Institute for Human Rights, the African Coalition for Corporate Accountability, the Network of African National Human Rights Institutions, the UN Global Compact, the Global Business Initiative, the government of Japan, the government of Switzerland, and for sure the hosts and of the other partners and supporters for putting together this maiden forum. Today's event is a culmination of several months of weekly meetings, dedication, and painstaking coordination whose success we are all witnessing today. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me at the outset underscore the importance of this event by indicating that is not only timely, but also appropriate in the sense that it will contribute to the effort of the African Union to popularize and build support for the EU draft policy on business and human rights, and to draw support for its adoption by EU member states. This event will contribute to Africa's efforts to create awareness on business and human rights among various stakeholders, including business enterprises, and to ensure that all member states are fully engaged in its implementation, guided by UN guiding principle on business and human rights. You may recall that currently there is no one comprehensive policy instrument on business and human rights in Africa. Also, there is no continental platform for exchanges, experience, and technical assistance and support program on business and human rights across Africa, while the continent still continue to experience human and people's right violation related to business operations. This forum is a response to the concern raised and will significantly contribute to support the continental business and human rights agenda. The draft policy therefore seeks to facilitate effective implementation of the UN guiding principle on business and human rights in Africa, taking into consideration the unique peculiarities of the Africa's business environment by providing policy parameters that will address states' duty to protect human rights and in business responsibility to respect human rights, and access to remedies of human rights violation in business in Africa, as enshrined in the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and the relevant jurisprudence of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and the African Court on Human and People's Rights. You may recall that long before the adoption of the UNDP in 2011, the issue of business and human rights has been addressed through the rich jurisprudence of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Hence, in the 2001 communication 155/96, Social and Economic Rights Action Center and the Center for Economic and Social Rights versus Nigeria, the African Commission held that the intervention of multinational corporations may be a potentially positive force for development if the states and the people concerned are ever mindful of the common goods and the sacred rights of individuals and communities. In the case before it, the African Commission found that the intervention of multinational corporations in Ogoni land has instead rendered the pollution and environmental degradation to a level humanly unacceptable, and thereby making living in the Ogoni lands a nightmare. The African Commission had the opportunity to witness firsthand the deplorable situation in Ogoni land, including the environmental degradation, during a mission it conducted in Nigeria from 7 to 14 March 1997. The decision of the African Commission in Ogoni case is a precedent that demonstrated that state parties to the African Charter have been reminded about their existence obligation to have companies operating in their territory respect human rights. The United Nations Guiding Principle, among with the soon to be adopted, the AU policy on business and human rights, are therefore additional tools to strengthen the work being done by the African Union human rights organs. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, you may recall that the decision by the 18th ordinary sessions of the Assembly of Head of State and Government of the African Union in January 2012 to establish a continental free trade area, CFTA, and the preamble of the CFTA agreement highlights the importance of mainstreaming human rights into its implementation. And the draft AU policy on business and human rights will significantly contribute to the success of the implementation of the AFCTA. Against this background, it is our responsibility to advocate for the adoption of the AU draft policy on business and human rights for the realization of the right to development, which is necessary for the realization of our aspiration set in Agenda 2063, in particular Agenda Aspiration 3, an Africa of good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, although a few African states have far developed and are in the process of developing their individual states' policies on business and human rights, these fragmented responses do not hold durable or far-reaching implications for the continent, especially in the face of the global challenge like the impact of climate change and the collective realization of regional and international sets goals like Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063, respectively. The African business and human right is therefore a welcome development whose objective is intended to provide all stakeholders the needed platform intended to regularly interrogate these issues with the hope of comparing notes, sharing ideas, and imbibing international best practices from across the globe. I therefore strongly encourage us to actively participate in the discussion with the aim of proffering workable recommendations for policymakers, member states, corporate entities, and indeed all stakeholders. On that note, I thank you for your kind attention and wish you a fruitful engagement.
The applause for him. Thank you very much, Mr. Isaka Gaba Abdu. Indeed, as he said, this forum will contribute towards efforts at creating awareness about business and human rights on the continent. And I'm sure one key thing he mentioned, which maybe some of you here don't know, is that the African Union has a policy framework on business and human rights. So the awareness creation has started. And I hope that all of us will go and look for this policy to guide the work that we do on business and human rights on the continent. Thank you once again. Now, next we have a video message from one of our excellencies. He was Ireland's Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade from 2011 until July 2014. During this time, he led Ireland's successful presidency of the EU, was president of the EU General Affairs Council, chairperson in the office of OSCE, and managed the Northern Ireland peace process on behalf of the Irish government with responsibility for implementation of the Good Friday Agreement, including its core human rights provisions. As a member of the Irish Parliament, he was an active advocate for social rights and champion of the liberal agenda. He played a leading role in the legalization of contraception and abortion in Ireland. He was a trade union leader and a student union leader prior to his election to Parliament. In his current role as the EU Special Representative for Human Rights, he aims to enhance the EU's effectiveness, presence, and visibility in protecting and promoting human rights throughout the world. He regularly meets with governments to discuss the human rights situations in their countries, chairs formal human rights dialogues, speaks for the EU at international human rights fora, and meets regularly with international and local human rights and civil society bodies. It is my pleasure to have you listen to the message from His Excellency Eamon Gilmore, European Union Special Representative for Human Rights. Thank you.
It is a privilege to address this forum together with African Union Commissioner Bankole and Ambassador Simon Petra Geiger of Switzerland. I wish to thank the African Union, UNDP, OHCHR, the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights, and Germany through GIZ for the kind invitation. This timely forum marks the strong commitment of the African Union to promote business and human rights at continental level. The European Union shares the same commitment, which is at the core of our strong partnership. This will strengthen the EU's partnership with the African Union to advance the business and human rights agenda on both continents and worldwide. The EU very much welcomes the development of an EU policy document on business and human rights, which should encourage EU member states to adopt national action plans and take necessary measures. Some states have already adopted plans and are encouraged to lead by example. Business and human rights is now one of the fast developing areas in the human rights agenda. The role of business in the promotion and protection of human rights is changing. While the primary duty lies on states, the private sector must play, in its own right and in close cooperation with all stakeholders, a pivotal role in the promotion and protection of human rights. The EU strongly supports the implementation of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights as the first globally agreed standard to prevent, address, and remedy negative effects on human rights caused by business activities. The Guiding Principles remain the gold standard guidance for states, businesses, and individuals on how to ensure respect for human rights during business activity. Strengthening their implementation is a priority in the EU Action Plan on Human Rights and Democracy. And one element is a comprehensive EU framework for the implementation of the UN Guiding Principles. We have already begun work on developing this framework, which will identify actions at national, European, and international level to ensure appropriate coordination and coherence. 15 EU member states have already developed national action plans on business and human rights to strengthen responsible business conduct. The EU is also committed to legislative action, and the European Commission adopted in February this year a legislative proposal for a directive on corporate sustainability due diligence. This will require companies operating in the EU market to identify and address the human rights and environmental impacts of their operations and value chains, with implications outside of the EU's market. The new rules will contribute to protecting human rights in Europe and beyond. At the same time, they will bring benefits for consumers, investors, and businesses. For consumers and investors, the new rules will provide more transparency and allow them to make better informed choices. For businesses and workers, they will bring legal certainty and a level playing field. We appreciate that this forum will have a dedicated section on this topic. As a complement to the proposal on due diligence, the Commission adopted in September a legislative proposal to ban products made by forced labour from the EU market. While efforts to reduce forced labour have increased in recent years, the use of forced labour is widespread in the world. The International Labour Organization estimates that around 25 million people around the world are subject to forced labour. The EU initiative intends to achieve the elimination of forced labour products from the EU market, setting an example and encouraging the reduction of this practice in other parts of the world. Developments in responsible business conduct are broadening the constituency for human rights. This is a very positive development, and the most positive thing about it is the willingness of business itself to engage with this process, to shape it and to lead it. One of the most encouraging things that I have seen as EU Special Representative for Human Rights is the willingness of business to cooperate with the EU in developing this agenda. This is clearly good for human rights, but it is also good for business. I hope that this is a trend that we will also witness on the African continent, and also helped by public and visible events such as this one. Responsible business conduct is not just the calculus by businesses of human rights risks. It is enlightened self-interest, because prosperity in the future will not be built on the exploitation of human beings around the world. It will be built on increased freedom, equality, and development. And I believe that this forum will make a valuable contribution to that discussion, and I thank you for it.
Thank you very much. I'm sure EU representatives are here. you can take a word to him that we appreciate his remarks and we are grateful. I think one important thing he said, building on what the African Union said, is that the EU is also having a framework on business and human rights. And very soon, companies who do not adhere to human rights due diligence cannot sell in the European market. So the awareness is ongoing. We are still learning more so that when we go back, we can tell our people out there that this is becoming a very important issue. Now, the next on my list is a diplomat and an international development professional with a strong background in negotiating, advising, establishing, and maintaining relations with various stakeholders from government, private sector, civil society, multilateral agencies, and international community in different contexts. She's a result-oriented person with 15 years of experience in managing people, programs, and budgets, possessing advanced analytical skills and a profound expertise in designing and implementing strategic processes. She has worked in several capacities in the past, including as governance specialist at the World Bank, Deputy Director and Director of Corporations for the Swiss Corporation Office in Bosnia and Moldova. She has also served as banking advisor and microfinance sector advisor in her earlier working years. She was also in recent past the head of division at the Global Program for Migration and Development in Bern. I have the pleasure now to invite to the podium the ambassador of Switzerland to Ghana, Her Excellency Simone Giga. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Honorable Diana Asona-Badapa, Mr. Isaka Gaba Abdu, Excellencies, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here to speak to you on behalf of the Swiss Embassy in Ghana and the Swiss government more generally. And I would like to thank the African Union for their leadership in convening this, as I find, very important event. And of course, also a big thank you to UNDP, OHCHR, the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights, and all the others who have made this event possible. So what does business have to do with human rights? And why should businesses care about human rights? I think there are several answers to these questions. Some of them may be more obvious than the others. First and foremost, of course, we can all agree that there's a moral imperative to respect human rights. There's also a legal obligation to protect human rights. But it is arguably also good business to ensure that human rights are respected and protected. And His Excellency Eamon Gilmore just called it an enlightened self-interest of companies to respect human rights. And especially if we take a long-term perspective, if we talk not only about business and businesses, but about sustainable business, then I think there's really no way around human rights. So why is it a good business strategy to be serious about human rights? The assurance of human rights guarantees predictability. It guarantees stability. These are really critical ingredients for any investment climate. Then if we go to the level of an individual company, the protection of human rights enhances productivity and worker retention. But it's also very important for the outside view of a company, because it builds a company's reputation and it is also crucial for maintaining customer loyalty. So since their adoption in the year 2011, the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, UNDP in brief, have provided greater clarity to states and companies about their respective duties and responsibilities in protecting human rights. They are really a key reference for responsible business conduct. We have heard from previous speakers that there are different parties, that have an important role to play. So states, civil society, the private sector, all of them have clearly defined roles and responsibilities in making sure that an enabling environment for the promotion of responsible business conduct is being created. I believe it's very important that we have fora like the one today and tomorrow, where all these representatives gather in one room and speak to each other. Under the label of the UNGP, there are several dialogues being organized from representatives, multi-stakeholder dialogues, and there are different in different sectors. There are already established dialogues. For instance, in the commodity industry, we have the Voluntary Principle Initiative on Security and Human Rights, or in the security sector, we have the International Code of Conduct Association for Private Security Providers. Now, today's forum is more about really taking a broad-based perspective and a geographic approach, if you want so. But nevertheless, I think it's extremely important that we have all gathered here today. And I think it's really an opportunity that you should use amply here and then also in the coffee breaks to talk, with representatives from the other side, if you want so, and to learn from each other. I'm really convinced that only by working all together, we can solve and tackle the challenges of today and tomorrow. So I really wish you a successful, interesting, entertaining, and fruitful forum. And it's my deep wish that it will also trigger some real change on the ground. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Her Excellency. I think some of the key things she highlighted include the fact that human rights are key for sustainable businesses and crucial for maintaining company reputation and customer loyalty. Company reputation and customer loyalty. We all have a role to play, and we can only do that through collaboration. And that is why we are all here together this morning. Thank you very much, Her Excellency. Now it is time to hear from the host. And to do this, we have a distinguished woman. She's an accomplished lawyer whose passion for human rights, diversity, and progress is the driving force behind all her efforts. As a lawyer, she has worked with some renowned law firms in Ghana as senior associates, where she built her experience in handling complex cases. As a trainer in ADR and human rights, as well as a World Bank certified trainer in corporate governance, she has trained lawyers, judges, and ACCA members in Ghana, Sierra Leone, and Liberia. In the immediate past, she was a lecturer in the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, where she teaches alternative dispute resolution, corporate law, governance, public international law, and human rights law. She shares communities with several legal luminaries, both domestic and international, including the Association of Young Arbitrators and the New York State Bar, where she had been admitted to practice as a New York attorney and counselor at law since 2012. She was recently awarded the African's 50 Most Promising Young Arbitration Practitioners in June 2020 as a member of the Association of Young Arbitrators. She is an established writer and has authored a number of publications. Her in-depth knowledge and diverse experience has seen her present at countless conferences, offering her opinion and expertise on pressing legal issues. She has a lot of interest in the area of business-related human rights and sustainable development goals. And she's actually currently pursuing a PhD in business and human rights. So for her, this is an interest area, and she's always ready to be here. It's now my singular honor and pleasure to invite to the podium to present a keynote address and also officially open this forum. Honorable Dinah Asonaba Dapa, the Deputy Attorney General and Minister of Justice. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. I think Jennifer is more of an investigator than a UNDP official. Thanks for the kind introduction. The Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security of the African Union Commission, Ambassador Adeoye, as duly represented by Mr. Abdu, His Excellency Eamon Gilmore, the EU Special Representative for Human Rights, my sister, Her Excellency Simone Petra Geiger, the Swiss Ambassador to Ghana, Commissioner Whittle, the Commissioner, Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, and his deputy, Madam Mercy Labi, whom I've seen around, reps of UN agencies here in present, ministers from sister African countries, members of bar associations here in present, CSOs here present, distinguished invited guests, friends of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to convey to you a special akwaba from the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice, my own boss, Mr. Godfrey Adami, to all of you, particularly those of you visiting Ghana for the first time. Our office, the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice, is delighted to host this African Forum on Business and Human Rights, as the intent of the forum clearly aligns with the work and pursuits of the Office of the Attorney General. Indeed, the role of Ghana in promoting human rights in general and business and human rights in particular is not unknown nor recent. Discourse on business and human rights continue to take central stage, particularly after the adoption of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights by the Human Rights Council in 2011. Notwithstanding the various views expressed on the UNGPS, it is arguably accepted that the UNGPS to a large extent does not create new obligations. And for us in Ghana, Clause 5 of Article 33 of our Constitution is instructive, and I quote, and I paraphrase, that the rights, duties, and obligations specifically mentioned in our Constitution does not exclude those rights that have not been specifically mentioned but are inherent in a democracy and intended for the good of man. It is heartwarming to know that within the global space of business and human rights, African AU member states recognize the need to identify peculiar successes, peculiar challenges, and opportunities within the broader global discourse. And I'm happy to know that some interventions have already taken place, particularly within the AU Commission space. It is anticipated that this forum, drawing on the unique and shared experiences of AU member states will present the needed catalyst to advance the trajectory of business and human rights within Africa. For us as member states of the AU, we remain the primary duty bearers. And for businesses, as I like to reiterate whenever I get the opportunity like this, your role within the human rights, business and human rights agenda is no mean role. And I always encourage businesses to see themselves, to see the whole discussion or discourse on business and human rights, not as an attack on the undertakings of businesses, but as an opportunity for businesses to make the necessary positive change and impact their respective economies. As I reiterated, Ghana is noted for its role on shaking position in promoting human rights in general and business and human rights in particular. In November 2013, Ghana hosted the 9th biennial conference of the Network of African National Human Rights Institutions, which addressed the topic of business and human rights and included thematic sessions on national action plans on business and human rights and transnational cooperation between national human rights institutions to address business and human rights issues. Again, as some of you may know, Ghana has hosted various seminars on the UN guiding principles. Ladies and gentlemen, in line with its unshaken position to promote human rights, Ghana has ratified a number of international human rights conventions and has keen interest in compliance with international norms. To state a few, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, the ICCPR, the Conventions of the Rights of a Child, just to mention a few. And thankfully, these human rights instruments have all found reinforcement in Chapter 5 of our Constitution and other relevant human rights legislations. Given the structure of the Ghanaian economy, it is not surprising that Ghana's National Human Rights Institution, SHRAJ, and civil society in Ghana have such keen interest in the development of business and human rights norms and practices. The activities have helped to advance the advocacy for and realization of responsible business conduct. Ladies and gentlemen, Ghana is largely known as Africa's second biggest gold producer and the world's second largest cocoa producer. Our country is equally rich in other resources like diamonds, manganese, ore, bauxite, and oil. Rather unfortunately, the mining and agricultural sectors continue to face significant challenges by way of human rights issues. Our mining sector especially is dominated by foreign multinational mining companies, and day in, day out, there are reports of human rights abuses. Our local firms, unfortunately, are no exceptions. Ghana's cocoa sector, while doing well, also face some challenges of labor law violation and has to a great extent been affected by recent environmental law violations. Chapter 5 of our Constitution, particularly Clause 2 of Article 36, continue to intervene to protect business activities in Ghana and places businesses at the center of economic development, particularly in Clause 2A and B of Article 36. And I quote, that the state shall in particular take all necessary steps to establish a sound and healthy economy whose underlying principles shall include the guarantee of a fair and realistic remuneration for production and productivity in order to encourage continued production and higher productivity. Despite this exhortation, numerous studies suggest that there are significant challenges created by businesses which engage in activities that violate various rights, personal, environmental, social, or economic rights of individual Ghanaians. I keep on saying Ghana, Ghana. I am not oblivious to the fact that these numerous successes and challenges that I have presented are similar to the successes and challenges faced by other AU member states. This African Forum on Business and Human Rights is therefore imperative and presents an invaluable opportunity for AU member states to take stock of our progress and discuss challenges and opportunities for promoting responsible business conduct and corporate responsibility in the African region. As a country, we are open to deliberations here at this forum to share in best practices and engage in peer learning through constructive dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to inform you that Ghana has begun the process of developing a national action plan on business and human rights. The objective of the plan will be to mainstream the UN guiding principles on business and human rights into the existing Ghanaian rules, regulations, and policies for the oversight of businesses and investments in Ghana. This promising process has been led by our office, the Office of the Attorney General, and the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, Ghana's National Human Rights Institution. The two institutions have jointly commissioned a national baseline assessment on business and human rights, and this was validated at a stakeholder workshop, which was held in Accra in December 2021 and later launched in July 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to announce to you that additionally, a national steering committee has been inaugurated for the creation of the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. Now, the membership of this steering committee consists of the relevant ministries, departments and agencies, trade unions, civil society organizations, and the academia. The committee has held a number of meetings and has begun the process of developing a national action plan on business and human rights. The National Baseline Assessment report, which was completed by Shraj, noted that while Ghana has a plethora of laws and regulations promoting and mandating responsible business conduct, significant gaps remain in certain sectors. And I must add, I believe same with various AU member states. The mining sector, for example, is still bedecked by environmental, labor, and property right deficits. These deficits have been exacerbated by recent events relating to the pollution of water bodies by illegal small-scale mining operations and the accidental detonation of a large amount of explosive which are routinely used in the sector. Hopefully, the development of the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights will promote responsible business conduct at all levels in the mining sector, as well as other sectors like the agri sector. Ladies and gentlemen, the objectives of the Ghana National Action Plan will include the quest to do the following. 1, strengthen institutional capacity, operations, and coordination efforts of state and non-state actors for the protection and promotion of human rights by businesses. It will also promote human rights compliance by business actors throughout Ghana. It will also help to remediate business-related human rights abuses when they occur, and also sensitize rights holders about their rights. In order to ensure harmony, there must be coordination between the different government agencies working on business and human rights to facilitate training, sensitization, and dissemination of the National Action Plan and other business and human rights relevant interventions by the development of permanent interagency business and human rights committee. There has to be a review of current trade and investment promotion agreements, which will be brought into compliance with business and human rights standards to ensure that no illicit financial flows and tax evasion by businesses are facilitated. It is important that there is enforcement of compliance with human rights standards, even by all state-owned enterprises through the State Interest and Governance Authority, SEGA, including conducting mandatory human rights due diligence and developing a universally applicable human rights policies for all state-owned enterprises. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with all that has been said, it is evident that the actions of businesses can affect people's enjoyment of their human rights, either positively or negatively, and the choice is ours. Indeed, experience shows that enterprises can and do infringe human rights businesses. Businesses, just like human rights, are becoming a global priority. And as a nation, we aim at promoting a business tenet of do good while doing no harm among businesses. This African Forum could not have been timelier. It is my fervent hope that the proposed sessions will set out the roadmap and elicit practical interventions for ensuring responsible business conduct within the African region. That said, let me reiterate our delight to host this forum and wish us all fruitful deliberations. And on this note, and then on behalf of the Honorable Attorney General, Mr. Godfred Yeboah-Dame, I declare this African Human Rights, Business and Human Rights Forum duly open. Please find time out of your busy schedules to enjoy all that Ghana and Accra has to offer you. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dapaah. Now, one key thing that I took away from the keynote address is the fact that companies have no main role, and that the demands on them is not an attack. It is an opportunity for them to contribute towards the efforts to promote human rights, because their activities can impact people and communities positively or negatively. So the effort is to ensure that we move towards the positive and do away with the negative impacts. Thank you so much, Honorable. Now we are moving on to the opening plenary session, where we are going to have, I don't know if I still have control over my slides. Yeah, so maybe you should flip through. When you get to where it is, I'll tell you. So basically we have an opening plenary panel section. Yes. Yes. So I'm going to hand over to Mr. David Omozuafo. I hope I mentioned it well. Omozuafo, Rule of Law and Human Rights Advisor at the UNDP Regional Service Center, to take over and moderate the panel. Thank you very much.
I have quite a number of advocates here. I think I will make money from you the way you have just pronounced my surname. So Ato Solomon, I'll be coming to your chambers very soon. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I want to stand on the protocol that's already established. We have just 45 minutes for this session. We have 7 speakers, and each person is going to have 5 minutes. If we don't manage the time well, we eat into the next sessions. So we will try as much as possible to manage this session to kickstart the this event. We have 7 people who will be talking to us, answering a number of questions on their specific roles. I'm not making any speeches. I think I have the simplest of the roles to just tell some people, start talking, stop talking. So that would be my role. I think we have heard so much about business and human rights. We have always had business. We have always had human rights. But now we're talking about a meeting point where there is a win-win for both a win for business, a win for human rights. It's quite interesting that we are having the African Forum, this very forum, more than 10 years after the UNDP was adopted. And this forum has provided a space and opportunity for us to look forward for the next 10 years. Looking back, what did we miss? Looking forward, what are we going to gain? Who do we need to carry along? And what can we do together? So this is what is happening here. Looking at what I saw yesterday, that this provides a big opportunity for peer-to-peer learning, exchange of ideas, networking, sharing of information, and holding hands together that in the next year, in the next 10 years, we should be seeing more improvement. And especially like we said, I think in one of our sessions yesterday, we are getting more investment on the continent. The CFTA is opening more space. More member states are discovering oil, solid minerals, and opening the space for investment. If we do not pay attention to human rights and we focus just on profits, then I think like one of the earlier speakers said, there will be a challenge of reputation for the business that we do. One good thing is that human rights never loses its value. No matter the context, no matter the situation, no matter the time, human rights are human rights. And for Africa, the interesting thing again is that there are frameworks which have been developed. One of them is the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which has been ratified by 54 member states out of the 55. So like the previous speakers said, we are not creating new rights, but just implement what you are committed to. So ladies and gentlemen, let me now introduce the speakers, the panelists. Again, we have very limited time. The first that I will call on is Dr. Damilola Olawiyi, the UNWG member representing the African region. Please help us to welcome him to the stage. We have in your program, you have Dr. Rosalina Kombe, my boss, who is actually in Kigali as we speak for another very important event. So she will not be joining us, but she will be speaking to me later in the program. So I will be taking her slot after all others have spoken. We have Ms. Marit Kohne-Sharif, Chief Africa Branch, Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, who will be speaking to us remotely. I hope she's connected or she will be connected. Then we have Mr. Andrew Kwesiga, Member, Africa Coalition for Corporate Accountability. Is he here? Please join us. Andrew? Thank you. We also have Mr. Alex Nkosi, Human and Trade Union Rights Coordinator, ITUC. Please join us. Then we have Matthias Thorns, Deputy Secretary General, International Organization of Employees, who will be joining us remotely. I hope our colleagues are working on that. The last, we have Honorable Advocate Joseph Without, Chairperson, Vice Chairperson of NUNRI, and the Commissioner for SHRAG in Ghana. So the time starts counting, not everything I've said, that is minus. So now we have the first speaker, Dr. Damilola Olawi. You may decide to speak from there, or I'll vacate the space for you to speak from here. The question is this, that UNWG on Business and Human Rights presented in December last year in Geneva a roadmap for the next decade of implementation of the UNGPS. This is considered very rich, and it listed quite a number of challenges and potential opportunities. The question is, within the African context, what does this mean? The roadmap. Do we have what it takes to implement it? In the next 10 years, what are we going to see? 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Well, I bring you compliments and greetings from all of us in the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights. I am the member representing Africa. I only assumed this role 2 months ago. So it's indeed a great pleasure to be here, and I congratulate the organizers for bringing us together. Well, as you already know, the Working Group on Business and Human Rights is a group of 5 independent experts mandated by the UN Human Rights Council to steer the implementation of the UN guiding principles across the world. Since 2011, the working group has been doing just that. And as we celebrate 10 years of the guiding principles, the working group decided to do a stock taking to see the progress made and the opportunities to move forward. That stock taking resulted in the adoption of a roadmap for the next decade. And so today I will be talking a little bit about what the roadmap is all about and the opportunities for Africa. If I were to summarize, I would say that the working group welcomes all the efforts that we have seen over the last 10 years. There's been a lot of awareness about the guiding principles. There's been a lot of success stories. Looking forward for the next 10 years, the working group is open to see 3 things. 1, greater coherence in the activities. We see a number of initiatives coming up at national, regional, sub-regional levels. We want to be sure that those efforts align with the authoritative statement in the UN guiding principles. We would like to see greater commitment. His Excellency Gilmore mentioned that there are about 45 countries that now have their own national action plans. We note as a working group that only 2 of those are in Africa, Kenya and Uganda. Of course, I welcome the statement made by Her Excellency Honorable Depa that Ghana will soon be joining that list. We also note efforts in Liberia and in other countries. Personally, as your representative, if we can get 35 or 40 more African countries, then I would have had a good tenure. So we welcome more commitment through the development of national action plans, more commitment through the development of legislation as well on business and human rights. The importance of this should no longer be overemphasized. I mean, the speakers before me have already stated the reason why we need to move on this point. It's about creating a new partnership that ensures that we do business in Africa, but we do business the right way. And the right way is the human right way. The third thing that we would like to see is impact. We would like to see action plans that are developed, translated to real human development at local levels. We like to see these arising norms, resulting in better labor standards, better human rights conditions, more role for women in executive boards, gender justice, child protection. We like to see more impact. Enacting legislation alone is not a silver bullet. We need to see it translating into real success stories. And to support this, our roadmap for the next decade identifies 8 action areas. I welcome everyone to please familiarize themselves with the 8 action areas. The number 1 being ensuring that the UNGPs become a compass for meeting global challenges. Number 2, state's duty to protect. Number 3, business responsibility to respect. Number 4, access to remedy. And number 5, the need for more and better stakeholder engagement. Number 6, the need for more and better leverage to drive change. Number 7, the need for tracking of progress. And number 8, the need for more international cooperation. The event we're having today and tomorrow is a sign of that international cooperation, and we would like to see more of that. Let me end by saying that as the African representative, I also want to ensure that the success stories across Africa are amplified more. Businesses are now making changes in Africa. Governments are doing more on business and human rights. But some of those success stories are not told enough. And I would like to learn more about those success stories so that we can amplify your success story and so that Africa can also show its own flavor of advancing the business and human rights agenda. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Olaoye. A quick summary, where you all listened about the roadmap, greater coherence, commitment, and if you're setting a target of, say, 35 countries with national action plans in the next 10 years, at least we have a baseline today that we have 2 countries. So if we are measuring this in 10 years' time, we want to be able to say where we started from, 2 countries under your leadership, and now we have, 35 countries. That's a statement from him, and then he needs commitment from every one of us that we are with him. Of course, impact. We don't have problems with formulating policies. We don't have problems with adopting policies. We don't have problems with ratifying international treaties, but we have a big problem with implementing them. If we don't implement them, we don't have the impact he just spoke about. So again, thank you so much. Another round of applause for Dr. Olaoye. I will skip Rose, who is not here, but I will take her slot later. So we move on to Ms. Mary Kohud-Neshrif, Chief African Branch, Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, who will be speaking to us remotely. Is she connected?
I am, moderator. Can you hear me?
She's connected? Okay.
Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Excellencies, Honorable Deputy Minister and Attorney General DAPA, Mr. Isaka Garba Abdu, representing the African Union Commissioner Bankole, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, warm greetings from Geneva, Switzerland, the headquarters of the UN Human Rights Office. It's really, I appreciate being able to represent the UN Human Rights Office in this panel, but I also want to inform you that my colleagues are with you in the room and will be there with you for the next 2 days, and we'll be reaching out to you to discuss more about the partnership that UN Human Rights Office can offer as we are shaping together the next decade on business and human rights in Africa. Business and human rights in Africa is indeed, as we've heard, it's an evolving agenda. and it presents many opportunities, and we still have some challenges to address too. But at the same time, we've already heard in many of the statements this morning that there are promising developments underway on the continent. There are signs of progress, and there surely is a deepening commitment by UN member states, business communities, civil society, and other trade unions and others in the region for the implementation of the UN guiding principles that are just over a decade old now. At the regional level, I commend the African Union's leadership in terms of the drafting of a regional policy on business and human rights, because we really wish it to foster greater policy coherence across the continent, and we really anticipate its adoption as soon as possible. I should also flag at the regional level that the establishment of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights Working Group on Extractive Industries, Environment and Human Rights is another notable step in the development of regional frameworks that we should follow. Of course, at national levels, the national action plans on business and human rights have already been mentioned several times, but they really do represent important means by which states in the region can implement and disseminate the guiding principles. But not only that, go further, as our moderator has said, we really, and the previous speaker, the member of the UN Working Group, he spoke about the importance of these policies actually having an impact on sustainable development and the protection of human rights of people, of the individuals. So I salute Kenya and Uganda for having already adopted their business and human rights national action plans, but I also really welcome Ghana's announcement, but also the development in Liberia and Mozambique with the support of the UN Human Rights Office of the national action plans. Of course, the question that was addressed to me in this panel, it was really about how can we go beyond awareness raising, and some of these steps go in the right direction, but there are still some challenges, to be honest, also in raising actually the level of awareness amongst business communities and the development of a business culture that truly respects human rights in the region. So I think that we need to acknowledge that and see how we could overcome it. One way to overcome this challenge and to bring the business community closer to us and also indicate UN's growing engagement on the continent on business and human rights is that the United Nations Global Compact has established local networks in 10 countries and secured the participation of 650 companies across the continent. So that is already in itself quite significant, and I encourage businesses in the room to seek out these local networks of the UN Global Compact. Also, the UN Human Rights Office's Business and Human Rights Africa program, which is supported by the government of Germany and GIZ, is implementing and building strategic and impactful human rights engagement that is supposed to foster the implementation of the standards, but really more importantly, strengthen accountability for any adverse business-related human rights impacts on the continent. We're also exploring a partnership with UNDP to roll out this business and human rights program across the continent in many more countries in Africa. One thing that has not been mentioned, but as we're looking ahead in the next 10 years, it's clear that the effective engagement of technology sector in the region will also be crucial if we want to succeed with a business and human rights agenda. We recognize the contribution that technology makes to achieving the SDGs and to the Agenda 2063 in Africa. But at the same time, I think you will agree with me that the use and development of technologies at scale can have civic, social, economic, political, and environmental impacts that may sometimes inadvertently result in the infringement of human rights. So we need to together prevent and mitigate such risks. And our office, through a BTEC Africa project, which is again supported by the government of Germany through GIZ, is engaging with government authorities, business enterprises in the technology sector specifically, civil society, academics, and investors for implementation of the guiding principle in selected tech hubs on the continent. I'm aware of my time limit, so I just briefly want to appreciate the African Union Commissioner's message that highlighted the critical importance of a people-centered and human rights respectful implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. That was really something that stuck out for me from his message, and the UN Human Rights Office, of course, stands ready to support you in this. As was already mentioned by Mr. Gilmore and a few others, there are trends beyond Africa that have long-term implications for business and human rights in the region. Increasingly, governments are introducing instruments that make human rights due diligence by business enterprises a mandatory requirement. And actually, the business case for adopting human rights due diligence has also been made. So these developments will have an important impact on African businesses who are willing to access European and other markets where such mandatory due diligence legislation is in place. And we hope to support you in adapting to those realities. My final point is that as part of these many ongoing initiatives to adopt regulatory measures requiring companies to carry out human rights due diligence, there are actually efforts at international level to continue to develop an internationally legally binding instrument to regulate the operations of transnational corporations and other business enterprises in international human rights law. There's an intergovernmental working group that will meet in 2 weeks' time in Geneva to move forward with what we call a treaty process. And it's one part of the smart mix of measures that were called upon by the UN Guiding Principles to effectively foster business respect for human rights. We provide the Secretariat for this process, but we reiterate a call really for much broader participation and constructive engagement by all stakeholders in this process. Be part of shaping this process. So in conclusion, Africa is of crucial importance to the business and human rights agenda worldwide. And it is a region, as I mentioned, with a lot of opportunities. In an increasingly interconnected world where we are all linked through technology, global supply chains, shared interests, the advancement of human rights agenda in Africa has implications that stretch far beyond the region itself to affect all of us worldwide. So it's important to be coherent on the continent, but also outwards to the other actors. And dialogues and policy developments, including today's forum, are therefore more than ever necessary so that they can guide our collective response, whilst at the same time we become aware of the many good initiatives that are underway already. We look forward to working with you and look forward to the dialogue. I thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you so much, Ms. Marit. She responded to the question on awareness and implementation of the standards in Africa. Just 3 quick things. One is we look forward to a business culture that recognizes human rights and becomes their way of life in doing business. The second is technology. Today we apply technology almost everywhere, in every space. It should not be a reason to violate human rights. And the last, which I think is good news, is the joint UNDP Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights initiative to support business and human rights in Africa. So we look forward to benefiting from that support. Again, thank you very much. Now we move on to Mr. Andrew. You see, the difference is this. When Dr. Lawi was speaking, I could raise a paper to him to say 2 minutes. But when we are speaking online, I don't know what to say. Even when we are speaking beyond 10 minutes, I find it difficult to raise any paper. So, Mr. Andrew, if I raise a paper for you, it's not discrimination that I did not raise paper for the last speaker. There was no how I could raise it. So may I please call on you to help us to answer the question on stakeholder engagement, including consultation with the right holders, how critical to the conduct of human rights due diligence by companies, and to the overall realization of UNGPs. What are your recommendations on how to truly achieve that in the context of Africa? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe to correct, my name is Arnold, not Andrew. So it keeps on happening, but yeah, I'm glad to be part of this conversation and ready to speak on some of these issues that are very critical, especially on stakeholder engagements. And I know the broad objective of the panel looking at dialogue and exchange and trying to ensure that there is a key platform that is created together among stakeholders towards the agenda of human rights. But one of the things that probably, in most cases, I add is the importance of meaningful dialogue or meaningful stakeholder engagements that are purposeful, that are targeting communities from various sectors, but also are involving in a participatory and meaningful consultative way, and not an information sharing kind of platform that we normally see where various groups and different affected communities are not part of the process without participating in that. So having that as a key understanding and a component of exactly what is important, and speaking to some of the points that Honorable Diana talked about, especially issues around, placing businesses on the development arena and agenda, but also you see a lot of our national and continental development plans and agendas have been anchored around creating conducive environments for private actors to do business, because a lot of our economic development plans are really centered around that. And the worry is that that is not corresponding, or there is no corresponding measures around strengthening standards and regulatory frameworks on how these businesses operate. And with that, it extends to look at how do we then create different arenas that bring together all the different stakeholders, from business actors, government entities, civil society, but also affected communities, in a more participatory dialogue, exchange of information, in a way that brings together or harnesses different strengths, all geared at ensuring sustainable development, or even people-centered development. Because so many times we have the question of, for whose development are we doing all this? I know most governments on the continent are struggling on balance. How do they balance attracting investors and promoting trade and respect for human rights? And in so many cases, you find that business actors, as creatures of the law, find themselves manipulating or engaging with governments in a way there is a lot of deregulation to create conducive environments for them to operate. And the whole conversation around sustainable development, the whole conversation around having systems and platforms in place that enhance development, but also drive people-centered development as a way to realize the sustainable development goals, involves strengthening platforms, involves creating standards and regulatory frameworks that are anchored around enhancing accountability. Human rights due diligence are one way of the tool, and so many, and as the working group on business and human rights has shown, this whole conversation around the smart mix, we have to work on the UNDP's one platform. The binding treaty conversations going on, and Ms. Marit has talked about, is another platform or part of the smart mix. But the moment we miss out on having binding frameworks that promote liability and accountability of private actors involved in business activities, we miss out on bringing on board all relevant actors, strengthening preventative mechanisms, prevention measures for communities affected, but also ensuring that communities, business actors, civil society actors, human rights defenders are part of the stakeholder group that is part of the whole conversation around business and human rights on the continent. And on that, and I know that the time now, there is a board, not the paper, is kind of warning me. We will have to question and look at the capacity of the state to regulate, but also the capacity of the state to ensure that all affected communities on the ground are part of the process as we discuss business and human rights on the continent. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause for him. Asking a question on stakeholders engagement. To have engagement that is meaningful, that is consultative, is not just informative, that people, especially those who are impacted, like the communities, take part in the dialogue that will end up in the business. Liability and accountability, I think this is very, very crucial. If there's no consequence, people are not cautioned. And one thing that is clear is that accountability is demanded. If it's not demanded, it's not willingly given. And very importantly, the capacity of the state to regulate. So I think these are very important points that have been raised by Mr. Kwesiga, right? I hope that one is correct. Thank you. Now we move on to the next one, Mr. Alex Nkosi, Human and Trade Union Rights Coordinator at ITUC. And he will be addressing the question around the background of opportunities and challenges illustrated by the previous speakers, how and the role of trade union best seized in Africa. We're talking about stakeholders, we're talking about awareness, we're talking about the framework. What do you think is the role of trade union in this? What's the place of trade union? Thank you.
So all protocols observed. Good morning. My name is Alex Nkosi. I work with ITUC Africa. ITUC Africa is a regional organization for Africa of all trade unions. We are based in Lomé, but we work in 52 African countries. And we have about 17 million registered members. Basically, our work is to advance full employment, productive and decent work, and also elimination of all discrimination based on race, sex, nationality, or creed. We also work towards improving the working and living conditions of workers on the continent, and also the expansion of social protection for all. In a nutshell, we try to advance the promotion of decent work agenda, even in the field of business and private sector, where most of our people, the workers, work. And as ITUC Africa, we're in agreement with the United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, because they profile the fundamental, as it's a fundamental tool for guiding our collective efforts in addressing the so many challenges that we face. And allow me just to highlight some of the challenges that we face in the world of work, which impacts on the workers. Our experience, number one, is that in most of the countries in Africa, there are systemic challenges in terms of regulation, and also there's a lot of weak legislation, which in a way gives chance to unscrupulous investors, business, to exploit the workers. And you find that most of the work that is created has a lot of decent work deficits. But also in a bid to attract foreign direct investment by our countries on the continent, we have seen also the race to the bottom in terms of deregulation. So, elimination of minimum wage, for instance, in some countries, but also ignoring international and local labor standards, which consequently also have an impact on workers, worsening their working and living conditions as workers. The issue of executive and corporate capture is also another challenge. If you see most of the investments, the deals going on in Africa of so many elephant projects that weren't intended to serve the people, but you can see there's collusion between government and the private sector. And this also poses quite a lot of challenges. And we have seen so many countries that the investors have more power than even the workers, consequently abusing the conventions, like ILO Convention 98, and 87 that are supposed to protect the rights of workers in the world of work, also affecting the ability to form unions and bargain collectively. In the face of all these challenges, we also have to realize that the aim of business is to make profit. And if the environment doesn't have strong and robust legal framework, then it opens up opportunities for abuse of the environment. So in all this, what is the role that we trade unions can do? There are so many things that trade unions can do in this case. The biggest opportunity, I think, is the SDGs, because all our countries have committed to meeting these goals. And goal number 8 on decent wage promotes inclusive and sustainable economic growth, employment, and decent work for all. For us as trade unions, that's really our key goal, because we believe that if we follow the 4 pillars of decent wage, where workers have the freedom to form a union, express themselves, that women and men are able to participate in the decisions that affect their lives, then we can have decent jobs. But also the issue of access, legal recognition and access to justice is also very important. Regarding the binding treaty, as ITUC Africa, we think we need to have a broad scope covering all the international recognized human rights, including fundamental workers and trade union rights, as defined by the international labor standards. But also all the enterprises have to adhere to this, regardless of their size, sector, operational context, ownership, and structure. The regulatory measure that requires business to adopt and apply human rights, due diligence processes and procedures, also that has to be mandatory. And as others have said, I think awareness is key. Let's build the awareness of the trade unions, of the workers, the private sector, to understand and appreciate all these principles. For us, employment without decent work deficits is not meaningful at all. Only decent work is transformative and can reduce poverty and foster prosperity in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alex. Only decent work can induce prosperity at the achievement of SDGs in Africa. I think that's the point at which we really can not disagree. A number of points that he made, which really align with the points made by others earlier. Weak legislation, again, the capacity of the state to implement, to monitor, to report, or to even provide remedy. Possible corporate capture where the investor is more powerful, possibly in collusion with the government, and as a result, unable to caution. And so government must not turn its face away from the way people do business, and cannot turn its back against individual whose rights has been violated. So government must be alert at all times. We move on to the next. This is also a remote presentation, 5 minutes, from Matthias Thorns, Deputy Secretary General, International Organization of Employers, to help us deal with the question of the plans of IOE to support broadening and deepening of the business and human rights in Africa in the next decade. We hope to listen to examples of what you have done in Africa in promoting business and human rights, and what we are likely going to be seeing in the next 10 years. Over to you, Mr. Matthias.
Thank you so much. It's a great honor to be with you today. I would have loved to be in the room, but at least I can be online. You can hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. So it's a great pleasure to be with you today. The IE, the International Organization of Employers, our members are the National Business and Employers Federation, 150 countries representing more than 50 million companies. And in Ghana, for instance, is the Ghana Employers Federation, GEA, who is the IE member, and we are very proud to have this powerful federation with us. Human rights is a key priority for the IE and our member federation. It's a key priority because it's the right thing to do. It's a moral imperative. But it is also important for trade, and we have heard that this morning from several voices already. It will be more and more difficult to be part of the global market if companies cannot show that they take the responsibility to respect human rights very seriously. You will not be able anymore to export to the EU. You will not be able anymore to export to North America. So it's of critical importance to empower companies around the world, but also in Africa, to understand what is expected from them. And that is what the IU is doing. We engage in capacity building of our member federations and their company members already for a long time in workshops, and we had several also in Ghana, for instance, before, in South Africa, in Tunisia, and. So we're doing that, and we will increase this effort. We engage in peer learning. We bring different federations from different regions together so they can understand what they are doing on this issue. We bring companies together so they can learn from each other. And we engage in collective action, bringing together trade unions, employers, companies, and governments to address a specific problem in a certain region. Employers Federation have a key role to play in these efforts because they are not only part of policy making, but they are also important multiplier. They can reach companies no one else can. They can reach companies deep down in supply chains, in tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5. And that is why they can have such a crucial role. We want to better untap that. We are engaging with the German government in a project to establish a center for human rights and responsible business conduct, to help on the one hand companies with their due diligence by giving them direct information about country risk, for instance, about partners they should look into it, in stakeholders they should consult. And on the other hand, to increase even more our capacity building of companies and federations around the world. Going forward, it is so important, and we have heard that from several people, that Africa, as well as other regions, have a stronger voice in the debate. It is important that Africa brings its concerns, brings its strengths, its opportunities into the debate. Because the truth is that, for instance, in this EU legislation, no one was consulted ever from other regions in the world. But you are the one who are impacted most, because your ability to export to Europe is hard, will be really impacted by this legislation. So it's important that you make your voice better heard. And this UN forum is of critical importance for that. From the IE side, we support it. Jason Pegard, important colleague from me, leading our work on business and human rights, is in the room and will be with you throughout the days. And we will be making sure that better use is made of your experiences. This is also applying to the root causes. And we heard that from my ITUC colleague before. When 60%, 70% work in the informal sector, it will be very hard for business actually to fulfill the responsibility to respect. Good governance is a core issue in order to promote the business and human rights agenda. And again, Employers Federation being part of the policy making can help and support in this respect. So let me thank you for having IE here. We're more than happy to partner with you. Let me thank UNDP, Livio, for your leadership on this issue, and looking forward to the discussion coming in the following hours. Thank you.
Round of applause for Mr. Matthias. Thank you very much. 2 or 3 quick things. It's difficult to join the global market if you don't comply with human rights. The need for due diligence, and very importantly, the informal sector. I think so much is happening there, so much money is there, but how do you bring them to the net? So having an association with local networks I think, will have in championing the cause of business and human rights. We're almost there. Now we move on to the Vice Chairperson of the Network of African National Human Rights Institutions, the Commissioner for Human Rights Commission here in Ghana, Honorable Advocate Joseph Buda, will be speaking to us on how national human rights institutions best support policy development of business human rights and can be effective grievance mechanism for corporate abuses in Africa. Feel free to tell us of any examples you have to drive home your message. 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you for the question. Let me stand on existing protocols and move on with my 5 minutes. I will take the question in 2 parts. One, I will talk about the role of national human rights institutions in our network in policy development along the lines of business and human rights. And then I'll take the issue of access to remedy and the role of national human rights institutions in that respect. When it comes to the role of national human rights institutions in business and human rights policy development, I'll break it down into 3: the national, the regional, and the international. At the national level, what can national human rights do? The testimony in this room is that at least 2 and 3 and others going, national action plans that have been developed are based on the catalytic role of national human rights institutions. So that is a very critical role. But then, of course, we should go beyond the issue of the development of national action plans. We should talk about how do we disseminate information on business and human rights to our people in country. So the role national human rights institutions can play is to disseminate policy discussions and processes in country for the better understanding and appreciation of our people who stand affected by business impacts, so that they can also participate in any decision making that affects them. And so participation, the role of assisting in our citizens to participate in decision making, especially in the area of business and human rights, is a role national human rights institutions can play. Then in country, we had Ambassador Adoye's representative speak about the African business and human rights policy that is under draft. The role national human rights institutions can play in country is to see to what extent we can promote through advocacy the uptake, both by our states and our people, of the importance of that policy adoption and policy implementation. That is a role we can play. At the regional level, the network and the national human rights institutions work very closely with the African Union, particularly the Executive Council. I see a role in terms of working with the steering committees of social development, of justice and legal, and the other committees, especially the other ministerial subcommittees, in collaborating in the development of policy on business and human rights. We do that a lot. We have an MOU with the African Union, and we will continue to perform that collaborative role with the Executive Council. At the international level, we can input into global policy. We heard of the possibility of a legally binding business and human rights treaty
we can play a role by working closely with the global community, making inputs from within our nations and the issues that are within Africa in terms of that possible binding policy. When we come to access to remedy, it is a role that most national human rights institutions, and there are about 20 of them presently in this room, play a lot because we have the complaint handling function. Some of us do. Once you have the complaint handling function, what you can do is ensure that those whose mandates allow for business or enterprise or corporate institutions to be investigated by the institutions of national human rights institutions, we can accept those complaints, ensure there is remedy for individual complainants, and even undertake systemic investigations around the areas of business practices that go beyond just complaints from people, but can become systemic areas that can bring about better recommendations that will affect the rest of the country. We also see the possibility of litigation. We've heard about the Africa Commission and the role that they play in the jurisprudence in business and human rights. We see the possibility of either facilitating or taking complaints by national human rights institutions to the Africa Commission on business and human rights. And if we don't do directly, we can do that in conjunction with civil society organizations, just like the example that was indicated about Center Rights in Nigeria. We can do that. That's a possible thing to do. We can also ensure access to remedy at the African Court, depending on the particular strategic need for that type of litigation. So access to remedy, which is not available at the national level within the judicial institutions of a country, there's a possibility of national human rights institutions and the network taking advantage of the regional human rights mechanisms of the African Court and the Africa Commission to bring about litigation. But I must emphasize that for us as network of national human rights institutions, we think those whose mandates are a bit restrictive, the states should try to open them up to include business and human rights related mandates. That will be helpful. From within ourselves, we should be able to have focal points, units or persons who drive the agenda on business and human rights within the country, within the institution. And we should be prepared to work very closely with state agencies, with civil society on the basis of our bridging role. You know, we play this bridging and convening role of working across multi-stakeholders. We can take that advantage to bring about both policy development and access to remedy. I thank you so much. Thank you so much, the Vice Chair of NUNRI, Network of African National Human Rights Institutions. Now we take the last speaker. That would be Rose speaking through me now. It's your turn to give me 5 minutes to make my own presentation. And then you decide what to do with me if I exceed the 5 minutes. Rose is expected to answer the question to list out 3 steps or priorities that UNDP tends to contribute in harnessing, the business like human rights opportunity at the work it will be doing going forward. Some assessments have been done, some reports will be launched maybe later today. The question is, what is UNDP taking from this report? First is to thank the partnership between UNDP and many of you here, the African Union, the UNWG, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, the Swedish government, the German government, the European Union, the Swiss government, and a number of other partners in the room, not only putting together this first forum on business and human rights, but opportunities that working together on this will create. So there is room to do more. And in terms of the question on the 3 areas that UNDP would like to work on or to see all of us address, one is collaboration. I think this is quite clear that no single agency has all the capacities. We have spoken about capacity here, or the resources. So the need to work together, to coordinate among ourselves to achieve greater goal is there. So we will continue to work with the African Union. We will continue to work with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. You heard about the joint UNDP Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights joint program to advance the cause of business and human rights in Africa. So we will continue to work together. And this being the very first forum, we are not expecting that it will be the last. It is the baseline, and we hope that working with these other partners, we will meet somewhere. It could be here again next year, but definitely we will, like other regions of the world, like the Asian Pacific and Europe, that Africa will continue to meet every year to review its efforts in the implementation of the UNGP. The second is commitment. We have heard, so much about what others are doing, and the African member of the UNWG, I think, emphasized that, the need for commitment by member states. 10 years after we have 2 NAPs from Africa. And like you said, in the next 10 years, the possibility of having 35, we should aim at that. So there needs to be commitment at all levels, national level to regional and the continental level. And we are very pleased to see the great effort that African Union has made in drafting a regional policy on business and human rights. The third is bold action. Like I said earlier, it's not enough to have a NAP. It's not enough for the AU to have a regional or continental policy. It's not enough to sign on to these global commitments without implementing them. So this is where capacity building comes in. This is where the collaboration, our commitment, our partnership, our stakeholders engagement, where they all matter. So UNDP will be prioritizing action in the next 10 years, as always, working with the UNDP or through the UNDP country offices. The interesting thing is that we have UNDP country office, or in every country, UNDP is present. So I think that's one advantage, that we'll continue to work with member states to prioritize business and human rights. We will also be working with regional, sub-regional mechanisms to ensure that business and human rights, compliance with human rights in doing business, becomes the culture. And I think, as one of the speakers said much earlier. So I'm sure that I'm done with my 5 minutes, and I can bring Rosie's statement to a close. And this is where we come to the end of this session, this high-level panel. And we have listened to notable speakers, not onlookers, but people who are actively involved in the business of in the business of business and human rights. And here we want to thank Dr. Damilola, who has spoken to us about the roadmap, the challenges and opportunities that exist for Africa to make progress up to the point of indicating a target of about 35 countries in the next 10 years. So thank you so much for sharing your time and your experience. We have also taken points from the Chief African Branch of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, who spoke to us remotely and emphasizing the need for technology. We should not ignore that. It should not be the basis to violate human rights. Mr. Kwesiga as well, talking to us about engagement, an engagement that must be meaningful. Not come, sit, and then you take the number that he or she was with us. So we must make efforts to bring on board people who are impacted by this policy. Communities where you want to do business, that we have to make this people-centered venture. We listened to Mr. Alex as well, talking about the role of trade unions, their membership, and decent work, as emphasized in SDGs number 8. And so if the job is not decent, then you can guarantee the sustainability of your business. And so we thank you for sharing your experience. We have also listened to the Deputy Secretary General International Organization of Employees. You cannot get into the market if you do not comply with human rights. And of course, Honorable Advocate Joseph Whittle, the Vice Chairperson of NUNRI, was spoken to us about the role of National Human Rights Institution in advocating for policy, in promoting those policies, in taking the message of those policies to the people who are impacted by the policies, and in making sure that remedies are provided for those who have become victims of the implementation of some unfriendly policies. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, this brings us to the end of the session. And I want to thank you honestly for listening and taking active part in this conversation. Again, thank you. And yes, thank you.
Can we get a photographer? They want to take a group photo quickly. Can you remain just here? The photographers, where are they? Yes. Yes. Oh, okay. All right, thank you so much. I think that was an impressive panel, and I'm sure that all of you have taken something very important out of the discussion that just happened. We are moving on quickly. I know you've been sitting down for a very long time. We will be having some group photograph in a very unique style, but we'll have the photographers tell us how we'll go about that. But before that, we would like to raise the energy in the room a bit because it looks like the room is a bit dull. We all know that Africa is a continent of rich cultural heritage. So at this moment, we are going to invite the Ghana Dance Ensemble from the University of Ghana to come and give us some brief performance. Thank you. Let's enjoy it.
Accountability in the region. We discuss challenges and opportunity. We discuss promoting responsible business, and we discuss good human rights conducts. Now beat the drum and invite the stakeholders. Call the AU, UNDP, the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights, and the Dutch GIZ. Beat the dondo and herald them in. Call the regional, continental, and international actors. Call African Coalition for Corporate Accountability, the Network of African National Human Rights Institutions, the Danish Institute for Human Rights, Frederick Ebert Stiftung, the UN Global Compact, the Global Business Initiative, the governments of Japan and Switzerland. Lucy, call them in your pomp and majesty. Now let the drums summon the indefatigable Ghanaian government. And let the deliberations begin, for Africa must progress. Sound the drums and unleash the AU dancers.
Assemble. We are so grateful. I can feel the energy rising in the room. Thank you so very much. So can we have our photographers? You know, we are many. And so to take a group photograph is going to be difficult. If you are not careful, your face will not appear. Probably if you are not a VVIP, your face might not appear, but we want everyone included. No one should be left behind. So they are going to take the pictures in a kind of group rising manner, and then they will technology to merge it so that all of us can appear.
Convention with human certificates right. That's the beautiful on the first and one. Okay, it's working. We start now to that's we have the commission. So it's right. That's in a lot of the and the opportunity to have the opportunity to come back to the strategy industry environments. Complements and also to reinforce the use working on business and human rights to come up with that part. One is to foster a culture of corporate respect for human rights. Second, to serve as a tool for AU member states in the development and implementation of their national action plan on business and human rights. The draft policy, because of time, has 3 sections. The first sections deal with the overview of the policy and also conceptual definitions. So we have things like what is business. We also have things like host communities. We have things like accountability that are clearly defined in the policy. And also leading to the policy, it also details the work that has been done by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights in the areas of business and human rights, in the areas of extractive industries and communities hosting, you know, the different extractive industries and also doing business. So it is a very comprehensive document. So the section 1 deals with the overview of the policy and also the conceptual definition. The second aspect deals with what we call the indicative elements of the policy. And some refer to it as the pillar of the policy. And it's not somewhat totally too different from what we have in the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. For example, the first indicative element deals with the responsibility, the state duty to protect human rights in the business sector. The state duty to protect business in the to protect human rights. The second pillar deals with the business responsibility to respect human rights in all the sector across the continent. And the third aspect deals with access to remedies, which we have talked a lot about that this morning. And I see the representative from the gallery talk a lot about that at the national, at sub-regional. All these elements were taken into consideration. So these are the 3 key pillars that the draft policy take into consideration. And that is the reason why we believe that it is there to reinforce the work that the UN Guiding Principle is doing on business and human rights. Now, where are we because of time? The AUC, the African Union Commission, has presented the policy to the policy-making organs. And we have what we call the PRC subcommittee on human rights, democracy, and governance. They are the ones to take a look at it to finalize that particular document. Any of our document, before it gets to final destination of policy refine and finalization, which is what we call the SDC on justice and legal affairs, it has to go through processes. So one of the things that we need to bear with us at the African Union is that we have to take it easy. It is a document that is very important to the African Union, and it is also a sensitive document. There are so many lobbying going on the policy document. And so the African Union is taking its time to look at what it will do to ensure that we have a very solid document at the end of the day. Now, in conclusion, I just wish to indicate, my brother David Omozuapo said that what is important is not just having policy in place, but implementation of the policy. But the good thing about this policy is that it has not been adopted, but the provision, we have commenced implementation of the provision in the draft policy. Like, for example, providing technical assistance to our member states in the development of the policy are some of the things that we have been doing. And so we believe that the report, the research that has been carried out by Frederick Ebers-Tipton will really help in the advocacy that we need for the policy to be adopted. And we know that if all of us do our work excellently well, we know that the policy will be adopted. So the onus lies on you, not just the AU alone, but lies on all of us to do our necessary advocacy for the policy to be adopted. I thank you.
Thank you, John. That was a remarkable 4 minutes instead of 5. So, we have a minute's credit. Thanks very much. Next, I'd like to invite our colleagues from the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung Foundation. As I noted at the beginning, there are 2 studies on the regional, we're fortunate enough to have 2 studies on the regional state of play in Africa on business and human rights. The first will be presented by colleagues from Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, and the first person to speak will be Alexander Geiger. Alexander?
Okay, thank you, Sinisha, and I'll do it from here, so we're quicker. Thank you very much, John, also for all the good discussions and the friendship in Addis on the topic. That is really great, and we really appreciate that. So I'll make it short. It's just to briefly introduce our study until Oyini comes to the substance part. We commissioned it last year, and we found with Oyini Abe a very good consultant and researcher for the topic. So the study is an in-depth analysis of where we stand with the topic of business and human rights on the continent. It takes into account the policy framework that John just laid out. It looks at all the 55 member states and assesses where they stand with discussions on business and human rights. And it also draws a link to the most prestigious project on the continent, the Continental Free Trade Zone. Maybe just 2 brief takeaways from my side from the study. I was very happy to see my brother Alex Nkosi on the panel, on the previous panel. But still, the study also shows that the trade unions are not yet where they have to be, in our opinion. And they have to be at the center of discussions. Or when we talk about corporate excesses on the continent, then workers' representatives have to be included in the debates. The second takeaway is that in the study, when you look at it, you find a lot of names of multinational companies and a lot of cases documented with regard to human rights violations on the continent. And unfortunately, it's still a fact that a multinational company cannot afford to mess up in Europe, but the very same company can afford to mess up in Africa. And we have to change that, I think. So the policy framework that John presented is very important in our opinion, and we have to go ahead with that. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And now to speak more substantively on the findings of the study is the lead researcher, Oyini Abe, and I think he has a PowerPoint presentation, so I'll ask our colleagues in the back if it's ready. Oyini?
Yeah, thank you very much, Anissa. Good afternoon, everyone. So without wasting time, if it's not ready, I can just speak from here. So we looked at 55 African Union countries, and we looked at the various approaches these countries are devoted to with regards to business and human rights principles. And we focused on some key critical sectors, bearing in fact that one sector impacts human rights more than another sector. And we adopted both the qualitative and quantitative methodology. In terms of quantitative methodology, we looked at scoping of annual reports, literature review, policy documents, and commission reports. In terms of qualitative methodology, we did about close to 20 semi-structured interviews with CSOs, AU officials, and I might just have Mr. John's office was very helpful to us in organizing that. And we also sent about 60 questionnaires. We adopted, the interviews were conducted through remotely because it was during the time of COVID. So what are the highlights of the document? We looked at some countries, of course, for what we've been hearing since morning. We know 2 countries have adopted NAPs, and several countries are also in the process of adopting NAPs. Some countries have done national baseline assessments. Well, the countries are there, I think. So we have Ghana, Liberia, Morocco, Mozambique, South Africa, Tanzania, and Zambia. They have done MBA, and they are at various levels of adopting a national action plan. So what are the key identified business and human rights challenges we found in this 55 AU countries? Basically corruption, illicit financial flows, conflict, environmental pollution, and displacement. Take displacement, for example. So it's not really when you have wars, conflict, internal strife in a country that displacement really occurs. Development-induced displacement could actually occur, and we see these appearing in a number of countries which bankrolled by businesses. And we looked at also what is the meaning, what impact, if we are talking about policy framework, which John mentioned about adoption of national action plans, what are the countries that could actually go further than that in mandating business respect for human rights? And we found that only 6 countries in Africa have constitutional provisions that mandate business respect for human rights. Ghana, Kenya, Mozambique, South Africa, Uganda, and Zambia have in their constitutions legal persons obliging human rights protection. And the report also indicated that human rights due diligence and human rights impact assessment at the continental level is overwhelmingly lacking. So in terms of investment agreements, bilateral investment treaties entered into between states and investors do not consider human rights due diligence and human rights impact assessment, and it therefore gives businesses the free will to do whatever they want. Also, North African states are largely left behind in this narrative for some reasons we couldn't understand. And we found that this is not helpful for driving the debate about business and human rights in Africa. If you look at the countries which were listed, only just one country, Morocco, has conducted a research human rights impact assessment, which will trigger the debate about national action plan. So we felt North African states, maybe at the AU level, at the REC level, should trigger some debates about business and human rights. Also, gendered consideration, impact of women, impact of business and human rights on women, informal cross-border flows is a very big trade in Africa, and it impacts women more. And of course, by implication, children as well. The UNDP has mentioned children twice. So these are some of the things we have to look into in an action plans and the policy framework, hopefully, to be able to process some of these things and articulate a well detailed framework for adoption at the continental level. So I'm just going to focus on a key document which Alex mentioned about, the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, which of course, as we know, is a baby, is our newest baby. And quite sadly, it is an agreement that did not mention business and human rights at all. It does not defer to human rights, no specific reference, and it's a document that came into existence in 2019. So it's not a 60-year-old document, it's not a 20-year-old document, it's a new document that was negotiated, adopted, and ratified without any thought behind human rights. And we found out that this could be an overshoot of state domestic corporate laws, which are shareholder-centric in nature. They don't consider human rights, with a few exceptions, a country like South Africa, for example. And that, of course, was transposed into a continental free trade area agreement like this. We did not consider human rights. And compare that with one of the most often cited bilateral investment trade agreement we have in the world, the Nigeria-Morocco trade agreement, which is yet to come, which is yet to be operationalized and is usually cited as the most sustainable bilateral investment treaty that is largely sustainable, progressive. And the reason is because this agreement specifically mentions business and human rights, sustainable practices in the conduct of trade. So we feel that this is a missed opportunity at the point at which AFTA was ratified, but we hopefully we are looking forward to Article 28 of CAFTA will be triggered, which calls for a periodic 5-year periodic review, and hopefully when it's been reviewed, there will be an opportunity to integrate. So we are not just talking about deferring, we have to integrate. The human rights language, human rights content must be contained in these trade agreements to show a level of commitment and seriousness. Nothing with regards to REX and EU organs on business and human rights in Africa, quite sadly. However, we found that the working group under the African Commission, we found that the working group on extractive industries, environment, and human rights have done significantly well in terms of identifying business and human rights content and language and doing research in that area. For example, the state reporting guidelines and principles on Articles 21 and 24 of the African Charter relating to extractive industries, human rights, and environment make specific reference to the UNGPs. So hopefully other working groups, economic and social cultural rights, committee of rights of experts on rights and welfare of children in Africa can also take a cue from the work of the working group in terms of identifying some of these issues, referring to the UNGPs, even though it's a soft law, and integrating this human rights language in the body of the documents or any agreement which is being pushed forward. Again, although we looked at the cases, like Alex said, CERAC, Endura's cases, I mean, they predate the UNGPs, but it also shows what African Commission is doing with regards to deference to business and human rights. And finally, we looked at the Malabo Protocol, which is a different story, quite sadly, and is a protocol on amendments on the protocol to the statute of the African Court of Justice and Human Rights. So as it had been adopted and ratified, this protocol would have expanded, would have firstly created the first regional criminal court in Africa that would have jurisdiction over corporate criminal liability. So, but unfortunately, it's not yet adopted for some reasons. Hopefully, and the recommendation, we recommended that this protocol should be adopted. So finally, on recommendations. So what can states and businesses do with regards to, I think the IT chopped off my recommendations, but what we looked at largely on the part of states is that states should facilitate the adoption of national action plans and MBAs. Oh, sorry, it's coming up. And then undertake human rights impact assessment and human rights due diligence at regards to state, and then provide adequate funding. We can talk and theorize about some of these issues and principles, but if there's no state commitment on these issues, we'll largely be having forums like these. And on the part of businesses as well, we looked at how businesses can adopt an operational level grievance mechanisms. We discovered that some of the issues it regards, first of all, engagement, our local communities, our companies are engaging with local communities, and now there are internal mechanisms, non-judicial internal mechanisms on the part of companies to treat any disputes that may arise before it escalates. We also looked at how businesses as well can incorporate human rights due diligence, human rights impact assessment, and create a robust mechanisms for business and human rights to thrive in their operations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aini. For those in the back, this is the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung study that was being referenced. I think it's out there in the corridor, correct? So anyone that wants to help themselves to a copy can do so. I apologize on our behalf that the PowerPoint went out. I'm not really sure what that's about. I hope we get it fixed soon. To present the second study we want to talk about next, which is this study, which is also available out there, and in good bookshops nearby, is my colleague Victoria De Mello, who all of you know, who leads UNDP's work on business human rights in Africa from Addis Abeba, and the co-author of the study, Joseph Kibugu. So please welcome you up to the stage. Thanks very much.
All right, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me well? Okay, so I would like to have the presentation on screen if possible, but it's inspiring to hear me talking about the study because we've, both of us have been running and coordinating really well the initiatives and how our studies can contribute to the development of business and human rights in the continent for the past almost 3 years. So it's inspiring to see that they're both being launched together. And it's interesting that when you fetch the copies from each one of them, you see that they're complementary. So as much as the study that Nii had just presented gives an interesting and a more comprehensive overview and a desk review of the countries, from the UNDP perspective, what we focused on was to try and provide a more grounded perspective, a more empirical perspective on what are the developments being made in each one of the countries. It's intentional that our study will hopefully become outdated in a year or two, because we want this document to increase, and the changes and the recommendations and the findings to evolve and to change with time. So do fetch your copy. There will be a QR code as well for you to download before we end up having to launch the second one. So please, next slide. We started this initiative by understanding that around 2019, we understood that we were nearing the 10 years of the adoption of the UN guiding principles, and the African continent, it was unanimous that it was lagging behind in the implementation of the principles. There were different pockets of engagement happening across the region, but we understood, and partners also understood, that there was no comprehensive platform of engagement, that a space such as this one happened in 2014, but it never happened again. So we understood that there was a lot of different initiatives happening, but there was no place where people could exchange, understand, and learn from each other. Back at that time, and if the slides come back, you'll see, at 2019, when we started this scoping, we understood that there was about 6 or 7 countries that had initiated national action plans on business and human rights. So as you all know, national action plan on business and human rights, they are a good and interesting entry point and a good indicative if a country, if there's enough political will, if there is an interest from the players and stakeholders in taking the agenda forward. So by understanding that there was like about 6 or 7 processes that had started in one way or another, we thought, okay, a good indicative would be if in a couple of years, this has progressed. So there was a very nice effect on my slides that show the progression, but hopefully you'll get this at some other point, or maybe reviewing the report. But we're happy to say that 3 years down the line, it increased, it changed, it evolved. So the reason why you're all here, it's also a testament to that, because after 3 years, we've understood that there has been more engagement happen. So many of you have already been receiving support to host sub-regional consultations. Some of you are already developing national baseline assessments, are popping across the region and the continent. So this is all very impressive. And the document, as you will see, provides some recommendations and findings, but at the same time, it also acknowledges and celebrates the fact that there's a lot of progress happening in the region already, and that what was missing was a conducive line. What was missing was the chance for just like this forum, for all of you to get to know each other, to see each other, to learn from each other, to exchange business cards. Mine are already getting filled up. So in one way or another, this report helps us understand and scope the status of implementation of the UNGPs on this first decade, but it also gives us a baseline. So maybe in a few years when we do this study again, we are able to assess that we evolved even more. But more practically and more substantively, I'll give the floor to the researcher, to one of the lead researchers of this study, to walk us through the findings and recommendations as well. So that's Joseph Kibugu. He's the lead researcher and also the lead at the Business and Human Rights Resource Center. Just taking the floor for Sinisha for time's sake. But Joe, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Victoria, I will be very brief. We had a raft of recommendations, and some of them mirror what our colleagues have mentioned. And so I'll be brief. And we looked at this from the 3 pillars. So I'll pick 3 per pillar. So on pillar one, not the major, but one of our recommendations is that when states are looking at national action plans, we live in a uniquely blessed continent. So we've got to think about the peculiarities of our continent. For instance, in many countries, 70% of the business is done by SMEs. Have we included SMEs and informal businesses? Because informal businesses are not illegal businesses. They also need to be brought into the conversation. So that is one challenge. The other one is for states to consider incentivizing compliance with human rights for businesses. So we talk about tax incentives to create employment. What about considering amending our procurement laws, for instance, so that if you're getting a state contract as a business, compliance with human rights is one of the criteria. The other one is the role of state-owned enterprises. They are businesses, but they are covered under pillar one. We need to see more leadership when it comes to complying with human rights standards. So they should model, as we ask the purely private entities to consider or to improve their due diligence procedures, what about state-owned enterprises? Pillar two, I'll pick again in the interest of time, 3 recommendations. We saw a lot of businesses that were confusing CSR and human rights. And that's what that called is for internal processes that promote awareness of business and human rights internally. Because CSR, as you all know, is different from business and human rights. The other one is embedding human rights due diligence. I'll not belabor that. And the third one is to consider their grievance mechanisms. We are seeing some progress, but having a grievance mechanism is not enough. Can it be scrutinized for compliance with international human rights standards so that they can be effective? The last one is pillar 3. And under pillar 3, the vice chair of NANRI has talked about the role of national human rights institutions. But we saw some gaps. There is willingness, even where there is a legislative framework that allows them to take complaints. So support in terms of technical support, financial support, so that they can embrace the business and human rights agenda, not just some business and human rights desk that is manned by 1 or 2 people. That's a good starting point, but they need to be facilitated. The second one is thinking about our pride that we are taking corporations to the global north and we are getting reparations, we are getting compensation. That is good. But we need to remember that that cannot be an avenue for our population because of financial and other logistical challenges. So they should be complementary. It starts at home. How do we improve our domestic and regional systems, mechanisms, so that those who have concerns can go there. And finally, is this dynamic of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. What does it mean? It means that we're going to have more trade amongst African countries. We're going to have more migration within Africa. And we've got to be careful that even as we promote business, that we have some protection that is offered to migrant workers and others, because we'll increasingly see businesses that are operating in Africa that are across regions, not continental, but cross regions. So ensuring that we improve our domestic and regional systems to be as effective as they should be. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Joe. To conclude, I just want to, Jennifer, would you mind please unveiling our reports? This was a very special effect. So all the reports are on that table as well. So that's the official launch. And woo! In English and in French, so you can pick up a copy, and the report, the UNDP report, can be downloaded using this QR code and also the link. So this will be across Twitter and our social media, but if you want to take a picture, that's the time.
Thanks, Victoria. Thanks to everyone. So with that, I would like to ask our speakers on the stage now to leave the stage, and for the next 3 to come up. I do promise you, this is by far the largest panel. There will be room for Q&A at the end. That's where we're trying, but there was a lot of information to get through. So I'd like to invite Aquilas Koko Ngomo to come up to give the perspective of Indigenous peoples. Wangari Keynote of ActionAid, if she's around, and Armani Mbai from our UNDP regional office for North Africa and the Middle East to come up. Thank you. And we have an online speaker from the International Labour Organization, José Laporte, and she's actually going to be, I think, speaking first. So I'd just like to ask all of you, because again, we're running late, not through no fault of your own, clearly, but we want to leave room for questions and answers and so on, and for lunch. So I'd just like to ask all of you to stick to 5 minutes, please, if that's possible. So José is supposed to be the next speaker. I hope that she is online.
I'm here. I don't think you can hear me.
She is?
I'm here. Can you hear me now? I'm just waiting.
Okay, perhaps instead of, if Uju, if that's okay, we'll start with one of the others. Oh, no, she is online. Okay, great.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Hello, José.
Yes. Yes.
We can very well. Very, very.
Hello, everybody. So my name is José Laporte. I'm from the International Labour Organization. I've been asked to share with you some reflection on global trends and issues in relation to the labor dimension of the business and human rights agenda. Let me just tell you a few words about the International Labour Organization. We are a United Nations specialized agency. We are made of government, employers, and workers organizations that are developing and adopting international labor standards. We promote rights at work, the creation of decent employment opportunity, the enhancement of social protection, and dialogue on work-related issues. As you know, labor rights are human rights. International labor standards provide frameworks for states to respect, protect, and give effect to human rights at work. The ILO is working very closely with OHCHR and the Working Group on Business and Human Rights. The MNE declaration is mentioned in the UN Protect, Respect, and Remedy framework. And the ILO MNE declaration, in turn, it's itself making reference to the UN guiding principles. As you know, the paragraph 12 of the UN guiding principles are referring to the ILO Declaration on Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work. It calls on business to respect internationally recognized human rights, understood at minimum as those set out in the ILO Declaration on Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work. And I would like to take this opportunity to update you on a very important development. Last June, the International Labour Conference adopted a resolution to add the principle of a safe and healthy working environment to the fundamental principles and rights at work. So we used to have 4 fundamental principles and rights at work. We now have 5 because the rights to a safe and healthy working environment have been added to freedom of association and the right to collective bargaining, to the elimination of all forms of forced labor, to the elimination of child labor, and the elimination of discrimination in employment. On this slide that you have in front of you, you have the list of the now 10 ILO conventions that are what we call the Fundamental Convention, meaning that member states, by the sole fact that they are member of our organization, should respect, promote, and realize these rights. As you can see, 2 conventions have been added as fundamental convention, and these 2 conventions are Convention 155 and 187 in relation to occupational safety and health. And you see on the slide in front of you the level of ratification from member states in the African region. So indeed, there's some progress that can be made in relation to the Protocol on Forced Labor that was adopted in 2014, and the 2 new fundamental conventions that are in relation to occupational safety and health. So this new fundamental principle and right at work was coming in a very timely moment. As you know, there's millions of workers that are dying daily of occupational accident and disease. The rate of fatal accident in Africa is 4 to 5 times higher than those in Europe. And Africa has the highest relative share of work-related communicable disease and occupational accident. If we now turn to the other fundamental principles and rights at work, and let's focus maybe for the sake of time on child labor. Africa continues to be the most affected region in the world, and the only one where child labor continues to increase. But we are witnessing unprecedented awareness, commitment, and political will. As you may know, Africa was hosting the 5th Global Conference on Child Labor in May 2022. African stakeholders played a very active role into shaping the Durban Call for Action. And by doing so, Africa sent a very strong message to the world. We are aware of the challenge, we are working on it, and as a region, we are driving to the change. We would like to underline the outstanding commitment of the African Union. The ILO is proud to be associated to the African Union 10-year action plan to end child labor, forced labor, modern slavery, and human trafficking, and been contributing to development in the adoption of this landmark instrument.
I apologize. Could I ask you to wrap up in 1 minute because we have a lot of speakers?
I can do that. So just to tell you that Alliance 8.7 is a global partnership to end child labor and modern slavery. 12 out of the 24 Pathfinder countries are from Africa. So this is also a very positive sign. I just would like also to address the need to address the root causes of these different problems in order to make sure that we can ensure respect for human rights. We cannot eliminate child labor without ensuring proper income for adults and without looking at social protection and existing safety net. And we cannot eliminate forced labor without having strong labor administration and inspection and ensuring enforcement of legislation. And my last point would be, of course, about something that was mentioned, the high rate of informality combined with high poverty rate and ongoing conflict and crisis in Africa. So the ILO is working actively in the context of program and projects in order to facilitate the transition from the informal to the formal economy, because the enjoyment of human rights is an elusive aspiration for many that are operating in the informal economy. We see also an increased interest in the promotion of sustainable and responsible business practice in the African region. 4 countries as designated national focal point for the promotion of the MNE Declaration in Africa. And as it was mentioned earlier, trade policy is an important leverage to promote decent work. It offers a unique opportunity to promote inclusive growth, and it can be a catalyst for the achievement of decent work. But in order to do so, labor issues such as human rights issues should not be overlooked in shaping the complementary programs and projects that are in relation to the African Continental Free Trade Area. So I will leave it at that for the sake of time, and I hope it brought some food for thought in relation, especially to what can be done in relation to pillar 1 of the UN Guiding Principles and ratification of a fundamental convention.
Thank you, José. Thanks very much. I would next like to ask Aquilas to provide a perspective from Indigenous peoples. Aquilas, thanks very much. The floor is yours. If you want to remain seated or...
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm going to be brief, and thank you for giving me the floor. We all know that along business activities, the affected and beneficiaries such as indigenous peoples have rights that are affirmed under international law. But we know that there is a massive gap between the protection, the respect of human rights, and the obligations of different stakeholders, including business themselves and some states. And two case studies were conducted in the Democratic Republic of Congo, jointly by 2 organizations, the Alliance Nationale d'appui et de promotion des peuples autochtones en République démocratique du Congo, ANAPAC RDC, and Indigenous Peoples' Rights International, IPRI. These cases were conducted on Alpha Mine, BCA mining company, operating in Walikale territory, North Kivu province, and on Banrota Twangiza mining, operating in Mwenga in South Kivu provinces, conducted in a situation of conflict and wars in high-risk areas. These cases are based on the findings of some of these 2 case studies, or may mention the following trends in relation to BHR in the region. There is persistent non-compliance with legal requirements at national and international level. And there is also increased tendency for increased insecurity, including the creation of the persistence of armed conflict, and reduced involvement of youth in the conduct of business, which results in into the loss of local talent and lack of professional and economic development for indigenous peoples. Then the loss of land for forest-dependent communities, that is indigenous peoples. Then a reinforcement of poverty for communities with weak economies instead of its recovery. And in terms of trends, always we are going to mention the increase of violations of rights, including, for example, the free, prior, informed consent, equitable sharing of benefits and compensations, and so forth. Then a risk of destruction of biodiversity with consequences on climate and nature. Then along with these trends, we have challenges, or there are challenges, and the challenges includes a lack of clear mechanisms to monitor and evaluate the mining process activities in conflict areas, for example, in Eastern DRC, and increased marginalization of indigenous peoples, for example, on their lands where some of the companies operate. But there is also a problem or a tendency to contribute, as one of the presenters mentioned earlier, that without respect of human rights, that can also lead to collapse of business in some areas as a result of the imbalance between between interest and legal requirements, and even beneficiary communities' rights. Then I'm going to end up with certain opportunities, because regardless of what the situation is, there are still opportunities that we can take advantage of in order to help advance the struggle that we have to carry out together. These sessions and
Non, non, je comprends, mais
over here, we have to ensure, so this is a recommendation and at the same time opportunity, ensure good implementation of the UNDP through well-developed national action plans. Here we can congratulate the countries that have already developed national action plans, as it has been presented. Ensure that business activities are well regulated and effectively comply to applicable national laws in different countries. Protect the collective and individual rights of indigenous peoples, including free, prior, and informed consents, right to land, territories, and resources, and a revision of laws which have gaps regarding the full and strict respect of human rights in business conduct, including sanctions for non-compliance and remedy for victims, and ensure effective protection of civilians vis-a-vis business activities in situations of armed conflict, to facilitate access to justice by victims for remedies and for abuses that are made. Ensure that business do not engage in activities that violate the rights of indigenous peoples in all areas, and provide remedy for remedy within the oppressions to potential victims of human rights violations. And I am going to end up this short intervention by pointing out the need to develop and implement human rights policies to ensure that negative effects are minimized. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Our next speaker is Wangari Keynote from ActionAid. Again, Wangari, I apologize. I know you're getting a late slot, but if I could ask you to be brief. We have people who would like to ask questions afterwards. So thanks very much, Wangari.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I was asked to speak about the importance of the importance of promoting a feminist lens or a gender justice lens. It's on. Okay, so I was saying that I was asked to speak about promoting a feminist lens or indeed a gender justice lens in these discussions. And the thing about sitting next to the moderator is that you actually literally feel coming out of you the pressure to do this in the 5 minutes. It's literally radiating out of you. So I'll try to do that. But the first thing I wanted to say, and I'll say three things. The first thing I wanted to say, listening to the conversations this morning, right from the opening, is that it is important to refer, while referring to African human rights standards and instruments, and indeed we have plenty of those, we have to give equal and critical attention to the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of women in Africa. Okay, so this is not popularly known as the Maputo Protocol. We don't hear it mentioned as often as it should be. It entered into force almost 17 years ago. It's ratified by 42 member states. And it guarantees, it contains certain guarantees for women that should not be relegated to the periphery of the discussions and decisions that we're having here. Sadly, this for a greater part continues to be the case. One of the very important guarantees contained in the protocol is around women's labor, and we've had quite a bit about that. including, and I think this is really central, including issues around women in the informal economy, which we know really we should be calling the popular economy, because it's not, we've heard that it was an illegal, it is not an illegal economy from one of the previous speakers. But not only is it not illegal, it is not adjacent, it's not peripheral, and in fact it is sort of the engine driving most of our markets in Africa. So we should really be calling it the popular economy. But so my point is to say that the protocol takes cognizance of and responds to how these human rights violations that we've been speaking about so far, how they are gendered and what they look like in the lives and experiences of women and girls on the continent. So it's important. And I will stress it, especially because some years ago, I was involved in campaigning for this protocol. It is important to include this protocol in our conversations, in our assessments, in our agreements, so on and so forth. The second critical area I would like to speak about is surrounding the impact and activities of corporations and businesses on the care economy. Something that I think also needs to gain more prominence in our discussions on business and human rights. By the care economy, I'm talking about both paid care work and unpaid care and domestic work. There are increasing calls by labor, social justice, gender justice, indigenous people, climate and other experts and collectives really around the world towards moving or to move towards centering economies around care, that is care for people and care for the planet, and measuring, and also to move towards measuring economic progress on the basis of human and ecological well-being. So going sort of beyond what we've traditionally done in measuring economic progress around, say, growth, which in many ways has not been sufficient. And because we're really at a global watershed moment, it's critical that in our discussions, and it was actually very good to hear around the UNDP 10+ roadmap, the focus on how the global, how the guiding principles can address global challenges, including through just transition. It's about the need for us to urgently rethink the current global economic, financial, and governance system. Because the truth is, it's not working for the vast majority of people or for the planet. And instead, what we've seen is that it's resulted in a number of gross inequalities. And it has unfortunately also often placed profit before people and profit before the planet. And one of the things that our current system has also done is produced fiscal austerity shocks. And if you've been following what's been going on in Washington, DC, it has been predicted that about 85% of the world's population will live in the grip of austerity measures by 2023. The reason I mention austerity measures is because austerity measures include scaling down social protection programs, which we know will often affect women, children, the elderly, and other vulnerable groups. But they also mean that there are cuts or caps on the wages and on wages. So for public sector, for example, number of teachers and healthcare workers, majority of whom are women, are affected by that. They eliminate subsidies, they privatize or commercialize public services, so on and so forth, including the impact on reduced pensions and workers' rights. And it is widely documented that austerity hits women the hardest, mostly by transferring labor and costs to women through their unpaid care work burdens, and also the introduction of user fees and so on. What reason I'm talking about austerity is because it's also been quite widely documented how corporate behavior and corporate activity, through direct operations or through value chains exacerbates some of these things, especially when we're talking about displacements, environmental and health degradation, blocking access to natural resources that women need to carry out sort of their unpaid care and domestic work. and a whole other range of things, including privatization of public services, which is really a violation of human rights because it amounts to the commodification of these rights. A lot of this has been documented by ActionAid, by our partners, and indeed many of us in this room today. You know, alongside the documentation of these violations, there have been a number of recommendations put forward in terms of alternatives to prevent and remedy this. These can be, these are really widely available. But the point is that there is corporate responsibility and accountability needed here. And as a matter of absolute urgency, we need our states to do this now more than ever. We need our states more than we've ever done before. And finally, I wanted to draw attention to and echo a statement you know, that was put out by a constellation of African feminists at the beginning of the COVID pandemic, really looking at African feminist alternatives to, you know, towards economic recovery, not just in the context of COVID, but certainly in the context of the multiple intersecting crises that we find ourselves in. And again, here is the reiteration about the importance of states and non-state actors recognizing the centrality of care in economies, and then rolling out support measures to build a resilient care sector. Care sustains households, it sustains communities, it sustains the earth. This is the bottom line. But it's also, the statement also speaks to an end to foreign direct investment being solicited on the basis of the promise of tax breaks, or indeed, you know, any of the lure of sort of illicit financial flows. We heard this also from a previous panelist. So we're saying that transnational corporations, multinational corporations making profits on African soil need to pay their dues to the needs of African people first, before their shareholders. And this is really critical for Africa revenue raising, but also indeed for reducing debt reliance and the kind of debt crisis we find ourselves in as a continent. Indeed, the biggest form of corporate social responsibility is for corporates to pay their fair share of taxes. And African people, and particularly women who are most impacted, cannot be, you know, sort of collateral in economic processes and negotiations. Neither can ecological well-being be. So we have to look at them together: care of the planet, care of our ecology and of people. Okay, I will stop there. I feel the pressure, but it's just to say that it is indeed time, or to reiterate that it is indeed time to reimagine our political economy in Africa. We have to dislodge structural inequality, protect human ecological well-being, but it's also that we kind of all collectively need to put forward this political commitment to a new way of living. The current systems, which are not working, were created by people, right? And they can and will be changed. They can and will be changed by people, especially through popular ground-up support. I'll stop there for now, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wangari, for that overview of the political economy of business and human rights, and reminding us it's not a technocratic issue, it's a real life issue. Our final speaker on our panel of speakers is Armani Mbaye, our colleague from UNDP Bureau for Arab States. We heard from one of the speakers before that North Africa is in some ways being left out of this conversation, so we wanted to make sure that it's included with a bit of an overview. And just as we have done studies on sub-Saharan Africa, if you will, and that we launched today. So our colleagues have been researching on the Arab States region. So Armani, if you could just briefly present on the state of affairs in North Africa, and then we'll have time for Q&A. We already have some questions online, and I would obviously invite all of you to ask questions as well. So first, Armani.
Thank you, Sinisha. And I can feel the pressure too, from all the way from here. Yeah, so my name is Armani Mbaye, and I work at the Regional Bureau for Arab States in Amman, Jordan. And we cover 8 countries on the African continent, being Algeria, Djibouti, Egypt, Libya, Morocco, Somalia, Sudan, and Tunisia. And some of them are represented here today, which we're very happy about. So from a global perspective, UNDP has expanded their business and human rights portfolio, and this is also true for the Arab states, countries that we cover here in Africa. And for that, I wanted to highlight some regional trends and both as challenges and opportunities for these 8 countries. So starting with some of the challenges, and these are shared challenges across the countries. So as a positive, good starting point, most of the countries have ratified the core UN International Human Rights Treaties. How that looks like in terms of implementation at national level, however, varies. And we see challenges in terms of legislations and policies. Furthermore, there is high unemployment rates across the countries. There is a need and a commitment and interest for economic growth, diversification, and transformation. Unfortunately, there's also restrictions on human rights, which impacts this area, such as freedom of expression, association, and equality before the law. And as all countries across the world, these countries have also been severely impacted financially by the COVID-19 pandemic. And as has been mentioned before, there's also a need to raise the awareness of the UN guiding principles. In terms of differences, because the African continent is extremely diverse, so is the North African countries and also the East African countries we cover in the Arab states. So we have some differences, and these differences impact the advancement of the business and human rights agenda. And they include the real and available economic opportunities for the countries, the level of political stability, which varies across these countries quite severely. And then the presence and the role of the private sector. Now, these things goes hand in hand, and in these environments that have fragile economies, creates an environment that is less appealing for, are you giving me the look for, no? Okay, creates a less of a appealing environment for the presence and expansion of the private sector. And this also leads to a large informal sector and income inequality, which again feeds into political instability. So everything goes hand in hand. So if we're gonna shift gears and look at opportunities across these countries, so there's a real growing interest and commitments from governments, unions, national human rights institutions to strengthen the respect of human rights and upholding international human rights standards. So that is a fantastic starting point to have. Countries have a real commitment to their economic development and the growth of their private sector, including for small and medium-sized enterprises. And this provides an avenue to incorporate the business and human rights agenda. One of the ways of doing that is what has been mentioned by past speakers quite a few times, is the national action plans. And there's a growing interest to establish those amongst these countries. So currently Morocco have a national action plan on democracy and human rights, which in that they have incorporated business and human rights. And they're in the process now to develop their the next set of national action plans on democracy and human rights. So here's a possibility to incorporate a wider business and human rights agenda. Also recognizing Djibouti, who UNDP will soon be supporting to develop a national action plan on business and human rights as a part of their larger economic development plan under their Vision Djibouti 2035. Then there's the enhancement of the private sector engagement, and importantly, the smaller businesses and the regionally relevant private sector industries needs to be engaged. So for these countries, the agricultural sector is critical. And we have a great example in Tunisia where UNDP has supported the fisheries industries in developing a guide on how to improve human rights. And lastly, and this is an area that is close to my heart as a rule of law advocate, is to invest on strengthening the rule of law and facilitate real and safe pathways to report human rights abuses and violations. There's different ways of doing that, and I can sense Sinisha's eyes on me. So keeping it super short, investing and strengthening the National Human Rights Institutes, they play a critical role in that. There's some countries in the region that have national contact points for responsible business conduct. They should be encouraged to continue their work and also be able to do so independently and with transparency. Also facilitate this with strong policies that protect people that want to report such abuses from retributions, especially those who are most vulnerable in our communities. And then I just want to say thank you to the organizers, both my colleagues and all the other organizations and institutions. This is a real evidence of the possibility and the importance of utilizing South-South cooperation and capitalizing that on the continent, because there's a lot of expertise here. Thank you.
Thank you, Armania. That was wonderful. So we have 10 minutes because we have a session that was supposed to start at 1, that will start at 1:37. I'll pretend that you said 10. For questions and answers, I would encourage all of you to stay on stage. For our previous speakers, we'll reach them by microphone if they want to answer. But let's see if there's any questions in the room before we take questions online. There's one over there. There is one over there. I mean, if somebody could help out with the mics. There's mics on the table. Oh, of course. Yes, let's take this question first.
A couple of questions. One, I don't know whether Lapo is still online, but my question relates to the question of ILO 169, which talks about ILO role in promoting the rights of indigenous peoples, and of course how that can be integrated within the context of the issue of business and human rights. And secondly, she talked about the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, that can promote decent work. My concern is how can that promote decent work when it doesn't make any explicit commitment to issue of human rights? And then our sister that talks about care and the debt crisis. What we are experiencing is that most of our countries are going to do bilateral taking of loans from different countries without any, particularly from my country, Nigeria. We've been invading China in recent times. We don't know anything about the agreement nor the human rights component. But what we are seeing is that we are seeing a situation where most of the companies attached to these loans are taking over national institutions, building all manner of stuff. The issue in that relates to the whole question of corporate capture. How are we going to deal with the question of corporate capture in the context of business and human rights? Because they are already capturing different institutions, including the very process that we're in. So my challenge to all of us is how are we going to deal with the issue of corporate capture? And then my friend from Indigenous peoples, he talked about free and informed consent. And that is very clear in the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples. How do we collectively advance the UNDP within the context of business and human rights? Thank you.
Just encourage our next questioner there's two over there, if they could stick to one question each. Those are great questions, but we don't have much time. And then I'll turn to our panelists for answers. So we have 2 questions over there.
Sunisa, if you can hear me, I can take the questions that were directed to the ILO. Can you hear me?
I'm not sure we'll be able to hear you. Is there any other mic on the table next door, or if anybody can
it out, I think, for me. Hello, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Hi, I'm Stephanie. I'm with Accountability Council, and I just wanted to thank the speakers that have discussed North Africa. I wanted to flag that along with the Arab Watch Coalition, we recently published a report called Our Last and Only Resort that discusses communities in North Africa and the Middle East and their challenges with raising grievances about business and human rights harms, particularly to grievance mechanisms at international financial institutions. And so just wanted to flag that there are copies of the report outside on the table in English, French, and Arabic. And it's also available online at ourlastandonlyresort.com. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the next table, yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Hi, I'm Yana Tat, representing Atsikata Nation of Yamasee Moors today. I have a question, and the question is for both the business section and the human rights section. The question is to the African leaders and to the businesses. What are they doing about the fact that Black has no standing at law? Black has no standing at law. Africans need to stop calling themselves Black because Black in English means pale, as well as it affects business tremendously because once you're in that category, you're looked at, your skin is looked at, you're prejudged by other people. So what are they doing about that for the dark-skinned people and copper-colored people? Okay, the question is, why are Africans calling themselves Black? So with that also, what are they doing with the monetization of African people globally? The theft of the African resources, because like England and the so-called colonies, they have set up trust accounts based on birth certificates. So what are the African leaders doing about the human trafficking and human cargo globally? What are they doing regarding closing the Sestu-Kive trusts and giving the assets back to Africans? You will have no human rights if this is not resolved. As Black, the category of Black as your race means that you're not from original people. And so I need to know, what are the leaders doing about looking into that, as these are great human resources options coming in? Will dark-skinned and copper-colored people have the rights to use these options legally?
Thank you. Thanks very much for that question. So we've had 3 questions. I'm sure we have more, but let's see. The first questions from over here, where there were 4 of them. I'll try and get 2 answered. Is Jose still online? Would you?
Yes, I'm there. Can you hear me?
2 of the questions were directed to her. One on ILO 169, the other one on the African Continental Free Trade Area.
I'm there. I think you can maybe not hear me in the room, but I'm there.
Yes, if you could, I don't know if you heard the questions, if you could answer those in sort of 45
Yes,
seconds.
indeed, on the Convention 169 on the Indigenous people, it's indeed a very important instrument of the ILO. It's not a fundamental convention, but in the countries such as Sierra Leone, where we have national focal point for the promotion of the ILO MNE declaration, the focal points are actively promoting the ratification of such an instrument. So the same way we are promoting the involvement of the Ministry of Labor, employers and workers organization into the development of NAPs, indeed Indigenous people should also be associated to this process. And I think I've been misunderstood on the issue of the African Continental Free Trade Area. So I was saying that we should turn this in an opportunity, meaning that labor issues are largely absent from the scope of the instrument now, but it does offer an opportunity, and we need to turn that into opportunity. And in order to do that, we need to make sure that human and labor rights are addressed and will be addressed also in the implementation of the free trade continental area.
Thanks very much, Jose. There was also a question on Indigenous peoples also from the gentleman over there. And Aquilas, if you want to say something on that. Aquilas? If you want to take the question on the Indigenous peoples.
Yeah. So thank you so much for the question. I rather want to know how to advance the FPIC in the context of business and human rights. Yeah, I'm going to talk about 2 things here. And the first one will be consultations. And the second one is involvement into the choice of priority project. And in terms of consultation, I think it's worth, or it's important that there are consultations between Indigenous peoples and all other stakeholders, including government and mining business actors, so that they have the consent of the people who on whose lands or territories or areas the business will be implemented. And secondly, their involvement into the choice of priority projects This helps to address the true needs for a sustainable development. And when there are projects which are often implemented, but which do not actually happen to address the true needs of people, because there was a lack of involvement into the selection of what the project have actually to address on the ground in order to help improve the conditions of lives of indigenous peoples and other communities. I'm going to stop by there.
Thank you very much. I'm sure there's more questions and there's some online. Unfortunately, we're quite a bit over time and everyone's here is quite hungry and we have a session starting 30 minutes ago. So with that, I would like to thank all the 9 speakers, everybody that asked questions. I'd like to also just note that the next session will start in an hour at 2:30. I mean, Jennifer will speak a bit more about the order of things. And thanks very much for the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We don't have much time, so I won't wait for them to leave. We'll just quickly continue. So we are going for lunch, like Sunisa said, for an hour. We have lunch being served downstairs. When you go out of this door towards the reception, there is a staircase on your left. So as you move towards the reception, look left, you see a staircase. There will be 2 of our colleagues are positioned at the door to give you a lunch coupon. Please make sure you get a lunch coupon before you go out, because without a coupon, you will not be served lunch. Now we have a side event that is happening right here at lunchtime in this room. It is on multi-stakeholder approaches to addressing security and human rights challenges, the role of the voluntary principles on security and human rights. Those who will stay in here for the side event will be provided with packed lunch. So if you want to attend, just sit on here and you'll be provided with packed lunch. I would like to plead with, I think the AUC guy is up. Deputy Minister, I'd like to plead with you to give us a few minutes. We want to take some photograph with the books. And also the Deputy Minister from the Ministry of Justice from Liberia. I was hoping to have Mr. Isaka from the African Union. So if there is any other person from the African Union, you could also join just for 1 minute. So I wish you a nice lunch. Please come back on time so we can quickly accelerate our speed. Thank you.
Everyone, if you're here and you're not staying for the side event, please just make your way outside. So we're going to start the session here now. So the ones collecting the researchers, please, you have time to do it after lunch.
Thank you for resisting the allure of food outside, but please do take a seat. So welcome to the next session on multi-stakeholder approaches to addressing security and human rights, the role of voluntary principles on security and human rights. Sorry. You're welcome. So my name's Chris Galvin. I'm the head of outreach at the International Code of Conduct Association, otherwise known as ICOCA. I'm based in Geneva in Switzerland, and I have the honor of moderating today's session. I'd like to start by thanking the government of Switzerland for organizing the session today, particularly to Fred Chenet, sat back there, for all his work putting this together, along with the African Union and UNDP for making it possible. So I am particularly excited about today's discussion, as we're going to be hearing about some sector-specific approaches to UNGP's implementation. And this is really where the rubber meets the road when it comes to ensuring responsible security and mitigating human rights risks associated with security provision. In particular, we'll be considering how multi-stakeholder initiatives, including voluntary principles on security and human rights, as well as ICOCA, can promote smart partnerships between national authorities, companies, and civil society to address and prevent conflicts in the natural resource sector. The session is also going to explore how to reinforce synergies between the VPs, ICOCA, OECD, and the UNGPs. We've got a great panel. I'm not going to introduce them all now. I'll introduce them as they speak. And to kick things off, I'd like to turn to Alan Bryden. Alan is Head of Business and Security Division at the Geneva Center for Security Sector Governance, also known as DCAF. So Alan, DCAF's been working on VPI implementation for the last 10 years with government, civil society organizations and corporations. So can you really first start by reminding us what the VPs are and why they are a unique tool to reduce human rights risks in the security arrangements of companies active in the commodity sector?
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Chris. And let me say what a real pleasure it is to be here with all of you. And thanks to the organizers for giving this opportunity. So I've been asked to talk about the voluntary principles, what it is, and why it's relevant to well, the topic of this important conference. But first, let me declare my interest, I suppose. DCAF is an independent Swiss-based foundation committed to working with national partners to promote good governance in the security sector. So probably the most difficult sector to push for greater accountability, transparency, and so forth. And we know, like all of you, that if you're going to advance security development and respect for human rights, you need to engage with everyone, every actor that has an impact on the security of states and people. But of course, in many cases, the private sector is left out of those discussions. And that's a clear problem and a clear gap. So effectively, we have joined and for over a decade been a part of the Voluntary Principles Initiative exactly because it convenes government actors, major corporate actors in the mining, oil and gas sectors, and civil society to work together to address these security and human rights challenges. So what is it? Well, first of all, to state the obvious, the Voluntary Principles is a set of guidelines, a set of principles to guide the practice of companies in the extractive sector to protect security of their operations and their staff, but also to ensure wider respect for human rights in their engagement, particularly in complex operating environments. They've been around, these guiding principles, since 2000, so no one can say this is a new issue or a new focus. But I think one thing that has evolved significantly since then is, it's already been said today, everyone agrees that principles are good, but unless that is translated into operational guidance, into tools for practitioners, then nothing moves forward. They kind of sit there at a high level and nothing advances. And a range of tools have been developed to support that kind of engagement. I won't go through them, but I will draw your attention to a hub, a website that was developed jointly by DCAF and our partners in this space that we work very closely with, the International Committee of the Red Cross, to provide a home for this guidance so it's easily accessible for companies, for government actors, for international organizations, and for civil society. The website is securityhumanrightshub.org. Is that better like that? Yeah. Hello. You can all still hear me? Great, thank you. And I'd also like to draw your attention among these tools to, if you like, the go-to toolkit for the implementation of the voluntary principles on security and human rights. It's called the Addressing Security and Human Rights in Complex Environments Toolkit. First edition developed jointly by DCAF and the ICRC around 8 years ago, based on an awful lot of engagement with companies, governments, and other actors in different environments. A new version has actually just been published. You can find it on the hub, which I already mentioned, developed jointly with another partner, the Geneva Center for Business and Human Rights, which brings another level to this guidance. Now, I'm not really here to talk about guidance, and I don't want to go through that, but I want to say why it's important to have detailed practical tools relating to public security forces, private security, host state engagements with companies on security issues, and community security. It's important because we can't have a series of parallel initiatives and engagements. We need to join the dots and develop common approaches to the work that the UN is doing, the work that the OECD is doing, other initiatives like the voluntary principles, and link that to practical implementation. Equally, we need to understand that if we're going to move forward, it's not just about the responsibilities of companies. That's been well said. In the security space, it's about the obligations of governments in relation to security forces. And it's about empowering civil society to be a meaningful partner. So that's really the second point I'd like to make about what is the voluntary principles. It's an international multi-stakeholder initiative. How's that? Back? Okay, thanks. Now, the Voluntary Principles Initiative includes 9 governments, including the government of Ghana, our hosts here today, 32 companies, major international mining, oil and gas companies, 14 NGOs, and 9 observers. But what I really want to stress is that this multi-stakeholder initiative, it really finds its form in complex environments where companies operate and where at a national and local group, civil society actors, communities, security providers, company representatives, and local government actors all come together to try and address security issues around the extractive sector in a common way, in a joint way. And ideally, based on the principle of prevention rather than dealing with the problem after it's happened, which is so often the case. And what I can say, there are a number of these groups in Latin America, in Asia. The majority are actually in Africa that are working effectively. In Ghana itself, in Nigeria, in Mozambique, we'll hear about that in a little while, and actually 4 in different parts of the Democratic Republic of Congo. They all do different things, but I think the points I would distill for this audience is just to confirm from this practical experience, collective action works. If you can create it, you can create change processes that are meaningful. To do it, you need trust. And rarely is there initially a baseline of trust between these different stakeholder groups. So it takes time, but it can be built. And a last point is you can only act, you can only respond to human rights, security and human rights incidents around corporate operations if you have information. And the most effective of these groups have a strong monitoring component. Otherwise, it's difficult to really move. So I'd like to leave that there as an introduction and pass on to the other speakers, but maybe just with a final plea or a statement on what the Voluntary Principles Initiative is not. It's not an exclusive membership-based club with its own rules, habitudes, and language. I would really encourage all of you to think of it as a means and a venue focusing on a niche issue of security and human rights to come together and to work to achieve common goals. And I can be very concrete on what that could mean going forward. In South Kivu, in the DRC, the working group is embedded in a wider structure that was supported by the OECD to promote the due diligence guidelines of the OECD. And all of the political capital, all the relationships had been built. This just provided an additional means to focus on security and human rights. In Katanga, another part of the DRC, the civil society-led outreach and engagement led to an opportunity to engage with Chinese companies in that province, actors that are completely outside most of the frameworks that we're trying to support. In Mozambique, and actually in Peru, there are efforts at the national level to link voluntary principles implementation to the NAP processes under the UNGPs. And I would strongly encourage the government of Ghana to look at these synergies as well in their engagement. And finally, in Nigeria, discussions around private security and private security regulation linked to the voluntary principles led to new entry points to talk about private security and entry points for other international initiatives that have their own niche expertise, meaning the International Code of Conduct Association, also here represented. So I will stop, but I hope if anything stays with you from my remarks, it's this last point. These initiatives only work if we look at the outcomes we're trying to achieve and we work together. I'll be leaving some documentation on the table. I also mentioned the Security Human Rights Hub, where the details of DCAF and our partners at the ICRC that can be found. Please, I warmly encourage you to reach out for us, look how we can work together. So let me leave it there, and let me also pass the floor to our moderator, who I think can also bring the perspective of the Code of Conduct Association. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Helen. And yeah, while I am moderator, I'm going to take the opportunity just to tell you a little bit more about the Code of Conduct Association and what we do. So we are also a multi-stakeholder initiative. We have 3 pillars as well. So governments are one, civil society organizations are a key actor, and our corporate pillar is made up of the private security companies themselves. So while the VPs covers both public and private security, ICOCA is an implementation mechanism for the VPs whose focus is really solely on conducting human rights due diligence on private security companies. We have a few kind of nuances, a few differences from the VPs. I don't want to get into the detail, but as Alan says, this is an opportunity. It's incredibly important that we work together and learn from each other about the ways that we do things, what works, what doesn't work. We have in place a monitoring system. We use third-party verification, which is linked to our certification system. So in monitoring, we go in country, we go on site, we visit company operations, we check that they're operating in accordance to the Code of Conduct. And the code itself, I should add, is based on existing human rights treaties and international humanitarian law. Along with ensuring companies respect human rights, we also reflect the UNGP's framework. So we're working to ensure that companies respect human rights, but we also aspire to provide access to remedy through our complaints function. So we take complaints and allegations of code violations against our member companies, and we require of any company that wishes to join the association to themselves have an accessible and operational grievance mechanism in place. What we know is that operating responsibly means security companies provide a better service for their clients. Whatever the sector their clients may be in themselves, whether they are in the extractive sector or governments who also contract private security for diplomatic missions, or the humanitarian actors who also require their services. What we also know, however, is that operating responsibly has some upfront costs. to vet, recruit, pay, and treat staff responsibly costs money. And there has to be a return on this investment for the private security companies. They are, after all, commercial ventures. That return comes from clients, the users of private security companies themselves. They are really the key stakeholder in this equation. They are the ones who drive standards up or down across the private security sector. And that's determined by their procurement practices and whether they award contracts to the cheapest providers or to providers who might be more expensive on paper, but through responsible service provision, reduce clients' operational, financial, and reputational risks. So with this in mind, we've heard about some of the work in DRC that the VPs has been doing. I'd like to now bring the discussion to a representative from a company who indeed uses private security. And I turn next to Marie-Chantal Kaninda, who I hope is online with us from DRC. She is the head of government relations for Glencore. And she's been involved and engaged in promoting the VPs in the country, as well as supporting the application of the DRC government to joining the venture. So turning first to Glencore itself, Marie-Chantal, if you are there, why did Glencore decide to join the VPs and what have you gained from the decision? If you can really provide us with insights from DRC, that would be great. Thank you. Is she there?
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Good afternoon, all. And unfortunately, I'm not able to be there with all of you. But
do we have Marie-Chantal online?
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Chris. And unfortunately, I'm not able to be with all of you in Accra. And thank you to the organizers for having me. Before maybe answering directly to your question, Chris, I'll just put a bit of context, explaining who Glencore is and where we are in the DRC. Glencore sources 60 commodities, operates in 35 countries around the world. It's the largest global diversified natural resource company and a major producer and marketer. Glencore employs 135,000 people around the world and is a good taxpayer. And I would even say that in the DRC, it's the biggest mining taxpayer. So Glencore in the DRC is operates in the southern east part of the DRC, which is in the Lualaba province in the town of Kolwezi. Close to the border of Zambia and Angola. Glencore has two operations in the DRC, KCC, which is a joint venture with a national company, GECAMIN, and Mutanda Mining, which is solely held by Glencore. With these two companies, Glencore is one of the biggest producer of cobalt in the world. And one of the biggest producer of copper in Africa. Maybe I'll now explain when and why did we, as a company, join the voluntary principles. We joined the voluntary principles in 2015, and the reason for that is, as a company, we want to operate responsibly, taking care of our employees, our communities, the environment, as well as all the institutions and the rules of the country in which we operate. But we are also, the reason why Glencore joined the voluntary principles is also because some of our operations, like in the DRC, are in difficult areas with human rights challenges. And those voluntary principles are not only for us, but are to be implemented with our different stakeholders. And some of you would know that currently the DRC as a country is in the process of entering the voluntary principles. And Glencore sits in the group of experts of voluntary principles in the DRC. We do face a lot of challenges, and the type of challenges that I would say security and human rights challenges that we do face is basically intrusion of illegal artisanal miners on our different sites. Some of those can be very violent. And because we do have security security teams, local companies. We have mining police. We have, of course, some of our employees that are part of the security team. Is how do we address those issues? Though illegal artisanal miners can be violent, they do wound some of our employees when they intrude into our mine site. But the way we have to treat those illegal artisanal miners is what is key. And that's why for us, the voluntary principles are so on security and human rights are so important. We do train our employees, the mining police, the security companies. We raise awareness on human rights. We ensure that we do transfer capacity on how to engage with in front of violence, I would say, and how do we promote the dialogue that with our various stakeholders. So it's true that it's not always easy, but it is a way that we have been interacting with most of the local security teams. And I'm not saying that the intrusions are stopping, but we are trying to manage them in a way that we do not harm our intruders. I'll maybe stop here, and there might be other questions after.
Thank you, Mary. I want to the VPs and ICOCA both have civil society as a core pillar of their governance structure. They do incredibly important work, certainly for ICOCA. Civil society acts as our eyes and ears on the ground and play a vital role when it comes to accountability and advocacy. From a civil society perspective, then, what added value do you see in the VPs? And can you please give us some examples from Mozambique?
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. Adrian Novunga is my name, from Mozambique. Thank you for the question. I come from a rich country in terms of natural resources, but that hasn't been able to translate into improving the livelihoods of the ordinary citizens, particularly the people coming from the regions that host those resources. And one of the things that has been striking my mind, not only in Mozambique, throughout Africa, is that the security cost is one of the most biggest recoverable costs in the structure of the extractive resource governance. And when you need to deploy heavy security to protect your businesses, it means that something needs to be addressed. There is a need to sit and talk. So we have seen in the voluntary principle that instrument, that mechanism that could bring all parts to sit and talk. Because it is not by chance that in most of the natural resource-rich countries in Africa, there are conflicts. And in the situations of conflicts, the international companies, they have to boost their security. By boosting their security, that means the resources that would be used for development, they are being taken away. So the voluntary principles is one of those mechanisms that we found globally that can be used to improve the quality of governance nationally and locally. And therefore, we have two working groups, one in Maputo that looks at macro issues that impact the extractive sector governance. It's a tripartite government, the Minister of Justice seated there. We have private sector and civil society. And then we have a more practically oriented working group in Cabo Delgado, where Mozambique has its world-class gas reserves and some of the most precious minerals. One of the most important contribution of the working groups that we have both in Cabo Delgado and in Maputo, it has given the confidence and the space for human rights defenders to come and talk, tell the truth to government, tell the truth to business for corporate accountability without the fear that they will be targeted afterwards. You know that human rights defenders are being targeted throughout Africa and Mozambique in particular. And that space of dialogue, it has given the space and the confidence for various human rights defenders to come together to address issues around resettlement, to address issues around local development, which is one of the most neglected rights of local communities. The second and most important, the working group, is that we have put in place a mechanism of monitoring and telling the issues. So the need to go deep, particularly for human rights defenders, civil society participating there. On the one hand, to have a deep understanding of the extractive sector governance through training that takes place in that place, but also, and most importantly, for a joint monitoring, including an understanding of the significance of some of the key things that we see happening. Take the issue of resettlement. We look at it more technically, and we talk about the prior consent, but it has a political meaning for local communities. So in the space of the working group, these key issues are addressed. We are at the early stage, and we hope that if we are able to go deep, government willing to address the issues, and the private sector also willing to address, there will be important progress made. But until now, the organization, the putting in place the mechanism, the assessments jointly and agreed understanding of what the issues are, it seems that we might have a mechanism that can work for communities as represented by human rights defenders. It can work for private sector, and it can also work for the development, in that our key message for private sector in that platform is that security should not be a militarized security. It should be a community-centric and anchored community building on trust, rather than importing tanks and importing AK-47s and bullets. And also for government, if this is secured, then more rests will be available for development, rather than empowering the security. That takes away not only the collective trust, but also, and importantly, takes away the resources much needed for development. So there is a promising progress. And we hope in the next meetings we'll be able to report on concrete results that are taking place as a result of this mechanism. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great input there. And just one kind of reflective comment on the security not becoming militarized. Of course, in the private security sector, this is an issue because many people working in, especially the upper echelons of the sector, do have military backgrounds. And there's increasing evidence to suggest that the more women we can bring into the sector, the less kind of militarization may well occur. So I want to turn now, I'll just pull my notes back up, to our final speaker, who is going to bring things together. So I want to turn to Louis Maréchal, who is Senior Advisor at the Center for Responsible Business Conduct at OECD. Louis, can you, you've been working on these issues for many years, can you tell us why multi-stakeholder initiatives like the VPs and ICOCA are an efficient way to conduct human rights due diligence, and how they complement to the implementation of OECD due diligence guidelines for responsible sourcing of minerals?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I'll just take a very short moment to explain the core of our work. We actually work a lot with companies sourcing mineral resources throughout the world to help them understand whether they may be connected to serious abuses of human rights and conflict financing issues in particular. And so basically what we ask of them is that they map their supply chain, collect information, and understand where those risks may lie. And of course, in order to do that, they need contacts and they need sources of information that are reliable in order to help them conduct their due diligence on human rights risks and other types of risks. And I guess this is really where the mechanisms such as the VPs and the ICOCA enter into play. And in particular, their multi-stakeholder function helps build the trust that Alan was referring to earlier in the session, because it's not the only thing to be able to collect information. You have to be able to understand how it's, to what extent it's reliable. And the fact that this information is actually collected through multi-stakeholder initiatives involving civil society and the private sector and governments. And that's, to some extent, this information is actually verified by independent third party at some point, really helps create that trust and also build the mechanism through which this information is shared throughout the supply chain. So the OECD really focuses on this aspect of collecting information and disseminating it through the various tiers in the supply chain. So that at the end of the day, large companies that are manufacturing the products that we all play with throughout the day, like cell phones and computers, are able to connect to the realities on the ground and able to understand what is going on in the production and trade of mineral resources. So in that regard, the VPs and ICOCA in particular, when we're looking at and trying to understand the security conditions around extractive sites, play a very important role because it becomes much easier for large companies throughout the world to have trust in their information that they collect when this information is actually, again, generated and controlled through those multi-stakeholder initiatives on the ground. It's very important to understand that this trend of what we call due diligence that we've been talking about, promoted by the UNDP, promoted by the OECD, is fast evolving. The issue around market access has been mentioned several times in the session this morning. Due diligence is actually a complex word for collecting information and verifying it. The ability to collect that information and to verify it is going to become key for companies, in particular in producing nations, to access those international markets. And without the existence of multi-stakeholder initiatives such as the VP, ICOCA, but also EITI, I know Ghana is an implementing country of the EITI, there is going to be extremely challenging for everyone to collect that information and understand what we're talking about. So this is really how the OECD sees the value of those initiatives, articulating the various multi-stakeholder initiatives that exist out there to enable companies throughout the world to understand the risk typology of their own supply chains. And the participation of civil society there is key. Of course, companies are primarily concerned with those initiatives, and governments have a key role there to enable those initiatives to thrive. And I guess that's a message that Alan was also sending to the government of Ghana, and was also kindly referring to concrete cooperation that we have running in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and something that we would be really eager to replicate here in Ghana and more broadly in West Africa. So I won't be too much longer. I hope there will be questions around this, but I think it's really important that everyone understands how those initiatives are articulated. I really want to emphasize that we're doing our greatest efforts to make sure that we're not reinventing the wheel constantly, but on the contrary, identifying the relevant initiatives and make sure that we're able to work together to harmonize our efforts and maximize our impact. So thanks a lot, and turning back to you, Chris, for the end of the session. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Louis. And just to share a little bit of data to end with on the private security sector, at least. So we have about 50 companies, member companies operating in Africa, and about 25 of those are actually headquartered in Africa. We also have about 30 CSOs who are operating across the continent. But that is a tiny slither of the industry in many of these countries. For example, in Kenya, Nigeria, hundreds of thousands of private security companies, both licensed and unlicensed. In Kenya, for example, private security represents the largest employer industry in terms of number of people employed. And so there really is a need to grow awareness about these initiatives, to encourage more companies to join, to encourage governments to join and participate, and really raise the bar. But I want to make this as participatory as possible now, and we have a lot of people online as well, but I want to open it up to questions to people in the room as well as people who are online. So any hands? We have one over here.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
My name is Shamiso Mtisi from Zimbabwe. I want to check. There seems to be a thin line between private security and mercenaries. So I'm trying to understand how the VPs can be an opportunity to work on addressing some of the problems being caused in different African countries by the work of mercenaries. If you talk about Central African Republic, for example, in the diamond sector, there is quite a lot of mercenaries that are operating there, and possibly Mozambique. So this is a major problem that we are faced with. So I'm trying to understand the positioning of the voluntary principles on the work of mercenaries. So that's one key point. Then the other one is around operationalization and adoption of the voluntary principles. How widespread is it within the African continent? I think you mentioned 9 countries that are members. Then I'm not sure about the number of NGOs. I can't remember the numbers, but it will be interesting to see how it can be replicated, in a sense, in different African countries or context where there might be cases of human rights violations arising from the work of private security, including state security. So those are my questions and contributions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do we have any other questions? Okay, the back.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Andrew Biarohanga from Kampala, Uganda. I work with Resource Rights Africa. Now, mine in line with the voluntary principles, again, just like my colleague has noted, the challenge. The challenge for in relation to public security, where is the line, the chain of command? Because we've seen human rights violations emanating from private security, and you fail to get an understanding of where they draw their chain of command. And once you run like security, is that they will say, no, that is not our role. So how does the voluntary principles help us to get a clear understanding of the chain of command, such that at the end of the day, there is access to remedy for victims of, you know, those who have suffered violations from private security? Thank you.
Great, thank you. Should we take one more? There was a hand over here. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So in a similar vein as the previous question, the voluntary principles are supposed to help us create a guideline to ensure that corporations behave better. But how can we make it actually work on this basis? Because you have, for instance, Glencore itself, in 2019 was found to be, has been accused by human rights firm, international rights advocates, on behalf of parents and children that have not just been injured, but also died in child labor. So this is essentially the model of development or the approach that corporations have been advancing, have been able to operate with general impunity, to be able to draw on cheap wage labor. In that case, when we're thinking about the artisanal and small scale miners, these are people who are coming from communities that have been dispossessed, that have lost their livelihoods, that have no alternative other than to undertake artisanal mining to be able to survive and hold communities together, and the midst of which have been criminalized and have also come under violence from private security themselves. And in this kind of context, how do we ensure that we're able to protect people? Because the artisanal small scale mining is a legitimate part of the informal economy, and therefore makes a contribution, also more contribution to the domestic economy than even large scale mining itself. It's able to feed into local production, which is actually the fundamental problem of this uneven relationship between Africa and the global north. And the mining sector and companies like Glencore concentrate all of these problems, operating in rural areas where the people's democratic rights have largely been suspended and therefore can operate with impunity, except in unique cases where NGOs and other partners are able to document violations and bring them to light. And in the very, very small opportunities that exist for communities to actually be able to take cases up. So how do we ensure these voluntary principles can actually work without them being mandatory, without them being punitive, and without having the state capacity for an independent actor to actually be accessible to communities that are in areas that are in rural communities and communities where people have not even had access to quality education or to have the kind of basis upon which they can engage with institutions that were not in themselves designed to serve them. So they need more deliberative kind of processes for dialogue, for engagement, and to begin to center questions around free, prior, and informed consent, not just at the moment when mining operations are being initiated, but through a continuous process throughout its whole operations. So to what extent is Glencore actually implementing free, prior, informed consent? Because that requires a democratic process of engagement and not the kind of tactics like divide and rule that are used to turn communities against each other and unleashes further forms of violence, turning people against one another, when we should be having open deliberative processes to actually engage on the kind of development model that we have. To an extent that artisanal small-scale mining can also be seen as a legitimate part of the economy, and can and in some countries actually has grown to an extent that the total contribution to economic growth exceeds that of the corporate mining. And we saw that emerging as a pattern, particularly in Ghana, but in DRC, they were the ones who were running the economy during the period of intense conflict. And it's only when the large scale mines started returning to reinvest in those contexts that they were forcibly dispossessed of areas. So what kind of democratic arrangements can also be set up to ensure that people remain and are able to sustain their livelihoods, especially in light of the climate crisis that's only going to worsen these trends? Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll give Marie-Chantal the opportunity to respond, but I want to take each question in turn. So the first one on mercenaries, I can give you kind of my perspective from ICOCA. We only work with legal entities, licensed private security companies, and these are companies who are in the guarding business. They are not in the business of supporting any kind of military operational role, offensive role. And so it's a hugely important issue. Mercenaries, we know the activities of certain countries are increasing on the continent. It's somewhat of an unregulated space to a certain extent, but I think Alan may, I know DCAP are doing some work on this right now, so you may have some more insights to share.
Thank you, and I'll take some responses to a few of the questions since time's limited. You know, firstly, just to echo that when we're talking about the kind of companies that are members of the Voluntary Principles Initiative, we are clearly, in terms of their private security providers, talking about licensed private security companies.
Of course, that doesn't mean the challenges aren't there. And I would actually say, when you're talking about security providers around company operations in the kind of context we're discussing, you really need to break it down. And we're talking about companies' own in-house security, we're talking about private security providers, and we're talking about public security forces. And let's be clear, in the vast majority of cases, the only security around these operations that is armed is public security forces. And often many of the challenges relate to that. Now, in terms of how the Voluntary Principles Initiative responds, well, there are very clear guidelines related to all those security providers and the human rights requirements that go around it. But I think what's more valuable is the kind of exchanges I mentioned, both at the international level, between international security managers or representatives of civil society, and on the ground in these contexts. Because it's great to say that there's a requirement for vetting of security forces, but if there's no paper records available, what do you do? And that's when you really have to figure out and develop context-specific solutions to ensure you have the right people working. I think the other thing to really emphasize is, again, who can do what. And it's absolutely right and absolutely the case that there should only be one chain of command and one legitimate authority for security, and that relates to the state and the public security providers. But there are often these nuances, again, in each context of how those actors interrelate. And that also is part of what the voluntary principles process tries to develop. I'd say, I think we could have a whole day's discussion on new forms of private security actor. I think the only thing I would say at this time is, when we talk about mercenary activities, there's a clear international legal framework, and it's clear what we're saying. Some of the actors, the hybrid security actors that we're seeing on the continent and far beyond at the moment, don't fall into any of those categories. And that is the challenge, to think, how do you address those kind of bodies? I think that the last points I would make in terms of some of the questions about, how is this really going to make a difference in practice? I really can't emphasize enough the importance of civil society-led monitoring when the wrong things happen, and linking that to a level of commitment from the state, from the companies, and from the security forces themselves. And I can certainly speak to the DRC, where this kind of civil society-led engagement has seen officers withdrawn because of their conduct, has seen mine sites that were occupied by the military have those actors withdrawn, and on a more positive level has seen the facilitation of mediation between mining cooperatives to find more meaningful outcomes. The last point I would make, because there was a question about African representation, state representation in the initiative, Ghana and Nigeria are members. DRC, the government of the DRC has applied to be a member, and we very much hope that Mozambique will be following along that path soon. And I would just underline that process to become a member requires a level of transparency from the government, a level of engagement, a level of linkage between the capital and what's actually happening in the provinces. That doesn't achieve everything, but again, it starts with transparency. It starts with more knowledge and information, and we'll see where we can go from there. Thanks very much.
Just one additional point on the confluence between public and private security. Some of this stuff is not complicated. So one simple thing that can avoid confusion is that, private security companies should be providing clearly identifiable uniforms for their guards, so that they're not
thought of as representing public security, so that when violations do occur, people know whether that this is being conducted by a public security force member or private security guard. I do want to give Marie-Chantal the opportunity to respond if she is still online to the—
I am still online.
On artisanal mining. Marie-Chantal, are you there?
Yes, I'm online. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I am online. Can you hear me?
Are still with us?
I am online. I am online. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm online.
No.
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you on the online version.
Okay, thank
Not
you.
in the room, I guess.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Marie-Chantal?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're loud and clear.
Okay. Thank you for the question. As I did mention initially, I would like to reiterate that Glencore is a company that yes. I would like to reiterate that Glencore is a company that operates responsibly. We do not operate with we don't do child labor. We are an industrial company. We are a RMI, which is Responsible Mineral Initiative certified company. We do operate through a coexisting model, which is we accept artisanal miners. We do not buy any products from artisanal mining, but we accept that there is artisanal mining. When artisanal miners intrude our areas, we are not violent with them. What we ensure to do is protect our people, protect our assets. We have programs that we have put in place. First of all, to keep children out of artisanal miners through summer camps that we do, because when we organize summer camps, it's for them at the beginning of the school year, for them to not go back to artisanal mining, but to stay into schools. That's the first thing. The second other thing that we do is we work with women cooperatives to help them come out of the artisanal mining into other type of industries such as sewing, restorations, agriculture, and all of others. We have some of our mine sites to which we do not have access because artisanal mining is ongoing and we are not chasing them out of it. So I think that as we say, we are a member of the Fair Cobalt Alliance, which is an alliance that is there to support and improve the conditions of artisanal mining. We work with the government in order to ensure that the conditions of artisanal miners are upgraded. So I'm not going to state all what we do, but I just want to reiterate the fact that we are a responsible company and we do not do any child labor and we do not violate any ASM. I think that it is important for Madame who raised it. I don't know where she got the information, but I want to reiterate that we are a responsible company. Thank you.
So I just want to end on the note that, nobody is perfect in this. We are all on a learning journey together. And what is absolutely critical, as every panelist has reflected, is having every stakeholder around the table and have dialogue and learning together. So I just want to thank our panelists and talk to
against time, I think we are losing the opportunity to have people ask questions and people contribute towards the conversation, especially those who are online. So I would urge all moderators to ensure that we keep to time. I think I'm going to help in managing the time. I would now give you how many minutes you are left with as a panel as a whole, so that when it's time, you see me coming up here and we can quickly make use of the time well and we can get out of here. Before we go to the next session, I'd like to call on Alex from FIRST. I hear we have some journalists with us here and he would like to introduce them.
Hello? Hello?
Okay, briefly, we just wanted to make you aware that we have a group of journalists. Friedrich Ebert Stiftung brought 9 journalists from all over Africa. Maybe they can briefly come in front. So they are covering the event here in their reporting. Just wanted you to see their faces, know who is it and who is around. So just briefly come in front and then everybody has a real picture of you. And they're busily running around already for interviews. So probably you've seen them already. So we have Tito from South Africa. We have Chinyere from Nigeria, Samson from Ethiopia, Lillian from Kenya, Julius from Uganda, and our other colleagues are not yet here, probably out in, with interviews. And Harriet, join us. From Tanzania, Amadou from Senegal, Mohammed from Egypt. So I think that's our group. Thank you.
Thank you. It's important that you carry the message across the continent. So we are grateful that we have our journalists here to help us do that. So we zoom into the next session. We know that with the business and human rights and the UNGPs we've been speaking about, there are various roles that have been assigned to various stakeholders in the process, and the state is one key stakeholder that is responsible for performing key roles in ensuring the effective implementation of the UNGPs. So this session is going to look at the state duty to protect human rights in the context of business activities in Africa. And to lead this as the moderator, we have Mr. Victor Brobe, who is the Dean of the Law Faculty at the University of Lancaster in Ghana. Mr. Brobe, over to you.
So thank you, Jennifer. I'll stand on the existing protocols. So I'm very excited by this session. I've been involved in the NBA process, and I'm currently involved in the NAP process. And this is a session that will allow for those of us in Ghana, and I'm sure many others gathered here, will give us an opportunity to learn about what other jurisdictions are doing in terms of making their states more BHR compliant. And to do this, we have an excellent panel of representatives representing various African jurisdictions that are in various stages of obtaining their business and human rights state-related goals. And I'm going to go ahead and invite the reps onto the stage so that we can have a discussion. It won't be presentations. It will be more of a question and answer session, after which we'll hopefully take some questions from the audience about what they have presented to us and about any other lingering issues that you might have. So, so if we may go ahead and invite firstly the Deputy Attorney General of the Republic of Ghana, Ms. Diana Asnobadapa, to the stage. If I may also ask Harriet Asibazoyo from the Minister of Gender Relations. I think she may be joining us online from Uganda. Thirdly, Ms. Clarice Kariuki Miguri, Senior State Attorney from the Department of Justice from Kenya. Adriana Inyunga from Mozambique. Mr. Abdullahi Bangura, who is with the Human Rights Commission of Sierra Leone. And we're expecting a representative from Liberia, who in addition to this panel, we will be joined at the end by insights from the Global Lead of Business and Human Rights of UNDP, Livio Sarandria. He'll be joining us online. So given the time constraints that we have, no, firstly, let's give them all a round of applause. Let's give our panel members a round of applause. And I'll dive into our question and answer session. Essentially, you all have 2 minutes to respond. I'll signal you when it's getting towards the time, when the 2 minutes are almost there. And if we go beyond, the issues of the constraints that we have. So let's just try and keep within our timeframes for the responses to the questions that we're going to ask. So I'll begin with Ms. Asnobadapa, and afterwards all of you, if we can get a sense of where our respective countries are, what has happened in terms of our attempts to comply with business and human rights principles, what rules and policies and regulations and initiatives have your various states done so far? So Dinah.
Right, thank you very much for that question. Victor, I always take the position that for us as Ghana, the whole elimination of business and human rights, even though may have started quite recently, I have always maintained that statute-wise or by legislation, the foundational principles and laws have always been present. And I usually say that because I refer Ghanaians to our constitution, particularly clause 5 of Article 33 of the constitution. Now, if you look at the Ghanaian constitution, Chapter 5 makes provision for fundamental human rights and freedoms. And we have provisions from Articles 12 all the way to Article 33. Now, clause 5 of Article 33 establishes that aside all the specific rights that have been mentioned from Articles 12 to 32, nothing excludes. I mean, it says that the specific mention of these human rights provision does not exclude those that have not been specifically mentioned and those that are necessary for a democracy and the dignity and freedom of man. That is the provision under Article 33 verse 5. So I like to say that, look, that provision has been there as far back as 1992 when the Constitution, or 1993 when the Constitution was adopted. But it has been dormant, or there has been laxity. And so if you're asking me what we've done, we've always had that in our Constitution, because even now the right to water, all other rights which discourse on human rights have established exist, can be found within that clause 5 of Article 33. But that said, I mean, and just to put out there, but that said, I think the whole advocacy, the whole discussion on human rights, business and human rights, has only become pronounced post the UNGPs, and what has been done now, as you realize. So along the line, then there was the creation of some institutions like the Labor Commission, like the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, which is also found in our constitution. And so you realize that also there was also the creation of specifically human rights courts as a way of, highlighting the whole essence of human rights in Ghana. But of course, practically post UNGPs, I think what has been done right now is what basically in the past 4 to 5 years, which is where the office of the Attorney General and the SHRAJ, which is the National Human Rights Institution of Ghana, have jointly, as it were, geared up even more. And there was a national baseline assessment that was conducted. And I like to confess to say that at that point, I was then a lecturer, a colleague to Victor at the university. So we were the people that put together the national baseline assessment. And then it happened to have been launched at a time when I had been appointed as the Deputy Attorney General. So if you're asking me, now we launched the national baseline assessment, thankfully, which, as you and I realized, identified the law. In terms of principles, laws, substantially they are there. But I think the implementation, the awareness and sensitization were the gaps that needed to be filled. So Ghana has now launched the national baseline assessment. Thankfully, we've had a steering committee. I think, Victor, you are the chair of that committee, of the drafting committee of the National Action Plan. So we also have a steering committee. And they like to say that I threatened them that they should come up with the draft National Action Plans by the close of this year. So in terms of what we're doing, this is what I was saying in summary. Thank you.
Thanks, Dinah. So we are at the NBA stage, close to getting a nap. I think the next we go to Kenya. I think Kenya, your progress is fairly well known, but nevertheless, let's see what steps have been taken post-NAP and even the steps that were taken after the development of the NAP. That'll be of interest to us.
Thank you so much, Victor. As you well put it, Kenya already has in place a national action plan on business and human rights. In this, NAP took a process of 4 to 5 years before it was actually drafted. So just like Ghana, we followed the guidelines offered by the UN Working Group. So we followed the 5 steps, initiation, consultations, then the drafting, then the implementation, and then of course the update. So when we look at the first step, that is the initiation stage, this for us occurred in the period 2015-2016 thereabouts. And it was precipitated by 2 things. We like to say our process was moved along by 2 important events. Kenya had just enacted a new constitution in the year 2010. And this constitution, in essence, having a lot of human rights language to it, but also Article 20 of our constitution for the first time defined a person to also broadly include companies. And when that happened, that means then companies by default also got that responsibility to protect human rights. So that was the first event. And then the second event was receiving the recommendation from the Universal Periodic Review process to develop a NAP. And I believe our recommendation was from Norway then. So the initiation stage then, what that looked like was we developed a cabinet paper, not a cabinet paper, we call it a concept paper to get the approval. So it was sort of an advocacy paper on the one hand, and on the other hand, it was to seek the approval from the Attorney General, which we did. So that process also involved having various stakeholder meetings so as to develop a national steering committee. And this is one of our key lessons. So allow me to also tie in with the key lessons learned in the way. So one of the key lessons we learned at that early stage, it was very important to have a multi-agency, from various agencies, not just government. So we had government in that committee, we had private sector, we had CSOs, we had the trade union, we even had our UN partners in that in that steering committee. And what this happened, this committee, the strength it brought to that development process was each of these players was able to pull their constituents to the process. So when we look at the private sector, they helped us to reach out to the businesses. When we look at the trade union, they were able to help us reach their members. And on our part, we were able to reach out to the government partners, and the development partners in the team also helped us to reach out even to the embassies in our country. So that multi-agency nature of the team really helped to move the dialogue and the consultations at the next stage. So once we got the approvals and we had the committee in place, then we began with a baseline assessment as well. So we did an assessment just to see where we're at. And just like Ghana, we found that we have so many laws, but there's that lack of policy coherence. They're not speaking to each other. We have numerous laws. Issues were in implementation. So we agreed we're going to use our NAP as a way to highlight some of these laws and some of these issues. And when we went now to the regions, our regions, to do consultation from the members of the public, we were able to pick 5 key themes. And this is access to land, because land, I don't know whether this is in all African countries, but land is very emotive in Kenya. So land was one of those issues that we picked. There was the issue of access to remedy, just to represent Pillar 3. We also had issues of the environment, because we found from our consultation that a lot of the companies were also polluting environment in the course of the business. So those environment pillar, and then the issue of revenue transparency, and that covers, of course, issues of corruption, illicit financial flows, the works, and labor cannot miss as one of the key themes that we picked. So those are the issues that we ran with, and we did a lot of consultations with various groups for that period that I've mentioned. It was a long period because we wanted all the stakeholders to feel involved, to put their voice on the table. Initially, businesses were not very open to have dialogue with us. They were very resistant, but with time, I can say it's an ongoing conversation. They're not too resistant. They're willing to come to the table to have that conversation with us. So I took too long. All right.
But we'll likely get back to you to expand on how the issues you identified were fed into the NAP.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
In the next round of questions.
Okay.
So, Mr. Bangura.
Yeah, good afternoon. This is from the Human Rights Commission of Sierra Leone.
Sure.
And maybe based on what has just been stated by the Deputy Attorney General in Ghana, the situation in Sierra Leone is not also too different from what we have just heard from the Deputy Attorney General. We started into the business and human rights when we have no direct law to implement the process, and we only depended on the piece of legislations and what is actually stated in the Constitution. At the same time, we know the country has an international human rights obligations, and based on all of those, we see to it that indeed, as a commission with the mandate to protect and promote human rights, we need to do something. And in fact, we started doing some work by staging inquiry when we had no policies in place. Like we have the 311 inquiry when 311 soldiers approached the Human Rights Commission of Sierra Leone based on the derogatory way in which they were presented in their discharge cards. They were referred to as chronically ill people and mentally imbalanced, which they could not use to actually get work any order. So they found out it's very derogatory, and they came to the Human Rights Commission as a way of clearing their image. And the Human Rights Commission in 2009-2010 instituted a commission of inquiry and then actually advised the government with a strong recommendation that those discharge cards were withdrawn, and then the situation was reversed. And also in 2012, the Human Rights Commission also had another inquiry with one of the companies in the north of the country, Bombuna Inquiry, where there were labor strikes, and then the involvement of the police, intervention of the police led to deaths and the wounding of people in those communities who are already very aggrieved when the company started its operations with land issues, with employment issues, with environmental issues, and so many other things came to the play. We are actually sending the report to the commission. But when the strike occurred and all of those incidences occurred, the commission intervened by actually ensuring that the people's rights are actually protected. And that was exactly what happened. And we had the Bombona inquiry report with strong recommendations to the government of Sierra Leone, to the company, and to members of the host communities. And looking at what is available in the law, of course, we do not have an operative law. We actually depend on the constitution, what is provided for in the 1991 Constitution of Sierra Leone. Chapter 2 specifically talks about fundamental principles of state policy, and Section 7 of that chapter actually was talking about the economic initiatives, how the economic resources in the country could be harnessed for the benefit of the people of Sierra Leone. So we use this as an advantage, and also Chapter 3 of the Constitution that talks about the fundamental protection of human rights and other freedoms. And then we come to look at the enabling legislation that established the Human Rights Commission of Sierra Leone with a mandate to protect and promote human rights. And within that, we have a function of actually advising government on legislative review, advising other stakeholders, and also collaborating with other rights-based institutions to ensure that we carry out our work. So basically, these are some of the legislations we use. But again, the Human Rights Commission legislation was also not too strong to intervene on the private sector operations. So now we have a review of that legislation, which is actually currently going. It's now at advanced stage with the Attorney General's Office and Minister of Justice, which very soon will be actually taken to Parliament for a review and then to capture the issue of businesses and corporations in our country. It's also very important that the UNDP is also supporting a review process. That's the development of a national policy is working together with the Human Rights Commission of Sierra Leone and the Office of the Attorney General and the other partners to ensure that we have a policy which can take us forward to later on develop a national action plan on business and human rights. I should not also forget to inform you that in 2017, the Human Rights Commission of Sierra Leone started a process to develop a national action plan through a national conference on business and human rights staged by the Human Rights Commission of Sierra Leone with companies, members of the host communities, civil society, and other critical players. And the conference was actually trying to build a culture of human rights within the business community in Sierra Leone. And one of the outcomes of the conference was actually to develop a national action plan on business and human rights. There and then the Human Rights Commission started the facilitation of the process using the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to actually start the development process. But the development came to a stall because the process was very close to the 2018 elections. And after elections, we have a change of regime. And those are some of the lessons learned, that when these processes are starting, they must be started in a way to actually give time so that whichever government that is actually steering the process should have the ample time to be able to complete the process. But when it's done close to elections time and maybe there's a change of government, it may be possible that the new government that is coming in may not have that as a priority, and maybe with other shakeups in the other offices that may also actually stall the process. And that's exactly what happened. So basically, we got stalled at that period, and now that we are also trying to restart the process with the new regime, with the support of UNDP.
All right, thank you, Sierra Leone. So let's go to Mozambique to get a sense of where things are and what steps you intend to take to make yourselves more UNGP and BHR compliant.
Thank you very much, our moderator. I'm from civil society. The official delegation for Mozambique is seated over there. I think they will speak Mozambique. So I'll speak from a civil society perspective.
That's fair.
Exactly. And my point is we need to set the fundamentals right in order to make this meaningful. And I speak particularly from the perspective of the right to development of local populations and the people of the country generally. If we are not doing this, it will look beautiful to be here. It will look beautiful to talk these concepts, but they will not solve the fundamental problems. Let me give you a bit of context. Mozambique is a rich country, but the extractive sector governance is highly centralized. The reality goes to Maputo, income tax goes to Maputo, production sharing goes to Maputo. In a context where the governance is highly centralized. And I bet this is the reality of the most African countries, highly centralized. So what does what the honorables have been talking about in terms of developing the national action plans, etc. It means in terms of protecting the right of the local people to development. And we talk about the state's responsibility to protect, but most often, not only in Mozambique, the country I come from, but most often, politically exposed people are operatives in the area. And those, they have been a big hindrance in the state capacity, willingness, and the political will to get things done in terms of protecting the possibilities of local development, and also in undermining from a rights-based governance, for undermining transparency in terms of corporate accountability, etc. So my point here is that while it is good that we are reporting this progress, etc., but we have to go deep to make it meaningful in terms of ensuring that all these progresses, they mean something in terms of the right to local people to development. Only then the costs of doing business will be reduced, and the resources will be used to develop, business will flourish, and the state will develop. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you very much. And finally to Liberia, we can hear from the representative from Liberia to get a sense of where things are in your jurisdiction.
Thank you very much. Even though the concept of human rights is not that widely known in Liberia, but we have made some strides to ensure I will proceed to develop human rights in the NAT process. Okay, in this direction, we have achieved the following: a roadmap and a work plan developed to guide the drafting of the NAP on business and human rights. We have established a business and human rights implementation group comprising of government, civil society, trade unions, and relevant businesses. We have organized 3 technical sections, produced the first draft of the NAP. We have identified gaps and have instituted measures to prohibit violation, including discrimination, abuse against women in public and private sector. We have conducted an awareness and a media outreach exercise in 3 counties, Crown Cape Mount, Nimba, Riverside, respectively, to enhance the knowledge and understanding of the citizens and residents in those counties on the development of the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. More than that, we felt that there is a need, say 1,000 miles begin with the first step. So what we did, we developed we have 3 priority areas. The 3 priority areas are promoting government transparency.
You can focus on the priority areas in the next round of questions, because that will actually be the what we'll be discussing. But thanks very much. It's interesting to see that Liberia has actually gone further than Ghana has, because it looks like you have a completed draft of the NAP, and you even started your public sensitization processes already. So that's a real sort of feather in your cap. We have a rep from Uganda who's supposed to be on the panel. Is Harriet available to?
Yes, I am.
To speak? I think the people at the back.
Yes, I am.
Ah, okay.
I am ready.
So, please welcome Ms. Harriet Azebazuyo from the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social of Uganda, who will speak for 2 minutes on where Uganda, or what Uganda has done as far as the implementation of UNGP principles. Go ahead, Harriet.
Okay, thank you, Chair. In terms of Uganda's progress, first of all, I would like to note that issues of human rights are much enrooted in our constitution, specifically Chapter 4 on Bill of Rights, and also Article 14 specific talks about economic rights. Within our National Development Plan, NDP 3, we also have a mention of a National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights as a key document. under the governance and security program, objective 7 of that program, sub-objective 7. Then in terms of progress, as you may all be aware, Uganda has adopted a national action plan on business and human rights. And this took us about 3 years from the time we accepted the recommendations to the adoption of the action plan in August 2021. Our action plan focuses on 8 thematic areas, some of which have been already highlighted by Kenya, but maybe what I will add is only a thematic area on service delivery by private actors, because there's also a lot of bit of human rights issues in there. Then consumer protection as one of the key areas that we address under this action plan, as well as a thematic area of women, vulnerable, and marginalized groups. Maybe in terms of the development, how we went about it, we have had a resource team in place that is led by the government, that's Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. We have other line ministries on board. We have civil society. Then we also have the private sector that is represented, which has been represented by UN Global Compact. So maybe for now, I will stop at that. I will participate in the other round. My 2 minutes.
Okay, thanks much, Harriet. So for the next round, I want us to focus on the ways in which the policies that and the processes that you have engaged in and developed have created lessons that other jurisdictions can learn, and also what they have told you about the particular areas that a NAP is meant to address to improve the business and human rights environment within your jurisdictions. And how do you intend for your NAPs to do this? So it's about issues and also a bit about experience sharing. And again, if you don't mind starting, Diana.
So I was hoping that since that is far advanced, I'll listen to them. Because the question is more of what lessons we're drawing from. So if you don't mind,
okay, sure.
I'm very happy to listen more, especially from our friends from Kenya and Harriet from Uganda. And then perhaps I'll tell you what I've learned from their experience.
Sure. All right, then let's start with Kenya and then maybe even Liberia.
Thank you, Deputy Attorney General. So I think I'd already started mentioning some of the key lessons. One being the importance of having a multi-agency team to lead not just the development process, but also the implementation process. There's that need to have a multi-agency team, which is what we've done in Kenya. The second lesson I would say is having state leadership from the onset, and as well as the right leaders. So I'm very pleased to hear in Ghana, the Deputy Attorney General is actually championing it, because for us in Kenya, our Attorney General also championed our own development process. It also helped that we had many players on board. So our Office of the Attorney General worked very closely with our commission. This is the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. So, and then of course, as I've already mentioned, the other multi-agency team was also very helpful to the process. Another lesson was the need to have adequate technical as well as financial support to that process, because you need to consult your people to find out what are the issues. That takes a lot of money, a lot of time. So we were very, we were blessed to have that technical support from many actors, from the Norwegian government, from the Danish Institute of Human Rights, and many others I might not actually mention. And we're pleased to have the UNDP on board supporting us in the implementation process. The Office of the High Commission for Human Rights was also very supportive in this process. So it's good to have all these actors on board. Then another lesson for us was the need to have proper stakeholder mapping. So you're talking to the right stakeholders, but also tailoring the message to these different stakeholders, because the issues facing businesses may not be the same issues facing the public or the same issues facing the state-owned enterprises. You'll find the issues are pretty different, and also different sectors, different human rights issues. So it's good to have common messaging. And then I think finally, I will say another, what I would say was perhaps something that came up sort of like a challenge, and we can also learn from other jurisdictions how they handle it, was, as has been mentioned by previous speakers, the SMEs, and these are the small and medium enterprises, they make the bulk of the business in Africa. So how do we engage them in such a way that they see their role as, to carry out responsible business conduct, not just as right holders, but also as duty bearers? That was one of our biggest challenges. Most of our SMEs wore the hat of right holders. I'm a right holder. So what is the government going to do for me? They are not wearing the hat of, I'm a business person. I need to also be doing responsible business. Thank you.
Okay. Perhaps we can jump to Liberia, if you don't mind, just to get a sense of the issues that have arisen in the development of the NAP process and how the NAP process will address those issues.
Okay, what we did as Liberia, we recognize three areas. We want to ensure that we ourselves are in compliance as a government. So the box starts with us. In that regard, the first start was promoting government transparency. All we are saying is, look, gentlemen, if we have to accuse others, let me show that our slates are clean. 2, combating corruption and loss of government revenue to criminal activities. People normally feel that in government is an issue of kleptomaniacy. People just come, grab and go. So we say, no, we got to put a check to this stuff. Then the next thing is combating impunity while promoting accountability, including involvement of civil service and private partners. Let me also say that somewhere in this year, there was some labor problem at the mineral mining company in Cape Mount, where underground mining is a new phenomenon in Liberia. So they started to complain, look, we don't have enough ventilation, and then we go outside there, our breath is short, and we could die. And a lot of accusations, so we're constrained to go there. We got there and really found out that those issues they were talking, what you mean? So we mandated, instructed, and authorized the company to cure those defects. 2 months later, they say the water, the chemical that was used from somewhere was undermining the production of crops, and they threw some chemical in the water, the fish died, and all kinds of stuff. We also went there and we did the discussion. We realized that what they were saying was true. We instructed the company to take necessary measures to ensure that the workers have a better livelihood. Okay.
Okay. Thanks very much. Can we throw this to Dinah and then to Abdullahi Bangura?
Thank you, Victor. I think it was very good that I waited to hear from Kenya, because listening to them, and then I think I can say, as we like to normally say in Ghana, that we are in a comfortable lead, or we're on the right path, because exactly the lessons that you shared with us are what we're going through. I mean, to talk of, you mentioned the political will, or putting in essence the leadership. And I think so far, as some of you may know, I think the Office of the Attorney General and in collaboration with the Commission on Human Rights. So our steering committee on the NAP is multifaceted, in terms of in terms of development of the plan and then the implementation. Of course, even beyond that, we're very lucky to have a human rights advocate as a president. The president of Ghana has been an attorney general himself before, and so it's very easy to even initiate these conversations around these human rights. And I'm happy you talked about the varying needs of the various stakeholders. And I think I got a sense of similar message coming from my friend from CSO in Mozambique, that, we should even look at it down to the very nitty-gritty. I remember when we met to launch the national business, that also issue came up. That look, beyond looking at multinational corporations, even looking at local businesses, it is as simple as that businesswoman or man who has mounted a table and is selling goods. Because experience will indicate that, let's look at even child labor situations. Normally, these arise from the very simple rudiment, and then it's escalated because people would rather use their children at that level. And then gradually it's escalated their scent on these mining companies, oil and gas extractive companies. So for me, I think I get that lesson, and it's very important to stress that. And I believe Victor is here, is listening to it, the other members on our steering committee, that look, we look at it multifaceted approach for multinational corporations, even to local companies. There are still big and small businesses. And for me, at the base of it all is the sustainable development that has been mentioned. So thank you very much for sharing these with us, and we hope to do even better in the drafting of our national action plan. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So, Mr. Bangura.
Yeah, picking up from my sister from Kenya, with regards to the position of companies who at times become very hesitant or at times reluctant to cooperate with human rights institutions. That has also been the case in Sierra Leone. The initial engagement with companies, we find them being very reluctant to cooperate, very hesitant to actually open up to issues that actually are very beneficial to their operations. But having engaged with them actually with our first national assessment, and then later we have a second assessment, and then we have the Business and Human Rights Conference, the National Conference on Business and Human Rights. They become so open, and now they are even sending requests for training from the Human Rights Commission of Sierra Leone to offer training to companies, company officials, for them to comply, because they saw the need that it's very important to work and implement the UNGPs in their operations rather than actually staying away from doing that. So these are also very important lessons. And the other thing we also learned is that working with government institutions, you know, most government departments, they like work in silos, not ready to cooperate, and then seeing human rights maybe as adversarial in their operations. But now we have the cooperation with the Office of the Attorney General. As we seated here, we have the Permanent Secretary from the Office of the Attorney General, who is actually very much cooperative, who is supporting the Human Rights Commission in having this national policy on business and human rights, and to actually move forward to have a national action plan. Having him there, I think, is also a blessing for the Human Rights Commission, for us to have some of these people in those ministries who are actually very key stakeholders, who are actually decision makers, for them to support the process. But it's also has to come from us as a commission to open up, not to be witch hunters, to ensure that what we do is actually to build a stage for the benefit of all, for the rights holders, as well as those actually responsible to implement the policies.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mangura. So, Adriano?
As I said, I'm civil society.
Yes. So, yes, I'm sure afterwards, during the question and answer session, we'll hear from the Mozambique table.
Yes, so my point is, when I say the need to set things right, is the need that before we eat omelette, we need to break the eggs. So the national action plans should address the fundamental issues. But for what I know, for what is happening in Mozambique and is happening in other parts of Africa, this is something nice being done, just like we've been doing so many things in the past, fighting corruption, the ITIs, publish what you pay, etc. But we haven't been really able to address the fundamentals. So this is my point. Make sure that the national action plans are not something out there being done by the national human rights institutions, because where the governance, the extractive set of governance takes place is not from the national human rights institutions, it is somewhere else. And those, they are not part of this process. So make sure that we do something about it. And I would like to commend here the African Union for having the first here in Ghana, the land of Kwame Nkrumah, where our independence started. So the question to you, honorables, honor Kwame Nkrumah, making sure that we make this meaningful for our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's impossible to have a conference in Accra without somebody mentioning Kwame Nkrumah. Okay, so if I can turn this word to Harriet for her input on the key issues in Uganda and how they have been addressed by the process. So Harriet.
Okay, thank you. One key lesson we learned is that objectives of the National Action Plan should be emanating from the consultations or the findings on the ground, because we can only make the origin from UNDPs as background information, such that the activities or the actions which are put are actually what is going to speak to the needs of a specific country. Then also, in terms of who takes lead in the development and coordination of the action plan, I think that should be as well based on a context-specific considerations. We cannot say maybe a specific entity has to be the one to take lead in that throughout the continent, but each country can decide as per the roles or the mandates of the institutions within their area or in their countries. Then also there's need to clearly map out the stakeholders whom you are going to engage, because you can see this is really a complex subject. It has so many stakeholders, but then you cannot bring all of them on board at the same time. So if there's a way of using their umbrella organizations, and then it will be easier to get voices of everyone. Then also there's need for vibrant leadership and the coordination role in all this, if the action plan is to be speaking to each other and also addressing the needs of the communities or the needs which were put up. But also in terms of its actual implementation, there has to be also that coordination to ensure that what is being implemented by the various sectors, whether business agencies, government institutions, civil society, are all actual what is contained in the action plan. Otherwise, there will likely be a situation where you have a document which has all the agenda, but then in terms of implementation, there will be a variance. Then also, of course, we need the political support to be able to give weight to this action plan and also its implementation, as well as the partnerships. We need to partnership in openness, partnership where members actually speak and feel they're part of the process, be it government, ministries, departments, agencies, civil society, development partners, business entities. All these we need to work in partnership. Of course, this action plan also has to have a voice of those at grassroots level, as well as in the implementation. They need to be keep on board such that we don't keep it as a national subject and not. Then how the issues which came from the consultations were mainstreamed in the action plan is that our objectives are actually aligned according to what came from the consultations or what came from the people. And also the interventions therein are as well aligned according to the issues that we were able to document. Thank you, Chair.
Very much for the intervention, Harriet. All right, so before we turn things over to the audience for questions, please allow me to hand briefly over to Livio Sarandria, who is the global lead for business human rights at UNDP, so that we can get his thoughts on what has just been shared and about the way forward, if you like, for state enterprises or state entities that are involved in this sector. So if Livio is ready, we can turn this over to him for 7 minutes, Livio. No? Okay. Looks like we don't have Livio, so let's thank the panel members for their input so far. Give them a round of applause. we'll do a couple of rounds of questions. Someone can. Any questions? Okay, so I see 4 hands. If someone can assist with the microphones. Or you can use the microphones on your table. Those should be working. So let's begin with the first hand that came up over here. Just state your name and your entity and just the entity you're representing, and then your question.
Thank you. My name is Albert Chiune from Uganda. I just want to know the approach you have for this 16-year-old Generation X, Generation Z, and especially Generation Me. This is a person who is in law school. You want them to learn the culture. You want them to come out and practice that. Is there any approaches? Secondly, do you have any checklist for practitioners on your national work plans? Thirdly, is there anything in form of a checklist you've come up with to guide citizen participation? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question. I think there's another hand up right behind you on the first table on the left. So just please introduce yourself and state your question, please. We'll take, I think, 4 questions for this round.
Thank you very much. My name is Shami Somtisi with the Zimbabwe Environmental Law Association. My question is a bit general, but targeted at national human rights commissions that have been established in different countries. I wanted to find out, especially from the network, what are some of the big issues that national human rights commissions are working on, or hotspot areas or issues of importance? The reason why I'm asking that is I work in the diamond mining sector, and there are a lot of diamond producing countries that already have human rights commissions. And the delegations that go to what we call Kimberley process certification meetings appear like they are coming from countries without human rights commissions, because they profess ignorance about human rights, and they think that there's no way in which human rights commissions, for example, can investigate and monitor human rights violations in the diamond mining sector. And that takes me to the issue of reforming or expanding the definition of conflict diamonds. So my question is around, isn't that a hotspot issue or big issue that should be tackled by the network of human rights commissions? So this might be general. I know there might be someone who is in a better position to answer that question, but it will be important to look at that sector, be it environmental degradation, use of private security to beat up people, shooting of people in the diamond mining sector. All those kind of things are happening, and they need to be investigated, and there's need to expand the definition of human rights. So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. The third question from that table. Just
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is BC Alime. I'm from the UK and also from Nigeria.
Okay.
And I work in the area of corporate engagement. We know, as a matter of fact, that state actors are the highest perpetrator of abuse of human rights on the continent of Africa. And we want businesses to step into that area and respect human rights of Africans. So my question is, where will transparency comes from? And who is going to hold who accountable? When states are already abusing and will continue to abuse the fundamental rights of its citizens. And at the same time, the state is now standing on a threshold demanding businesses to respect fundamental human rights. Isn't that hypocrisy? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, BC. There was a fourth hand. Oh, okay. So I'll take none. Okay. The word has come, none. So if I can get quick responses or reactions to the questions from BC, from Uganda, and from Zimbabwe, from any of you, and then we can wrap up. Yeah. Yeah.
Very much, Victor. The questions that came in, I think I will limit myself to all the questions, except the one on the commission. And then basically with your issue of the Gen Z, and I think it's a very good question that brings to fore a very crucial perspective. I mean, let me give you a scenario. I have always maintained, in fact, at a point when there was so much uproar with delays in court, in litigation, etc. You know, one of the things I advocated for in Champion is for us to even start it from the school, the tertiary level. And I'll tell you what, because then everybody that entered the law school wanted to don the wig and gown and be seen in court making an argument. And so there was not that holistic perspective for law students budding to become legal practitioners to even appreciate that there are other forms of dispute resolution like mediation, arbitration. And so one of the things, I think Victor is here, I introduced the cause alternative dispute resolution in my seat. Now, why am I saying that? I think that your question is very good, is imperative, and it brings to us to pay attention, like you particularly said, to those levels. They gradually come up to own these businesses. They gradually come to become practitioners. And you mentioned that. And I think one of the key things we realize is to include the Ghana Bar Association, to have them play a very critical role as legal practitioners within the whole agenda of business and human rights. So I think it's a very awesome, wonderful question that you bring up in terms of what are we doing about the Gen Z? What are we doing about practitioners, and also for citizen participation? I think in launching the steering committee and the discussion we've had with UNDP, other stakeholders, we have always emphasized that, look, we should not suffer just like my friend again from Mozambique said, all the 9 cities of things officially done from our offices or our desk without actually going to the ground. And I believe that, again, I'll take the opportunity to urge you, the committee, to go to the ground, to the very level, the grassroots level, and find out what works and what does not work. Because the solution to some of these issues do not stem from our offices or as we do our desk reviews and thinking. So I think that will be my response to that. And then, of course, my friend who mentioned about state actors, I mean, whether it's not hypocritical for state actors being the perpetrator. In fact, I believe that it will be unwise for anybody to think that the discussion excludes state or the discussion is oblivious of sometimes even the perpetration by states themselves. I believe that clearly, I think it's been emphasized also here, that states and state actors, if we've forgotten, continue to remain the primary duty bearers. I think that this conversation on business and human rights should not be lost. That should not be lost on us at all. But it is a holistic approach. So anybody who, I think that for me, the response is not to label one person, as it were, or one stakeholder as more perpetrator than another. I believe that that's the whole holistic approach of the UNGP, is that while it establishes and lays primary responsibility, I always like to emphasize that primary duty bearers on states and states non actors, there is also a role to be played by businesses. So I think you bring up a very wonderful question, and I think it's a good reminder to all of us not to be oblivious of the fact that we are all in it together. We are all perpetrators. Sometimes at different points in time, we may be worse off than the other, but I think the conversation will be healthy if your question is looked at in the perspective that I think you want to bring out, that states are not excluded, are not absolved, including state actors, state-owned enterprises. And so thank you for bringing that out, illuminating that point quite well. Thank you.
Thanks, Dinah. Are there any burning reactions to the questions? If not, we can wrap up the session. We have eaten to the time of the next session. But I think the NHRI question deserves a response from you.
Yes, it's true. Let me start with the colleague from Uganda who actually asked about whether checklist being, of course, developed at least to help to show how persons are actually going to be addressed at country level. For the Human Rights Commission of Sierra Leone, before even the establishment of the Business and Human Rights Directorate, the Commission started by actually developing a monitoring tool that's called Guideline Monitoring for Monitoring Business and Human Rights in Sierra Leone that actually looked at labor and employment issues, looked at environment and communities, looked at land governance issues, and then look at also the general administration of contracts. So those are actually guidelines developed to ensure that those actually undertaking monitoring on businesses actually know what to ask for and where to ask for this information and how to work together with companies and businesses to actually get this to get the required information that could be used in reports, that could be used for advisory purposes, that could be used for recommendation purposes. So basically, as a commission in Sierra Leone, we have that tool to ensure that our local partners, the stakeholders, the civil society, the host communities, and the companies themselves benefit from that information. Now, coming to look at the NHRIs and the Kimberley processing.
Abdullah, you have 1 minute.
Yes, it's very key for Sierra Leone. I like that question very much because we have had that experience when we monitored one of the biggest diamond mining companies in Sierra Leone, that is Koidu Limited, is actually doing the operation at the heart of the city, where they have the Kimberley process, over 7-mile tunnel. We had to go through the processes and we actually identified some key challenges, especially with workers. One of the issues that we identified when we monitored those areas was actually the air quality of people working in those tunnels, where you have a lot of generators, a lot of emissions, and people actually working in those areas for 8-11 hours. We are very much concerned, and we brought some of those issues to the companies. And one of the recommendations we brought forward that yielded very good fruit was that they needed to have capacity training for most of the critical workers within the companies, those actually highly placed who influence policies, who make policies, and also the community, because we also found out the communities are very aggrieved about the situation in Kono. And as I'm seeing here, my commissioner, Hassan Sambayaja, who is here, came from those areas and is actually very much affected, a place where mining has taken place since 1930 and has left the people very poor. The communities are very impoverished. They have nothing to show that this has been the place since 1930 where diamond mining operation has been taking place. So these are the
okay. I can see it's a very passionate issue for us. So unfortunately, we have to bring the session to a close as the speakers for the next session are waiting online. So let's give them all a round of applause. Yeah. And thank you very much for your wonderful and very useful insights. Okay. You're very welcome. Yeah, well.
Thank you, Victor and the team, for that useful discussion. I'm sure a lot of you are taking some lessons back with you to your respective countries to forge ahead the agenda for business and human rights on the continent. Now we will zoom in quickly into the next session. I'm sure there is coffee out there. If you feel like getting some coffee or something, just walk out there, pick it and come back and sit down so that we can quickly go through the sessions and finish and go and rest and come back for tomorrow's session. If you remember, in the morning, we had the EU Special Representative on Human Rights speak to us. through a video message, and he mentioned the various processes that the EU is going through to ensure that human rights due diligence becomes mandatory for companies that operate within the EU markets. This session is going to look at mandatory human rights due diligence developments in the EU and beyond, and the implications for Africa. To lead this session is Arnold Kwesiga, who is a manager, business and human rights at the Center for Human Rights, University of Pretoria, South Africa. Arnold, please, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I know we are pressed for time, so I will try to be brief. And the panel is really, it has a huge number of panelists, but we'll try to ensure that we use a very little time. So I'm going to moderate the session on implications for Africa of mandatory human rights. Mandatory human rights due diligence developments in the EU and beyond. You know, the session chair noted, we've really been having a lot of conversations on these developments that are happening. But one of the things that maybe I'll start off before I introduce the panelists is really understanding that, you know, under the 2011 UNGPs, business enterprises had the responsibility, or pillar 2, that called on the responsibility to respect human rights. And this entailed continuously conducting human rights due diligence as a core requirement for business and fulfilling that responsibility to respect. So human rights due diligence really help maybe answer the question, how does a company know that it's doing? And what it requires is that then they have to undertake a number of measures to look at how their activities impact or what human rights risks they can identify, both actual and potential, to kind of mitigate the risks their activities have on people. So there are a number of countries within Europe that have actually undertaken these human rights due diligence frameworks or legislation, or are in the process of developing some of them, including Norway, including France, Sweden. But of importance, the EU directive now, the EU sustainable development, or the EU, it's called the CS3DD. Sorry, it's a bit of an acronym that I'm just getting used to, but it's a directive that is in the process, and one of those that a lot of African countries, but also countries within Europe, are looking forward to see what does this for the African continent. I will dive into it. We have a number of panelists that I mentioned. I will first introduce them, and then we'll hear their presentations. We have Mikhail Dodin. Mikhail is the Human Rights and Business Policy Officer at the Human Rights Division of the European External Action Service, European Union, and she has extensive experience in North Africa, having served as the commercial section of the delegations of European Union in Tunisia and Morocco. Also from the EU angle that they will share, they will present both on this new directive is Tavine Nemeth, who is a strong community and social service professional with a master's degree in economics from the University of Pec, Hungary, and a master's in European studies from the College of Europe. He joined the European Commission in 2005 and has worked on small and medium enterprise support, internalization, and supporting entrepreneurship, and is currently developing a policy officer directorate general for internal market, industry, entrepreneurship, and small and medium enterprises at the European Commission. He has a demonstrated history of working in the government administration industry and skilled in international project management, public affairs, and SME support, stakeholder consultation, corporate social responsibility, and business and human rights. And since 2019, he's dealing with corporate sustainability and business and human rights, directly involved in the preparation of the 2022 EU proposal of the Corporate Sustainable Due Diligence Directive. Also among the panelists is Marlene Landes. Both Stavin and Michaela will join us online, but we do have Marlene Landes, who is a lawyer with experience in human rights, common law, and environmental law.
Yeah, I'm unmuting, yeah.
Advisor Division 120 for the Sustainable Transformation of Global Supply Chains, German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. Marlene, I will request you come and take your seat in the room. Yes, you're welcome. We also have Miwa Yamada, and we appreciate Miwa staying with us. She's joining us also online from
Hi.
Japan. Apparently, it's probably like 1 a.m. now, so we appreciate she's agreed. We've just talked to her. She's agreeing to be with us. Miwa is a lawyer with emphasis on business and human rights, Asian law and development, and currently developing a director general at the Interdisciplinary Studies Center, Institute of Developing Economy. She has investigated the mutual relationship between institutions and the reality on the ground in examining support for developing legal systems and development assistance, non-judicial dispute resolution mechanism in Asian countries, legal systems related to people's movements, and the process of democratization in Myanmar. On business and human rights matters, she has examined global trends and local conditions in Asia and investigate how to close gaps between institutions and the reality on the ground. So Miwa, we're welcome. I know we'll get to you later on, but she has agreed to be with us online. Also online is Douglas Opio. Douglas is an experienced labor and employment expert with a demonstrable history of working with local and international employers. He's skilled business strategist, industrial relations, and non-profit organization, and currently is the executive director of the Federation of Uganda Employers. Douglas, you're welcome. And the two last panelists we have in the room, Alex Nkosi. We had him earlier on the opening panel. Alex is a public policy specialist with protracted experience in international development, labor economies, development economics, informal economy, trade, development, financing, migration, peace and security, research, human and trade union rights, child rights, mental health, social protection, and gender equality, among others. He's currently the coordinator of the Human and Trade and Informal Economy, Human and Trade Union Rights, Migration, Peace and Security, African Region Organization of the International Trade Union Confederation, and policy analyst at Africa Trade Union Development Network. Alex, you're welcome to join the panel. So I said it's a big panel. Lastly, we have Joseph Byomhanji. Joseph leads the Business and Human Rights Program at the Initiative for Social and Economic Rights in Uganda, and also coordinates the Uganda Consortium on Corporate Accountability. Joseph has been at the frontline of the development journey of Uganda's National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, and continues to contribute the strengthening of legal and policy frameworks on business and human rights at the international level through his work with the African Coalition on Corporate Accountability and coming up with an African voice in the development of the legally binding instrument on business and human rights. Joseph, you're also welcome to join the panel. That's the panelists that we have at least in the room, and then like I've noted, the other team is joining us online, but we will start with, I hope the people online, we have our panelists online. We'll start with Michaela and Istvan that will briefly give us an overview of the draft EU Corporate Sustainable Due Diligence, like I said, which is commonly known as the CS3D. How can stakeholders in Africa best prepare for the impact of the due diligence framework, and what support is the EU planning to provide in this regard? I hope Michaela is just with online.
I think Michaela has a problem. Do you hear me? I'm Istvan, yeah.
Okay, they are trying to sort that out.
Can you hear me? Unfortunately, I cannot switch on my video. Oh, no, it works. Okay. Do you hear me in the room?
Yes, we can hear you very clearly. Thank you.
Okay. Unfortunately, Michaela has some problems. He was in 5 minutes ago, but he cannot join you. So I will, as we have not much time, I will just directly go to the directive itself. A very short presentation on to the audience so that you understand what it is and how it impacts Africa and what kind of support we foresee. So just the first slide, this corporate sustainable due diligence directive comes in the framework of several other legislation linked to the European Green Deal, which were also linked to sustainable development goals and the Paris Climate Agreement. You have already mentioned others, I think, also deforestation is very well known. And the latest one is the regulation on forced labor ban. Our proposal, which is still in the proposal phase, it was adopted this year in February. And it's really an important milestone because it's the first proposal for international mandatory due diligence legislation. You will hear later on the German legislation or some words which was national, but this is the first one which will be not just one country, but an international framework. Our legislation aims at two things: fostering a culture of no harm through sustainable and responsible corporate behavior, and also anchoring the human rights, but not just human rights, but also environmental considerations in companies' operations. So it's both human rights and environmental due diligence. It applies to large European companies, but not only EU, but also non-EU companies who have significant turnover. And these companies are required to identify, prevent, and mitigate adverse impacts in their activities, but also in their value chain inside and outside Europe. And this is why actually it's very relevant for all your countries in Africa. I won't read everything here. We really see quite a lot of benefits if the legislation will be in place. Let me focus just on partner countries as you are. So we really think that through this legislation, we can get a better protection of human rights and the environment. Also more awareness about sustainability issues on the ground, more sustainable investment possibilities. And finally, the real aim is to improve the living conditions for people. Just two short slides on who are in. It's really the big companies, over 500 employees, which are the main group in the scope. As I said, it's not only EU, but also non-EU companies who are active in the EU market. And group 2 is the so-called high impact sectors, where the threshold is a bit lower, but the rules for this group will apply 2 years later than for group 1. And these are the high impact sectors that we identified in our proposal. It's garment and footwear, agriculture, and minerals and extraction. What is really the material scope? As I said, it's not only about human rights, but also environmental impacts. Although all human rights are covered in the annex, based on mostly conventions. And we have made a selection of 12 violations of internationally recognized objectives that are part of environmental conventions, and these are annexed to the proposal. So what are the obligations? There are two obligations. One is the corporate due diligence duty. This gives the name also to the legislation. And I already explained what it entails, but it's really in own operations, but also in subsidiaries and the value chain. We have a new concept, established business relationships for this. And there is a second element in the proposal. It's duties for the directors. First, they have a duty to set up the due diligence process and oversee it. But there is also an article on general duty of care to take into account human rights, climate change, and environmental consequences in the best interest of the company. And there is one article which applies only for big companies. It's about a climate change plan or a climate plan to ensure that the business strategy is in line with this 1.5 Celsius limit in the Paris Agreement. How will it implemented? And that's also interesting and important for also partner countries and actually the communities there who are quite often the victims of such adverse harm or adverse impacts. The companies will be required to set up a complaint mechanism, which can be used by the affected persons, trade unions, and civil society organizations. There will be a strong administrative supervision through a European network of supervisory authorities. And the most important new element, which makes the real difference compared to voluntary schemes, that there will be also civil liability linked to the mandatory due diligence. So that means that companies need to do the due diligence. It's an obligation of means. If they don't do it correctly, they can be taken to court if there is an adverse impact, which can be linked to not doing the due diligence correctly. I was a bit too quick. And we created also in the proposal support toolbox. Here I won't read all of that. We will create one-stop shop. Industry schemes, they were mentioned also here, that they might be very important. But the one I want to mention is the Team Europe initiative, where really member states join forces with the Commission to help support an implementation in the value chain. So it's really looking through the development policies and then trade policies to help countries. And that brings me to the last two slides quickly on the impacts on the on partner countries in Africa. So as I explained, there will be also companies, only big companies who trade in Europe, who will be directly in the scope. But we know very well that actually all companies in the value chains of the big companies or large corporations following the scope of the directive will have an indirect impact, and most likely they also will be asked to collect and share information on the adverse impacts and to address them. So we see that the CS3D will require change and adaptation by all stakeholders. So companies, social partners, governments also need to be aware what's coming and to prepare for that. And my last slide is just a bit of a snapshot of already ongoing actions that support sustainability and can be used for due diligence process. We created a bit of mapping and put it in 8 categories. One is very important maybe for the audience, is really this regulatory environment and support ecosystem in the partner countries. There are already quite a lot of projects ongoing in different regions of the world supported by EU funds. But we have also projects for information, guidance and due diligence, some practical tools supporting industry collaboration, and even transparency, advocacy, consumer awareness raising. So already a lot ongoing, and we are working in parallel with the negotiation process and the proposal on further supporting measures. And as I mentioned, it will be the Team Europe initiative that will be the main channel for support to partner countries and also the affected communities there. So that's in short, and I hope that Michaela could join in the meantime. So if she's there, I give her the floor.
Thank you very much, Mustafa. I don't know if there's something that Michaela is supposed to add on, or we can get to her in the next round, because we need to, you know, the presentation around that, the EU directive, I think touches some new areas that we hope also to listen to what the German.
Can you hear me?
Hello?
We can hear you online.
Yes, okay, we got 2 minutes.
I'm not really sure if I can be heard.
We can hear
Can
you.
you? Yes. Okay, great. It seems that I'm having really major issues with the connection today. So I'm very happy to be here with a bit of a delay. And let me thank you, Mr. Chair, as well as the African Union, the UNDP, and all the organizers for the kind invitation to the European Union to address the forum. As you have heard from my colleague, Mr. István Nemeth from the European Commission, who is actually part of the team that drafted the proposal for a directive on corporate sustainability due diligence. It is we are actually in full swing in the European Union. This year, 2022, has been a very let's say dynamic year in this sense. We have now since February the proposal on the directive on corporate sustainability due diligence, which is currently being discussed by the co-legislators, the European Council and the European Parliament. And we can see from the debates that expectations are very, very high. But also more recently, I would like to mention that the Commission also put forward an important legislative proposal to prohibit products made with forced labor to be placed on the European market or exported, no matter where they are made within the European Union or in third countries. And also this regulation, this proposed regulation, will have a very strong impact, we think, on human rights protection, since the companies within the European Union, but also outside, will have very strong incentives to make sure that their supply chains are free of forced labor. These two proposals introduced this year come on top of also on the legislative side, on top of the responsible minerals regulation of the European Union, which is in force and applicable since 1st January last year. This is an area, I think, of particular importance in the African context, that is the responsible sourcing of minerals. And the work on the legislative side also is complemented by work to implement the UN guiding principles in accordance to the smart mix of instrument approach. As mentioned by Mr. Gilmore this morning, the EU Special Representatives for Human Rights, 15 member states of the European Union have already developed national action plans on business and human rights, and we are working at the moment on a comprehensive framework at the European level for the implementation of the UN guiding principles to enhance coordination and coherence of our actions at national, European, and international levels. So all in all, we think that all of this work will have a positive impact in the European Union and beyond. We think in particular that the new rules on corporate sustainable due diligence and forced labor will substantially contribute to promoting the respect of human rights and boosting responsible business conduct. And at the same time, we think they will provide additional sustainable trade opportunities for our partner countries, including in Africa. And we trust that the new rules will incentivize governments in partner countries to continue working, strengthening the rule of law, enforcement, and good governance. And finally, my last word would be to say that we also believe that the new European legislation will strongly support the positive dynamics in Africa in promoting and implementing the business and human rights agenda. And in this respect, we welcome the work under the stewardship of the African Union to develop a business and human rights policy, which we hope will be finalized soon. And of course, we also welcome progress by a number of African countries to develop their own national action plans And my final word is just to say that the European Union stands ready to explore opportunities for possible cooperation in this regard. So thank you for your patience and including for my technical hiccups. And thank you for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much, Kayla, for that. And I know you've added on exactly what Isava talked about, especially some of the issues that were, some of the areas that the directive brings forward, especially on the special climate change issue, but also civil liability that looking at the duties of directors. I will not dive so much into that because of time, but now I think we'll just turn to Marlene Landes to share, you know, the development that is happening with the German's corporate due diligence obligation in supply chain, the act, but also what implications that, or what impacts and effects the act can have on stakeholders in Africa, and what support is German planning to provide in this regard. I know those are new developments, but tying into also what the EU has done, what exactly this new act, especially on the obligations in the supply chain, have on the stakeholders in Africa. 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Arnold. Yes, when we talk about human rights along global supply chains, it is very important to talk about the African perspective and needs. Therefore, it's an honor for me to attend this very important conference today on behalf of the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. So, what motivated us in Germany to table legislation on human and environmental due diligence? Germany is one of the biggest economies of the world. For too long, we have tolerated the fact that many of our products are made on the basis of exploitation of people and the nature in other parts of the world. Therefore, it's very important to take responsibility for the negative impact of our consumption. Mandatory regulation has to be designed and implemented in such a way as to achieve maximum impact for people and the environment. And doesn't this also work on a voluntary basis? Do we really need mandatory provisions? The answer is yes. In 2016, we adopted a national action plan on business and human rights to implement the UNDPs on a voluntary basis until 2020. And the monitoring process revealed that less than 20% of businesses with more than 500 employees successfully implemented due diligence until 2020. It therefore was clear that mandatory measures are necessary to effectively address sustainability risk in supply chains. Based on that monitoring result, last year, the German government adopted the German Act on Due Diligence in Supply Chains. Next year, it will enter into force for companies with at least 3,000 employees. And 1 year after, in 2024, also companies with at least 1,000 employees will fall within the scope of the law. So what does this mean? This means that companies have to establish a regular risk management, they have to integrate human rights due diligence into their policies, and they have to take preventive and remedial measures, establish a grievance mechanism, and fulfill reporting obligations. An established government authority will enforce compliance with the law. It checks companies' reports and it investigates when grievances are made, and it also imposes sanctions in case of breach of the law. And what are the implications for the African region? African companies do not fall directly under the scope of the law, and therefore they do not have to expect controls or reporting obligations or fines. However, the Act has indirect effects on African businesses. African suppliers will have to share more information, and they will also have to meet human rights and environmental requirements, as will be laid down in the contracts to their business partners. To quickly summarize the most important implication, I will focus on the following key elements: improvement, empowerment, collaboration, competitiveness, trust, fairness, remedy, and support. Improvement. The fundamental aim of our Human Rights Due Diligence Act is to improve living conditions of workers and communities, as well as to protect the environment. Empowerment. A very important principle is to enable your business partner rather than to terminate the business relationship. This means that German companies have to do everything they can to improve the situation and to end the identified adverse impacts. So it is very important that termination of cooperation always is a last resort. Collaboration. It is very important to mention that due diligence is a shared responsibility. Therefore, German companies must support their African suppliers to collaboratively address human rights risk in value chains. They shall offer trainings, relevant information, or make investments, to only mention some examples. Competitiveness. For African countries, the German due diligence law poses the opportunity to end the race to the bottom regarding social and environmental standards. In the future, those who are sustainability frontrunners will have a comparative advantage. Trust. For suppliers, the strict documentation of business processes and sustainability risk offers the opportunity to build trust and long-term contractual relationships, which are key success factors for creating positive impact along global supply chains. Fairness. Germany has included responsible purchasing practices in the German Act. So what does this mean? The Act requires companies to develop and implement appropriate procurement strategies and practices that prevent or minimize identified risks. For companies in African countries, this offers the opportunity to negotiate appropriate prices, fair payment terms, and manageable delivery times. Remedy. The law also requires companies to establish a complaints procedure. African rights holders can submit their complaints through this mechanism. So last but not least, support, and this is very important. We are well aware that mandatory provisions can be only one element of many to address the challenges along global value chains. Our supporting measures for companies and civil society across society actors raise awareness, provide information, and develop capacity. They also offer guidance for the implementation of corporate due diligence. So all these various elements show that we need to consider the full picture and different needs of stakeholders in Africa when we design and implement mandatory legislation on human rights and due diligence. I look forward to discussion with you, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for that, especially the last bit of the elements, because I think it really reemphasizes the importance of part of the shared responsibility, but also looking at the power dynamics of control and influence, because the different corporations, business enterprises operating in Germany and what influence they have within their supply and value chain. I think these elements can go a long way to realize or to ensure better standards within the business and human rights framework. So thanks, Marlene, and I think a number of questions will come to you on that. From Japan, like I introduced, I hope we have Miwa online.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. So Miwa will also touch, because Japan is also published recently Japan's guidelines on respect for human rights and responsible supply chain. So appreciate being with us at this odd hour past 1 a.m. But just right to the point, you can share your overview about those guidelines and what implications do the guidelines have for corporations doing business in Africa? How is Japan supporting the same stakeholders in the region to give effect to the guidelines? So I will hand it over to you. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much for a kind introduction. Thank you very much for the invitation and giving me the opportunity to speak at this panel. The precise name of the Japan's brand new guideline is Guidelines on Respecting Human Rights in Responsible Supply Chains. This was drafted by the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry after inviting public comments. The final draft was reported to the Interministerial Committee on Policy Promotion for the implementation of Japan's National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. The government of Japan adopted the guidelines on September 13th. It's already 13th October here in Japan, so the guideline is just 1 month old. In the public comment procedure, 131 organizations, including business, trade unions, civil society groups, and individuals submitted the comments on the draft guidelines. This shows high demand and high expectation to the government and the guidelines to make sure corporate responsibility to respect human rights, as well as policy measures to create enabling environments. The guideline has become a great impetus for the Japanese business and Japanese society to stimulate discussion to further promote responsible business. The guidelines clearly state that regardless of the size, sector, and other factors, all business enterprises engaging in business activities in Japan should strive in efforts to respect human rights in their business enterprises, group companies, suppliers, etc., inside and outside Japan to the fullest extent possible. And the guidelines instruct how to conduct human rights due diligence in line with UNGPs. Therefore, the guidelines will certainly have impacts on Japanese companies doing business in African countries and also Japanese companies with business nexus to African countries through supply chains, trade, and investment. The guidelines emphasize the importance of dialogues with stakeholders. In order to respect human rights, business needs to engage with stakeholders to be informed of human rights risks the companies should address. I'm sure the guidelines will encourage more stakeholders' engagement in Africa. According to the survey conducted by JETRO, Japan External Trade Organization, on Japanese companies operating outside Japan early this year, the percentage of the Japanese companies which have human rights policies is the highest in African region compared to the companies compared to the Japanese companies operating in other regions. In all regions, the ratio was 52.7% among about 6,000 respondent Japanese companies. On the other hand, the figure was 79% among 255 respondent Japanese companies operating in 23 African countries, including, of course, Ghana and Tunisia and Morocco and Algeria, Nigeria, Mozambique, Kenya, and South Africa, etc. That means many Japanese companies in Africa have already had human rights policy and practices prior to the release of the guidelines. In the same survey, about 50% of the company responded that the importance of Africa has increased compared to 5 years ago, and also about 60% responded that the importance of Africa will increase over the next 5 years. Their expectation for market expansions and African continent FTA. The more business expands, the more the guidelines will have importance and impacts. So getting back to the question, how is Japan supporting the stakeholders in the region? TICAD, Tokyo International Conference on African Development, was held in Tunisia in August. Japan and Africa countries have been collaborating in economic and social development in order to give effect to the guidelines. In other words, in order to respect human rights of the people on the ground, companies need to hear people's voices Japan needs to support stakeholders' voices to be heard by facilitating stakeholders' engagement and empowering stakeholders. Currently, Japan is collaborating with UNDP on Human Rights Global Project to promote business and human rights in 17 countries, including Tunisia, Kenya, Mozambique, and Ghana in the African region. So to sum up, guidelines are not legally binding, but and also depend on the company's efforts. Nonetheless, the guidelines are to be shared by companies and their business partners and by buyers and suppliers to work together to realize responsible supply chains. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Miwa, for that elaborate presentation, also giving us an insight on what Japan is doing. And so we have heard from, the new developments in Japan, in Germany, and the EU. And now we want to turn to, actors that have not been involved in this, but also that can share more light. What does this mean for stakeholders working on the continent in various sectors? And we have Douglas Opio online. I don't know if Douglas, you're with us. You can hear me clearly?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Arno.
Yeah, thank you very much, Douglas. The question I pose to you is, how are employers in Uganda and the region preparing themselves for the types of mandatory human rights due diligence developments that Miwa, Marlene, and Isava have presented? Or have introduced to us? What opportunities do these developments bring for employers, and what challenges do you see? And lastly, maybe you can also touch on what support is needed to ensure that employers can play an effective role in supporting implementation of these instruments. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Arno. And thank you also for the organizers for inviting me. I'm hearing a bit of echo.
Can you hear us very clearly?
Yeah, I can hear you well, but with some echo. Okay, let me proceed if you can hear me clearly.
Sorry. Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you first of all to the organizers for inviting me, Dylan especially, who has been in touch. Now, after listening to Michaela, Istvan, Miwa, and Mali, I can only speak about perhaps now the lack of preparation regarding what lies ahead, at least from the African business perspective. This is because the level of awareness regarding the impending changes and the compliance requirements is still a major issue. The mandatory human rights due diligence is going to be business unusual for majority of the small and medium enterprises that operate in Africa, but are linked with European markets, but also, of course, the Japanese market as well, as Miwa said. It will also imply that those who operate at an aggregate level, meaning perhaps medium-sized enterprises that work with smaller players below down in the supply chain, will need, of course, to work with new procedures and of course, standards as well. Now, that aside, there are, of course, opportunities. On the whole, compliance with the labor laws in Uganda, but also more widely in Africa, has generally been low. These due diligence requirements will, of course, help to improve that. We also do hope that it will be an opportunity to reduce child labor and, of course, other vices like forced labor as well. I am also working at the moment as the chair of the ILO Global Business Network on Forced Labor, and the challenge is, of course, more serious in Africa as well. It will also increase the opportunity for companies, especially bigger companies, whether from Europe or even Japan, to share knowledge, especially on how the smaller companies in Africa could probably deal with issues around human rights abuses. On the whole, of course, it will increase the level of trust and transparency, which is also good for business. But these, notwithstanding, there are, of course, challenges. First is the cost of implementation for a small and medium enterprise. For a bigger player, like the limitations have been indicated in Europe, for instance, it's a lot easier for those bigger players. But then the requirement is that they work with that through the supply chain. So the requirement also then is that the small and medium enterprise would have to do business differently. Of course, the costs attached to it imply they cannot put in place permanent resources to handle these issues. They cannot afford legal advisory services, so they will need a lot more. And then, of course, at the very worst case scenario, there's also a risk of loss of job opportunities, because when small and medium enterprises are not in a position to meet the requirements coming up from the human rights due diligence, that means they would be set aside as a supplier. Of course, you can put a stringent requirement on a European company, but we shouldn't forget they're doing business. So they want to do business in a manner that does not put their own businesses at risk as well. They also don't want to be in a situation where their costs are higher than the value of the product they can actually put on the market. So they can also choose to take options elsewhere. And then lastly, of course, the challenge for businesses in Uganda, but I think also more widely in Africa, is the capacity to implement these changes working independently on their own. Now, having spoken into those challenges, what kind of support would employers require? At the very least, is to raise the level of awareness so that they understand what is actually happening. And that way, they're able to prepare themselves better. At the moment, not much is known about it, what is going on. Secondly, the issue of capacity building, and Malin also spoke about this, would be extremely important through training as well. Providing also for the small and medium enterprises, especially advisory services, helping them to put systems and structures in place, facilitating forums that allow them to share knowledge a little more. The tools also will have to be developed, especially those that can be self-administered, so they can do their own audits. Also supporting them to address challenges related to their own sourcing requirements as well. And then finally, to make it a little easier, I see already that in Europe itself, it's already phased into two. Those with a slightly lower capacity would be more or less 2 years afterwards. I think this phased approach should also be considered at the tail end of the supply chain, that these requirements may not be met instantly, so a phased approach would be extremely helpful. Thank you so much, Anna. Over to you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Douglas, for that also insight from an employer's perspective. I will not try to repeat what you said because of time, but also maybe we'll get time for people to ask questions. I will directly move to Alex, still within the same cycle of questions that Douglas answered. Sorry. do these developments address the current realities and discussion within the workers' rights and trade union movement in the region? But also what challenges and opportunities for trade union movement do these developments represent? I think within the same, because we are trying to look at now the responsive angle of these. How do these stand within your areas of work and movements that you coordinate?
Thank you. Listening to Douglas and the litany of challenges he has highlighted and the need to build the capacity for us from the labor perspective, I think it's a vindication that there are so many issues in the world of business, in the private sector. I think it's kind of an admission that their house is in disarray and therefore they have to put it in order, you know? So for us, this is very good news. The mandatory human rights due diligence is good news for trade unions and indeed African workers. Why? I think leaving things to be voluntary doesn't really work. And we have data to support this. ITUC Brussels carried out a study during the pandemic and after the pandemic. And it showed that as the economic consequences of the pandemic were sprayed, most of the businesses that had pledged and promised to do corporate social responsibility abrogated their roles and vanished overnight. Even for the workers, in the absence of an appropriate regulatory framework, global companies have been able to evade responsibilities for the workers who produce goods and services that allow them to generate enormous profits. 45.8% of suppliers reported that even after they signed their contracts, you know, their contracts were canceled in spite of generating a lot of profit. And 5.9% had all the orders that were promised also canceled because of the economic situation. Today, as we speak, 94% of workers producing goods and providing services to global companies are hidden workers. You know, so their position is very precarious. Take an Uber driver, for instance. An Uber driver, where does he report to? What happens to him when he falls sick? So they are not directly hired by the economic employer. Instead, the majority of these workers are exposed to precarious working conditions without access to remedy due to an obscure web of global network of operations and the businesses designed to protect companies from accountability. And also for the multinational corporations, I think this will be very good because we are agitating that even if they have companies in Africa, they have subcontracted some of the services, if there are infractions, the responsibility should be traced back to the mother company so that they don't run away from the responsibility. However, we also have a number of issues that we'd like to add, which we think the mandatory human rights due diligence has to take care of. Number one, I think all companies must be covered. Of course, Douglas and my colleague here say that they'll phase the approach so that the small enterprises maybe could be considered later, but ultimately all of them must be covered. The obligation to conduct human rights due diligence should be imposed on all companies, regardless of their size, structure, or ownership, because workers working whether with small or big companies are workers, and they are supposed to enjoy decent work. Obligations must apply throughout corporate structures and business relationships. This obligation to practice human rights due diligence should extend to entities to which business enterprises are connected through investments and contracts. But also the application of international instruments must include internationally recognized human and labor rights. The obligation to practice human rights due diligence should extend to all internationally recognized human rights. Some of them are within the ILO conventions. In the world of work, we know there are a lot of abuses in the world of work. This is why I think, is it in 2018 or 2019, the ILO came up with this Convention 190 to protect especially women in the workplace, who for ages have been suffering a lot of abuse. So workplace grievances and remedy mechanisms must be central. Business enterprises should be required to establish or participate in effective operational grievance mechanisms with a view to identify and remediate adverse human rights impact. There should be a monitoring mechanism also, and provision of dissuasive sanctions for the enterprises that don't comply. Okay, so to cut short, I was touched by the presentation by Miwa Yamada. She said companies need to hear people's voices. And I think this sums up the whole thesis I want to present, because these are workers. As trade unions, we believe in social dialogue. That's the basic tenet of democracy in the world of work. Let the workers have a representative. If there are issues, let the employers and the employees sit down to discuss. That way, the employees will be happy. They're going to work better, produce more, but also the employees will enjoy decent work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alex. And see, the disadvantage when you're here physical, I can stop you, which is hard for the people online. But Joseph, I know we have to end this session in like the next, 15 minutes, yet we have to give our audience. So Joseph, what does this mean? And I think from the bigger picture, the engagement, these developments, what do they mean for business and human rights agenda in Africa? And how is civil society involved, or has civil society been involved in the process? And what do you see, or what would you want to see in the bigger horizon around this? So maybe within 5 minutes, tackle those questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Arnold, good afternoon, good evening. I heard someone is on the session and it's 1 a.m. where they are. So picking it up from your questions, I must say that mandatory human rights due diligence legislation, whether in the European Union or in Japan or in America, is at the heart of placing people and the planet, looking at the 5 Ps of the Sustainable Development Goals at the foreline. So the realization of human rights is very instrumental in realizing the Sustainable Development Goals. Colleagues in this room could be wondering, the initial discussions were talking about national action plans on business and human rights, the processes that are going to happen. Yes, Kenya and Uganda already have national action plans on business and human rights, but all that falls in the voluntary category. And when we look at mandatory human rights due diligence legislation, then we're looking at the smart mix, the mix that is going to have sanctions where rights of communities that host the different corporations are abused. From the presentation, you heard that the focus is on the extractives, on agriculture. And when you look at the international trade, most of the African countries are in the value chains when it comes to the extractive sector. We have raw materials. When it comes to the agriculture sector, here in Ghana, you have cocoa beans that are very instrumental in the manufacturing of chocolate. We grow coffee that is very important for the coffee that we take. So looking at the whole framework of international trade and the development of mandatory human rights due diligence legislations across the global north, it's very important that we pay attention to it. As civil society, we have participated in some of the campaigns, largely anchoring community voices to be able to serve as evidence to policymakers and legal framework designers in, for example, in the United States of America, to be able to cause them to develop mandatory human rights due diligence. We continue to participate in getting evidence and getting voices of workers that have been victims of forced labor to ensure that there is a directive from the European Union on forced labor. But the main implication that mandatory human rights due diligence legislation has for us as Africa is that there has to be a change in the business model. We cannot continue doing business the way it has been run, where you sacrifice rights of workers, rights of host communities, so as to make the most profit of your ventures. So that's the major implication from my perspective, the change of the business model. And in the spirit of time, I'll end by asking that there is more participation of stakeholders in raising awareness of these frameworks. As members of civil society, we need to work together to be able to get this knowledge and be able to build capacity of our colleagues that are not in this room, but also to be able to pass on the knowledge, to share knowledge with communities that we work with, such that they are able to understand the functionality of these frameworks. And that way we'll be able to enhance accountability and ensure that we have effective remedy in instances of abuse of rights of either workers that work in these value and supply chains or host communities that are providing minerals, that are providing the cocoa beans, that are providing the coffee. That's really my ask. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Joseph, and a huge hand clap to all the panelists. I know because of time, we cannot really interrogate so many of the issues, but I know the takeaways everybody has talked about, the need for capacity building, the need to raise awareness on these frameworks, because not everybody knows, the need to strengthen stakeholder engagements, meaningful stakeholder engagement, but also Douglas touched on the importance of developing and strengthening systems for small and medium enterprises that might not be able to comply. So we will take 2 questions, because we have 10 minutes, so that it gives, if they are directed to the panelists, they can answer that. Sorry. We'll take 2 questions, preferably from 1 lady and 1 gentleman, not on the same table. You can share your question with her so that she poses yes, 1, and then we'll take 1 from there. And if time allows, we'll take another one. Please, in 30 seconds, your question.
Yeah, so first question has to do with the role of the state. I'd like to know, I mean, acknowledging that the state is also a human rights abuser in the African continent, but at the same time, it's also had its capacity eroded for the last 30 years as a result of austerity measures. So environmental regulations in themselves, labor inspections and so on, though the state's capacity is weak. To what extent is Japan and Germany in their frameworks and the EU thinking about buttressing or collaborating or engaging with or ensuring that there is strengthening of the capacity of the state to be able to even regulate the corporations in this sense, because we need a mechanism for cross-checking, and civil society, as amazing as the work that is done on the ground, does not have the skill and the capacity to replace the state. So therefore, what does that vision look like if it exists at all, or what approaches are being thought of to cross-check? And secondly, it has to do with—
because let's give an opportunity to another. Yes. You can ask your question 30 seconds and stop the mic. Yes.
Okay. Mon nom est Kemnelum Anisette. Je représente le Centre juridique d'intérêt public, le PILC et PNUD Tchad. J'aimerais savoir comment est-ce que les organisations de la société civile peuvent avoir un rôle plus grand de suivi de ces réglementations. Parce que le Tchad est très en retard en matière de réglementation sur le business et les droits humains. Et ce qui fait que l'État ferme un peu les yeux quand les entreprises violent les droits humains. Parce que les entreprises sont là pour lui faire un peu de chiffre d'affaires. L'État a besoin d'investisseurs. Alors qu'il faut aussi en même temps protéger les communautés. Donc, comment faire, par exemple, dans la ligne de la diligence raisonnable pour contraindre les entreprises à respecter les droits humains? Merci.
Okay, thank you. I hope Alex had that question, so he will answer it. Some of us missed it. We'll get the last question so that we can get responses before we close the session. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to speak in Portuguese in order to make my comment and question more clear. I don't know if the panelists have got a translator. Yeah, eu sou ativista social e venho de Moçambique, mas também a minha família tem uma pequena empresa. E quando vinha para este encontro, eu fui pensando que motivação ou que argumentos poderia encontrar, por exemplo, para convencer a minha família para adotar os princípios, portanto, esses que estamos aqui a abordar, portanto, das Nações Unidas. E confesso que tive algumas dificuldades para identificar elementos que poderiam convencer um investidor a deixar de priorizar o lucro para poder adotar esses princípios. Mas depois das intervenções que foram feitas aqui, fiquei convencido de que era importante aplicar esses princípios, especialmente com a iniciativa da União Europeia de querer aprovar uma lei que vai, digamos, impor determinadas condições para a empresa poder estabelecer negócio com a União Europeia. Só que fiquei um pouco preocupado porque o sistema de due diligence que vai ser utilizado para poder determinar se essa empresa pode ou não estabelecer negócio com a União Europeia já foi utilizado no passado em Moçambique. Lembro apenas de 2 exemplos. Nós tivemos a Portucel, que é uma empresa que ocupou mais de 300.000 hectares de terra para plantações florestais, e o Banco Mundial fez lá, portanto, seguiu o sistema de due diligence e chegou à conclusão de que o processo de ocupação de terras tinha sido bem feito, contrariamente à conclusão da maioria dos moçambicanos, das comunidades e da sociedade civil. O mesmo sistema aconteceu em relação à Anadarko, portanto, na área de exploração de gás em Cabo Delgado. Então, eu gostava agora de perceber como é que, portanto, se um sistema implementado pelo Banco Mundial falhou, portanto, que medidas a União Europeia vai introduzir para evitar que este problema volte a acontecer. Tenho 2 propostas que gostava de ter comentários depois. Uma delas é que eu acho que o sistema de due diligence devia ser mais transparente, mais participativo. Devia ser obrigatório que fossem publicados os resultados do due diligence e que também pudessem permitir que a sociedade civil e outros atores pudessem contrariar, comentar e, se calhar, apresentar argumentos para validar ou não validar aquele due diligence. Este era o meu comentário e pergunta, e muito obrigado.
Thank you. Marlene was picking up a few things. Unfortunately, our translators failed to work, but Marlene will be able to guide on how to go about that. Maybe still starting from what you picked up on that question, you could respond to it and give your parting shots. We have, 4 minutes, so that at least 1 minute each, and then we can listen to Miwa on and Estava. Yes, thank you.
So I think I only got half of the question. So because it was very long, maybe can you repeat just the question? That would be good. Okay. Okay, then we will follow up on that. So I think that's easier. Yeah. Do you want to answer the other question? All right. Okay. My final remark is that I'm hoping that in the future, European companies and also African companies will work closer together to address human rights problems collaboratively and to solve these problems together.
I just want to, on behalf of my organization, to thank the AU, UNDP, and all people involved in this. I think this engagement is very important to sit down together, business, government, civil society, workers. I think this is the only way that we can move forward. But I've observed frequently that most of the initiatives on the continent are externally driven. You know, we wait for Europe, we wait for America to tell us what to do, and then that's when we're moved into action. I think it's high time also we began to reflect on these challenges as Africans and think of homegrown solutions. In terms of the partnerships, I think for civil society and trade unions, maybe it's also high time we forged alliances with trade unions in Europe, civil society organizations in Europe, where most of these countries and investors come from, so that we can also work together, to hold them accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. 1 minute.
Thank you so much, Arnold. Looking at the smart mix that comes with human rights due diligence legislations, I feel it's an opportunity to deal with the inadequacies that our states have when it comes to regulation of corporate actors. So I call upon colleagues here to join in, and we partner to be able to share the knowledge, get to know the knowledge, and work together in ensuring that our people get to know the functionality of this mandatory human rights due diligence. I believe it will take us further in the pursuit of accountability.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Miwa Online, do you have some parting shots?
Yeah, thank you very much giving me the floor. I listened to the discussion among the panelists and also the participants. I really feel the importance of the collaboration between states as well as between trade unions and as well as civil society organization. And talking about the policy measures, of course, the mandatory measures sounds better than the voluntary measures, but what we need to look at is the exact effect of these measures to be brought on the ground. So maybe we need to work together to promote more responsible business conduct. Thank you.
Perhaps can I also come in? I hope you can hear me and see me this time. Yeah, from our perspective, I just would like to reassure there is a lot of activity within the European Union in coordination with the member states to prepare an array of accompanying measures to facilitate and smoothen the implementation of the new rules. In fact, it will be a couple of years, let's say, before the new rules will kick in. So in a way, the transition time will also be assured. But I guess that although the final shape of the legislations will very much depend on the final decisions of the European Council and the European Parliament, in our case, the direction of travel is broadly known and widely accepted, and therefore it is probably advisable to start preparing as of now. And just to respond also to a comment on the role of states and civil societies, yes, I fully agree. We fully agree that these accompanying measures should not only target companies, the companies that will be involved in the value chains and that will have to respect the rules, but that we also have to assure that the environment around them is appropriate. So to strengthen all the actors. And I have witnessed only this week in a discussion in the European Parliament where there was, for example, a very strong attention on the role of human rights defenders. How can this legislation also make sure that human rights defenders who bring up cases and complaints are safe and are able to operate properly. But thank you again for this lively discussion, and we look forward to keeping in touch on these topics. Thank you. I think I lost you.
I think we lost the room.
Okay.
Yeah, most likely.
Okay, so I gave a good pitch for us. Okay. Anyway, it was a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, pleasure.
It was also the pleasure to meet you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's wonderful
Thank you.
time. Thank you.
And Miva,
Yeah,
I think it's good to be in contact also. We are
Yeah, yeah.
in the future.
Actually, the
Yeah,
Japanese
sure.
SMEs share the same problem and the same challenges that so the SMEs in the world facing the same
Okay.
challenges, right?
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
So I wish you a good evening. At least in Japan it's night, right? It's in the middle of the
Yeah,
night for you.
2 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. Anyway, so it's very sweet to meet you all here. Yeah.
Thank you.
You should go
Yeah.
to sleep soon, so thank you for
Yes, yeah, it's really great pleasure to meet you. Actually, we work together with a European representative in Tokyo, so we sometimes have an exchange and also very much keen to the development of the legislation in EU. So please keep in touch. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Forward Mozambican NGO in 2019. As the process moved in, we had the challenges with insecurities in Mozambique as conflict zone that demanded us to do due diligence on human rights. And we managed to do that and developed human rights due diligence action plan. The science issue which we identified in that study has to do with insecurity and relationship between the government forces and the communities. At the same time, we had issues to do with humanitarian crisis. As I'm talking now, Total Energy Mozambique declared force majeure in 2021. That entails that we don't have access to our operations. But that's where it entails how corporate will respect the fundamental human rights of those stakeholders. We involved ourselves as corporate organization and entails our respect for the stakeholders. We have been involved championing different forums with government, civil society organizations, as well as the communities, where we discuss issues related to human rights, principally, basically looking at voluntary principle on security and human rights. Besides that, we did mapping to see our stakeholders' potentiality challenges they are facing. To say that sometimes our academia, our interest has divided us as a corporate, whereby we maintain the challenge saying it's about the government is to protect, it's about the corporate to respect, it's about other entities' responsibility. We need to come out of that cocoon and say, what are the main strengths we have to manage and implement the voluntary principles on human rights? That said, that's why we, as Total Energies, we embarked on this and start working with OHHCR. We worked with government and we found prominently that still in force major, we can do something. In so doing, we have been training and capacity building on government institutions and government public forces, whereby we give them training on voluntary principles on security and human rights. And we have been doing trainers of the commanders of the armies and the police, that they are able to be in a position to handle issues with communities. At the same time, beside that, looking at the human rights and perspective of the community as crisis, we have been having initiative whereby we are supporting communities to regain their constructions. We are doing agriculture initiative and small business empowerment. And still in force major scenario, as Total Energies, we are still able to monetize the limited access to justice of communities which feels like human rights have been abused. How are we doing it? We are doing in two sections where it's these formalities, whereby we have developed a grievance mechanism where the community they can raise their concern. We have got a green line where the community also can present their challenges freely without paying any cost. Besides, we have got informality way how to do it, whereby the company, we have identified key stakeholders in the communities where are our networking, where we can call them freely, we can discuss what they are facing in their communities. Besides, still on force major, we have been in a position by where we have identified some civil society organizations which have got mandates to do humanitarian, but due to their challenges on financially, we have been able to support them and do humanitarian support in those crisis affected regions in Mozambique. Thank you.
Just a very quick question to you, Charles. I mean, I guess you told us a little bit about what Total is doing and also how it works. I guess the question to you is perhaps knowing how you know it's working.
Thank you, Abdul. Once again, I would say as the fundamental principle in Total Energies is to involve different stakeholders. We are working with the National Human Rights Commission. That's our TIC-TAC, which have been assisting us in all our initiatives. They are normally do arrangements to go and visit the site where our operations are and make sure to hear direct from direct affected communities. What is happening? How are they coping up with insecurity? How are they living daily life with the public forces, the government forces? So that entails and informs the company what is happening and how can we do well and how can we change our approach? What we need to train more other stakeholders in the area, as we can, as the project, as the company can't do much, as we are in force major.
Thank you so much. I think to get a bit more, I guess, a broader perspective on this, I'll see if we can patch in Cynthia from the UN Global Compact. If we're good.
Hi. Yes.
Yes. Hello, Cynthia.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How are you?
Using slides.
I am. I'm going to share my screen. Please let me know if you are able to see them.
We can see ourselves, but hopefully the slides will come on soon.
Are you able to see the slide?
In the tiny box on the corner of the screen, yes.
Oh, no. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Hopefully we should. Let's try this again.
We just need to swap on that end.
Let's try and share.
Sorry, just share the screen again, and I think we can swap it on our end.
Okay, wonderful. Let me know if it's more visible.
we can see it very clearly.
Excellent. Excellent, lovely. Thank you so much. And thank you for having me. I'm Cynthia Mufu, and I'm Head of Human Rights and Gender Equality at the UN Global Compact. And I'm really happy to be part of this panel today. I want to really take the opportunity, to set the scene around business and human rights, certainly from a UN perspective, and from a UN perspective looking out and working with the private sector. The UN Global Compact is just over 20 years old now, and we were the brainchild of the former and now late Secretary General Kofi Annan, who really, in that quote, realized that, in order for us to meet the goals that we had, or we have, the social sustainable goals, it takes multiple partners, and the private sector is an absolute critical partner in that. And that relationship has continued, and we have to this day the current Secretary General Antonio Guterres as the chair of our multi-stakeholder board. So really looking at the fact that the private sector engagement is a critical part of what we do at the UN. And so really, who are we and what is our mission? As the largest corporate sustainability initiative, really, we are calling on companies worldwide to align their strategies and their operations and practices with the universal principles on human rights, on labor, on environment, and anti-corruption, and to advance societal goals. But essentially, really what we're saying is business can and should be a force of good. It's absolutely critical. And we have 10 principles around that are derived from various international laws and conventions. But one of the questions I'm always asked as head of human rights and gender really is around that connection between our 10 principles at the Global Compact, with human rights being the first 2, and the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. And really they are complementary in that the principles themselves really provide the conceptual and operational clarity and framework that and help our companies in terms of policies and processes. So for me as head of human rights, as we engage with our companies, our participants, the guiding principles really do help us create the framework and help them know what it is they should be doing to meet their needs. So in terms of, the current business and human rights landscape globally, let me speak to that, and then I will come, more specifically to our work in Africa and our priorities in Africa. I mean, we are at a risk globally. Climate change hasn't helped. COVID has exacerbated it. But the realities that we're working in is that 1 in 10 children are subject to child labor. 25 million people are trapped in forced labor. 7,500 people die every day from unsafe, unhealthy work conditions. All these numbers lead us to the fact that business and human rights is about people at the end of the day. And therefore, we collectively, the state, companies, the private sector as a whole, our stakeholders have to really focus on that in order for us to do what we need to do and meet the needs of people. So from a Global Compact perspective, we recently did a survey last year where we spoke to our members just to sort of set the scene about really how business in human rights is evolving. And we have our participants, we have active members, we have close to 17,000 members now at the Global Compact and growing. And we asked, our participants, do you have human rights policies in place? And of course, over 90% of them said, yes, absolutely we do. But when we dug down deep and dug down further, we realized that barely 20% actually had conducted any sort of due diligence or human rights assessment. So what does this mean really? This means that we may be talking about it, but then we need to move to the next phase. And voluntary initiatives, such as ours, are not enough. And I will speak to that a little bit more because we are in a room of policymakers, of civil society, and we all have a role to play. I want to speak very, very briefly about the Global Compact Africa strategy. And one of the biggest challenges for business and human rights on the continent is that generally rights are seen as the domain of government and civil society. And absolutely, one of the first pillar of the global UNGPs is around state action, what the state can do to provide the right ecosystem, the right framework, the right policies, the right legislation. And of course, civil society amplifies that and highlights the issues. But really, business and human rights is about people, as I said before, and we really have to drive that home constantly, that our businesses run and are able to run because of people that work for them. And so making business on the continent more responsive to human rights by putting sort of the corporate sustainability at the heart of the business strategy is where we really want to be. And that is our main message on that. So from a global compact point of view in terms of our Africa strategy, and this feeds directly into our human rights strategy also, we're really looking at three areas: growing impact, growing impact amongst our companies, growing our membership. Out of our 17,000 global members, we have about 1,000 members who are African companies. How do we grow that? And we have a very unique structure at the Global Compact. We work through our local networks. We have over 70 local networks. Within Africa, we have networks in 10 countries. And the aim is to grow this so that we can have more impact and more reach. Our second strategic objective is about driving inclusive impact, large or small, SMEs, MSMEs, geographically, all sectors. It's all absolutely important. And through our local networks and through our partnerships, the aim is to reach as far wide and as deep as possible. And finally, it's really about leveraging, our associations, our supply chains. And specifically for the business and human rights strategy, it's about those connections with national action plans that are happening in countries, with human rights commissions, and working always hand in hand with our partners through the system, the UN system, and other stakeholders, to really drive this message through, that business with the right guidance, with the right environment, is an incredible force for good, especially where human rights are concerned.
Sorry,
yeah.
Sorry, I know we're a little bit short on time, but I
wanted
a couple of help, maybe even touch on some of the things you're going to discuss.
Yes.
Reading through some of what you've presented and also this, I guess, what you've talked about, I think a question on my mind is, how do you actually increase the uptake of these UNGPs and I guess understanding for the responsibility for human rights by companies in Africa, and also kind of where do we need to be for us to be seeing some real impact?
So I think that at the very basic level, it's about exposure to these, to the GPs, and using all the various stakeholders involved. So I spoke very much first about the fact that really the GPs there's three pillars. And that first pillar is the state. The state has to take its responsibility. We are over 10 years into the guiding principles, and the report that came out was very clear about the fact that we have to use all things available to us, the smart mix. And by smart mix, we keep talking about the smart mix. That is the mixture of mandatory legislation at a national and international level, mixed with the voluntary, with sustainable initiatives like the Global Compact. So it's a mixture of these two things that when you work hand in hand together, that smart mix, I think, will be critical, not just in the north, but also in the south, and very, very applicable to Africa. And also the national action plans. we really need to invest in those. I think states need to start looking at how they start creating that and having everybody on board, all stakeholders on board, in order to be able to do that. So I think that very much is at the heart of driving this idea of what business and human rights should be, and how to get our companies on the continent engaged with it.
I also have to just say, I'm a bit curious as to a slide you have that talks about the current and future of, and I guess it would be good to kind of see
that. Yes. So this is really talking about in terms of our programming at the Global Compact. And so we're part of we're looking at it in a very holistic way, in a social sustainable way. And we have realized that in getting to our companies, our businesses, we have to provide that programmatic support that provides the entry level understanding and also gives guidance about what really business and human rights should mean. And at its essence, it's about the due diligence, helping companies assess their risk, understanding the gaps within their business and also within their supply chain. So you'll see in front of you, I have sort of four columns. For the Business and Human Rights Accelerator we have just launched this September, and it really is about helping companies move from policy to action. And that's what we really try to do at the Global Compact. It's accompany you on your journey, wherever you are in your journey. The very first thing you have to do is first just assess it. Assess your risks, your due diligence, look at your processes, and then at that point, figure out what you need to do next. And so already within our local networks, 3 of our local networks in Africa, Kenya, South Africa, and let me double check, and Nigeria have already signed up to the accelerator. So what they will do is they will work with their businesses to really guide them and help them through this. And in essence, that's what we're doing. We have also created centers in 5 countries in Africa to help roll out programs, again, that help support our companies and in that journey. And as we go deeper and we try and recruit more companies, and that's how we spread that message about what human rights, business and human rights really is.
Thank you so much for that. Just checking that we can patch in Norman from Trafigura. Norman is the social performance manager at Trafigura, which is a leading global commodities trading, global commodity trading company. I believe this year Trafigura had published its first standalone reports on human rights, and as a trader, we would like to get some of your perspectives on some of what we've heard from Cynthia. She emphasized that when it comes to business and human rights, it's really about the people. And as a commodities trader, I guess that's also a very heavy element of the work that you do. It would be good to get some perspective on what your operational grievance mechanisms look like, but also how you identify problematic issues and also address them in a very scalable way.
Thank you very much. I hope I am clear on that side. Yes, as introduced, my name is Norman Mkwapami. I'm the social performance manager at Trafigura for the Africa region. And as you indicated, Trafigura is one of the leading global traders in the world. The company creates value by connecting counterparts, organizing value chains, and developing physical commodity markets reliably, efficiently, and responsibly. And at Trafigura, we recognize that our activities can make both positive and negative impacts on people in the environment. So one positive impact that I can highlight is our contribution to the energy transition through our activities in, for example, cobalt and lithium supply chains. However, we also recognize the importance of acting responsibly to prevent or mitigate adverse human rights impacts that are directly linked to our activities. And these activities could be through our products, services, or operations by our business relationships. So respect for human rights is integrated into our approach to business. and it is key to our ability to earn and maintain a social license to operate in the many jurisdictions that we operate. We support the UNGPs. We're committed to respecting internationally recognized human rights. We have a number of policies and guidelines that define our human rights approach. And these include our code of business conduct, a corporate responsibility policy, business principles, a responsible sourcing and supply chains expectations, and the global grievance mechanism guidelines. We actually assess the actual and potential human rights impact of our activities and those of our business relationships. So because we're a commodity trader, sometimes we're actually not operating some assets in value chains, but we are playing a critical role in connecting these assets with the global market, and therefore assessing impacts on our business relationships is very important. So we seek to avoid causing or contributing to adverse human rights impacts through our own activities and address such impacts when they occur. So to shed light on how our human rights approach actually works in practice, I will focus on an area where I spend most of my time in, which is the responsible sourcing of metals and minerals in traffic supply. Now, the extraction, handling, processing, transportation, and trade of metals and minerals has heightened environmental, social, and governance risks, including human rights risks. And as Traffic Bureau, have aligned our responsible sourcing program to the UNGPs, also to the OECD due diligence guidance for responsible mineral supply chains. And in doing so, we implement a responsible sourcing program that has three main goals. So firstly, the first goal is to identify and mitigate risks to people and the environment. And the second goal is to engage with those who are impacted and promote positive outcomes. And lastly, to report transparently and provide assurances where they're required. Now, we conduct desk-based assessment and we issue supplier self-assessment questionnaires to all our mineral and metal suppliers in Africa. And we also focus on specific countries that appear on lists of conflict-affected and high-risk areas, so the CARAs, and also suppliers of specific commodities, such as the 3Ts, which are considered as high risk. So where the risk is considered as high, we conduct an additional step of due diligence, which is conducting a site visit to the supplier, where we conduct an on-the-ground assessment, which on average takes 2 days. And we don't only assess the supplier's alignment to our expectations as Traffic Bureau, but we also assess their compliance with national laws and regulations. And in addition, site visits can also be triggered by media and NGO reports, and also by grievances that are shared through our grievance mechanism. So legislative requirements are therefore very critical in ensuring businesses like ours can ensure that our business partners that operate in countries in Africa, for example, respect human rights in the jurisdictions that they operate in. And following our assessments, we provide our suppliers with recommendations to address areas of non-conformance. And then we monitor over time and follow up with our suppliers. And where needed, we actually build the capacity of our suppliers to implement mitigation activities. So we don't stop relationships where we see challenges unless they are the most serious ones. But what we actually do is we put in place steps to mitigate the risks and improve the situation. So in conclusion, as Traffic Bureau, we are committed to continuously improving our approach. And in 2020, our approach was actually reviewed by an independent verification body and was found to broadly align with the ISO 2400 standard. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Norman. Just a quick question there. I guess as a commodities trader, it will be good to get input on the transitional minerals markets, because I guess we tend to see a lot of human rights allegations coming from the extraction and transition of those materials. And I guess it would just be good to get a very specific view on how Traffic Bureau views that.
Sure. So with the energy transition and the exploding demand for certain commodities, so for example, lithium and cobalt, there is a huge challenge on the supply side to meet the demand. And as many of my colleagues in the room who work in the NGO sector would know, whenever there is an explosion of demand for minerals, and the supply side is trying to catch up with that, oftentimes businesses run the risk of moving too fast, and in the process actually harming human rights in the process. So I'll give the example of the cobalt sector, where the ASM sector in the DRC is a critical component of the supply side, and not just in the immediate term, but also in the future. And therefore, there is a critical need to improve the conditions of artisanal small-scale mining production of cobalt, which is a very critical mineral for the energy transition. And as Trafigura, what we have done, for example, is in 2020, we set up the Mutoshi pilot project. And this project, basically, we improved the livelihoods, we improved the safety conditions, and one of the most significant impacts of our work was actually improving the incomes of women in ASM by 2.5 times. And in doing this, we were demonstrating in DRC that it is actually possible to come up with standards, to come up with controls where you can have a responsible artisanal production of a transition metal, if I can use that term.
No, thank you so much for that. I'm gonna go over to Joe, who works at the Business and Human Rights Resource Center. Now, I know the Resource Center actually tracks, has a transitional minerals tracker, and actually looks into some of these areas. I wanted to get your view on some of what Norman has laid out, but also your response to some of what our other panelists have kind of mentioned around the work that needs to be done on corporate responsibility.
Thank you very much. I will quote Kofi Annan and then Cynthia Mufu in that order. 20 years ago, Kofi Annan said, business needs to give a human face to the global market. Today, Cynthia tells us that human rights are at risk globally. And thank you for not sugarcoating the magnitude of the problem. So I will raise questions. I will pose questions just to help us understand what is the challenge, the magnitude of the challenge. And this will revolve around three things. Number one is businesses' willingness to participate, the question of due diligence, and then finally, the question of transparency and whether businesses are supporting the movement the way it needs to be supported. So on the question of participation, this is the premier African Forum on Business and Human Rights. The demographics that we read today, or were shown today at the beginning of this meeting, showed that the participation of businesses here is less than 7%, and this includes industry associations. Are we comfortable with that percentage, given the immediacy and the urgency of the issues on our continent? Cynthia has told us about the figures of 1,000 African companies out of 17,000. I did my quick maths, and that is about 4%, 4.5% of the membership only are African companies. Are we okay with that? Are we okay with the fact that even in this room, we could be marginalizing a very huge population of Africa? I took a quick photo of the list of delegations that are attending, and the top 10, out of the top 10, we had only one Francophone country, and that was DRC at number 7. Could we, even by our very own organizations, arrangements, be sidelining a significant population in Africa in these conversations? Then on the question of due diligence, again, quoting Cynthia, 18% of the membership of the UN Global Compact have conducted human rights impact assessment. Now that means that for Africa, that figure is significantly less. That is one question. The other question is, why have we accepted as Africans, whether from government, whether from businesses, whether from the civil society, academia, that businesses from certain parts of the world are more prone, or we have given them almost a blank check to abuse human rights? Why do we have to accept that as a reality today? I will ask, is it business as usual when you have an apparel manufacturer in one of the African countries paying employees $26 a month? This is not conjecture. This is something that has been admitted even by the company on the pretext that there is no minimum wage in that particular company. That is the challenge that we have. Then on the question of engagement, why is it that when companies are asked to disclose their human rights policies and practices, for instance, in one sector, out of 15 companies, only 3 are willing to disclose their human rights policies, are willing to engage? Finally, why is it that we are seeing an increase in attacks on human rights defenders, whether from local villages or even at the continental level, because of their engagement on these issues? Why are we seeing a rise in SLAP suits, strategic litigation against public participation on the continent? Thank you very much.
Yes. Actually, Joe, I'm going to just go back to you very quickly and see if you have any answers to the questions you posed to us.
Yes.
No pressure, no pressure.
Yes, that is business as it is. And it's an unacceptable state of affairs. We have to change. The tools that we have been using are not working. We need to re-engage, and it is good to hear what businesses are doing. We need more transparency by businesses. We need engagement. And also, frankly, we've met businesses that are saying, we want to understand what this animal called human rights is. What does it mean? So we also have to understand that there are businesses that are in the dark. There are others that are in other upcoming sectors like technology. That is a space where things are a little bit gray, and we need more guidelines, including from the UN, for instance, on the question of internet shutdowns. What should a telecommunications company do if compelled by a government to shut down the systems?
Yeah.
So I'm saying we need to do more than we are doing.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
No, we've definitely seen that in countries like Nigeria, I guess, with companies like Twitter, but more on technology tomorrow. So stay tuned. Finally, we have Edward from the Ghana Agricultural Workers Union. I think, Edward, it would also just be very good to have your perspective, particularly from a labor rights perspective, hearing what our presenter have said from Total, Trafigura. Are there things you feel like is missing in the conversation?
Well, thanks very much for the opportunity. As trade unions and as workers, we are the recipients of human rights violations and abuse. So if there's going to be a conversation about corporate responsibility around human rights, I think the trade unions and workers should be at the center of the discussion. We experience it every day. We experience it every moment. But the question is, who determines corporate responsibility for the businesses? Is it their own determination, or how is it determined? As a workers' leader, and then interacting with businesses over the years, it's very difficult to hold them to account unless you have something concrete to do so. Even when you have something concrete, they still find a way of trying to escape. And how do we do that? We think that responsibility will arise out of the law, because one's right is created by something, and that is the law. So we in the trade unions consider rights to emanate from the law, rights to emanate from best practices, rights to emanate from conventions, and then rights to emanate from traditions. In our daily interaction with businesses, they try to impose what they consider as good for workers anywhere they go to. And that we think is not right, because the traditions at a particular location, the practices at a particular location, the conventions must be taken into account. Human rights are fundamental rights. They are enshrined in the law. Unfortunately, in the Constitution, it makes a provision that fundamental human rights shall be respected by all organs of state, by all persons, natural persons and legal persons, and by every individual. And that the court would enforce any breach of human rights. However, you go to the implementing statutes and you find clauses there or sections there that appear to be less favorable to protecting labor rights than the Constitution. Now, if you're a workers' leader like me, what do? The only place you can go is to go to the court to interpret and try to set aside the statute that you deem is inconsistent with the Constitution. And that is a tall order. For instance, every worker, per our Constitution is that, has the right to join a trade union to protect and promote his or her economic and social rights. You come to the Labor Act, it tells you that, well, there are some workers who cannot join the trade union, and that those workers who cannot join the trade union shall be subject to a determination by the employer and the trade union. So does that mean that at a particular time, if the employer and the trade union decide or come out with a decision that infringes on the right of that particular person to join a trade union, it is permissible by the law when the Constitution says no? So these are some of the challenges that we are experiencing.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for that, Edward. Before I open for questions, I actually wanted to maybe throw it back to Cynthia to see if you had some thoughts on, I think Edward highlighted some issues on kind of that go beyond some of the maybe softer power that might be used, and looking at harder laws, regulations, and even cases where they might be fundamentally inconsistent. And I wondered how you think something like the UN Global Compact can be supporting some of this work.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Let me start by saying that I'm very much a strong proponent of the fact that, voluntary can only get you so far. We are in crisis, and certainly we should be thinking about all the methods, all the routes available to us to really drive business and human rights in business. And we can't ignore the fact that the stick and carrot approach works. You have to have regulations. At the Global Compact, our principles do come out of internationally recognized conventions and regulations. But that also has to then move on to the national level. And states should be taking the responsibility to create legislation that I guess creates that environment and is very, very clear about protecting the rights of workers, protecting their population. And business should also take the responsibility, not only to follow that, but to go further, you know, even go further than what has been, you know, legislatively given to you. So that mixture, and I think we're at a critical stage where, you know, with sort of looking at the Sustainable Development Goals almost halfway through and not meeting our targets, looking at the crises that are engulfing the world, climate and the pandemic, and the catastrophic impact it has had, yes, on business, but on people, and also on women, and the sort of the knock-on effect to sort of child labor as well. And I think that at this point, you know, we all have to assume our responsibility. And at the Global Compact, we absolutely encourage our members, our participants, yes, to meet the principles, but always try and go further. You know, this is just a baseline. And you should be doing more. You know, we are just assessing, you know, assessing your due diligence, absolutely. And then what? And then if you have done something, the remedy is very, very important. So I think in all our spheres, state, in organizations such as the UN, and further, the African Union, all these institutions, we should all be doing our part to reinforce that we need structure. I absolutely think that without structure, without legislative structure, things will not move. They won't move. Voluntary, then we're left to sort of our voluntary will. And at this critical stage, I think we're past that.
Thank you very, very much for that. Just again, because we're short on time, I will see if we can take maybe 1 or 2 questions. Yes, I can see someone at the back of the room there. And another person over there. Yeah, we'll just take a couple. Yeah. Oh, there's a lot more. Okay. Let's see if we can just get a few in one round and then, yeah. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I am Erika Mendes from Justiça Ambiental, a Mozambican civil society organization. And I think it cannot be overemphasized the linkages between transnational corporations and the model of development that we have in Africa and the number of conflicts that we are seeing linked to the exploitation of natural resources. In the specific case of Cabo Delgado, where we have a war going on for the last 5 years, and it linked me very much to the projects that Total has been leading. Some of the groups that have been mostly affected by the gas projects have been fishing communities that have been relying on fishing for many generations. One of the only requests that they did to Total on the moment of resettlement was that they wanted to be resettled near the sea so they could continue to be fishing and living their lives traditionally as they ever did. But this request was not accommodated by Total, and they were resettled in the interior of the province where they have no access to the sea. So my first question is, was this request so hard to accommodate? And then the second, we know that in March 2021.
All right, just in the interest of time, we're going to take the first question and then just go over to the other side of the room so we can get a few more questions in.
Sorry?
We're going to take
it's just a small comment. In March 2021, there was an insurgent attack in Palma, after which Total declared force majeure. And after that, it stopped with all their obligations, including their obligations regarding communities that have been resettled, meaning that some of these families have been resettled, so they lost their land, but then they stopped receiving the compensation from Total because of force majeure. So I wanted to ask if this is responsible behavior from Total. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we also get someone? There was someone in the corner of the room. Okay, I guess we have someone on there. We can have you.
Thank you. Thank you, Abdul, for that. My name is Andrew Biaruhanga from Resource Rates Africa in Kampala, Uganda. Mine goes to Madam from UN Global Compact. I looked at the slide where she's mentioning about the national networks, if that is the right word to use. And I realized that Uganda is missing on that list. Was it an omission, or because as far as I know, in Uganda, we have the local UN Global Compact local network. And again, in the same line, the participation of civil society actors within the local networks, I think that was missing in the discussion. You focused more on the participation of companies. What are those challenges that have led to maybe less of civil society participation in the UN Global Network, especially at national level? Those were my observations.
Thank you. Let's take those questions. I guess maybe we can start with Charles, if you have a response to Erica's question.
Thank you, Erica, for raising the issue related to declaration of force majeure. I think in foremost, I think you might be in a position to understand that it was declared due to insecurity and to mitigate the same issue to do with human rights, humanitarian crisis. That's why we had to set up a platform with different civil society organizations who are actors in the area of humanitarian support. I think you might be aware that you are based in Mozambique and you're aware of VAMUSH, the initiative they are doing to wrap up and mitigate the current scenario. Thank you.
So just a quick follow-up, because I think to Erica's question, there was something else around the fundamental link around international companies causing the rise of certain types of issues. And I don't know if you had any response to that.
Pardon, sorry.
So basically that the models used by international companies is to an extent responsible to some of the issues that we are seeing in BHR.
Yeah, by the end of the day, it's what we are like on Total Energies Mozambique. Basically, we have been more championing the dialogue. Okay, the dialogue is fundamental. The dialogue is the main way we measure and we hear the third parties, their interests, their concerns, and togetherness, we move forward in that alignment.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. And Cynthia, we had a question from Andrew.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much for your question. So in terms of, I think you noticed that the focus is very much on companies, and he was asking about sort of the civil society aspect of our membership. Of course, we do essentially, the Global Compact is engaged at our members, our membership base. The majority is the private sector, it's business. And though that's who we are going for, that's who we're trying to engage, that's who is effectively got the employers and doing the harm, or has the potential to do the harm. So that's where the focus is. But we do absolutely, amongst our membership, do have some civil society, we have some academia, because I think it's very, very important to have those conversations, and we think it's important to have those conversations. And we tailor our work, our programmatic work, to all our participants to be part of that. It's important to have all those people in the room and feed into our strategy and into our priorities and to the realities on the ground. But overwhelmingly, it always will be business, because that is our mandate. And I think in relation to the local networks, absolutely, as at present, the Global Compact does not have a network, a local network in Uganda, as things stand currently. So that's why it wasn't listed. So I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you so much for that. Just in the interest of time, we're going to wrap up with a 30-second call to action from each presenter. We will start with Norman. Just, keep in mind that we have a room, as Cynthia highlighted, of a lot of policymakers, also civil society members, and some business representatives. And I think it would just be good to get your view on what do we need to do to get better human rights due diligence.
Thank you very much. So in brief, I think one of the most critical issues around supply chain due diligence around human rights is the the relationship between the expectations of the market and downstream suppliers and the national legislation. So oftentimes you see, and I'll give an example of air pollution, where you might have very different standards or different sort of quantifiable limits for air pollution between the globally industry accepted standard and a national standard. So mines and mining companies would tend to go with whichever is the easiest to achieve. And I think an important thing to do is for policymakers is to align themselves with whether they be regional or international industry accepted standards and try to reach that frontier so as to allow for the due diligence procedures that are in the business area to be more effective in holding mining companies to account. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward, 30 seconds.
It's a point that we need to reconsider our legislation. We need, because our legislation as it stands is more laissez-faire. It appears to put business and workers at the same pedestal, as if they are equal, they have equal strength. And government is also stands aside and look on and allow these two parties to battle it out in court. And then apart from that, state institutions that are supposed to supervise and promote human rights violations at the workplace are under-resourced, their staff are under-motivated, and all these things put together tells the argument against labor, and then promotes more violation of the rights of workers. And the increasing informalization of the economy, particularly in the agricultural sector, gives room for violations of rights. Yeah. It's informal because the rules and the laws are not covering those people. Even where the laws are there, the capacity of the state and state agencies to enforce those laws is very difficult. How much more when the informal economy or sector continues to grow day in, day out, and that imposes tremendous challenge on trade unions to be able to fight back and then to secure human rights of workers.
Thank you. I will ask Joseph, 30 seconds.
Yes, this is an amalgamation of quotes from four people today. Businesses need to take responsibility for the impact of their profit making as a matter of enlightened self-interest, as a moral issue, as a legal and financial imperative. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Charles.
For Mozambique, I think we are in a position where we understand that we are in the scenario of insecurity. So I believe and I call upon the African Union and the EU that Mozambique can't contain by alone its insurgency. We need in a position where we need your support and assistance. Thank you.
Perfect. Finally, Cynthia.
Thank you. I'd like to say just two things to close. One, I agree with everything Joseph said today in his initial remarks and in his 30 seconds. I wanted to yell hear, hear across the screen. And finally, to say that we need business in the room. We're essentially speaking to the converted, and there's no point in that. I hope, and we all have to take responsibility for that. As the Global Compact, I want to be able to be having this presentation speaking to my members. And that's something that we all have to look to ourselves about how we get business into the room, all of us, all stakeholders. And I hope that next time that we have this incredibly important forum, that business is in the room and business is able to speak to us and we can speak to them. Thank you.
We can wrap up there. Round of applause for our panel. You can catch them if you have any more questions, and I'm gonna yield.
Thank you very much. We have our final session before we close. Please indulge us. It's going to be very interesting, so I urge all of you to stay and listen and contribute to the conversation. Before then, I will invite Dylan of the Office of the Human Rights High Commission to give us an announcement.
Thank you so much, Jenny. Just if speakers for session 7 on access to remedy tomorrow, the 10:30 session, if we could just have a quick speakers meeting in the back corner at the end of the next session, that would be great. It will not take long, just to coordinate. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So this final session is focusing on stakeholder perspectives on the development of an African regional roadmap on the implementation of the UN guiding principles. And to moderate this session is Pichaman Yofanton from the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights. He's actually the vice chairperson. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I will be the moderator for the session. As mentioned, this is a session organized by the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights to talk about the roadmap for the next decade of action on business and human rights. Before I go on to describe the session, I will just invite the speakers to please come up and join me, if you may. I would, of course, start with the vice chairperson of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights, who is also the member representing Asia Pacific states, Dr. Pichaman Iyofantong. Alex Frimpong, the CEO of the Ghana Employers Association. Solomon Deso, the Honorable Commissioner, African Commission on Human and People's Rights. You're welcome. Elizabeth Kemi Gisha, who is the Advocacy Manager, the Uganda Association of Women Lawyers. Patrick Karanja, Project Lead, Advocates for International Development. And last but not the least, Jovita Muchunguzi, who is the Principal Investigation Officer of TRAG Tanzania. You would agree with me that we have assembled a very distinguished and eminent roster of speakers. And what we're trying to achieve with this session, we know it's the last session for the day, so we'll keep it very dynamic and interactive. What we're trying to achieve with this session is to present the roadmap that we've been talking about, the roadmap that our working group has developed. Of course, the roadmap sets out what we think should be the 8 key action points for the next decade. But the key question that this panel will be asking is, how can we then translate the roadmap to practical action points in the continent of Africa? And of course, this is a discussion that we've been having even since yesterday. We've had consultations with businesses, with representatives of government, representatives of national human rights institutions, labor unions. So we've had very rich discussions yesterday. And what you will hear today are some of the reports or findings from those discussions. So we'll kick off by asking the vice chair of the working group to give us an overview of the roadmap, after which I will welcome the panelists to analyze the African perspective of it. 5 minutes each. And they were strict on me this morning, so I'll be very strict. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much for that, Damilola. Because Damilola can be extremely strict, I'm going to try and stay away from him as much as possible, just in case I go over 5 minutes. If you don't mind, I'm just going to come down from the podium a little bit. And given that Damilola promised that this was going to be interactive and dynamic, I guess I just wanted to ask everyone a question. Have any of you laid awake at night thinking, how far have we come in relation to implementing the UN guiding principles? Anyone? Or is it just me? I get the feeling that these days, after joining the working group for the past 5 months, I no longer count sheep. I actually count principles and goals that we are, tracking towards the roadmap. All right, then, can I ask for your cooperation then? Would people mind standing up for just a moment? Oh, you're standing too. Thank you very much. Excellent. All right. Okay. So let me ask you, for the people who are standing up right now, if you think that the UN guiding principles have made sufficient progress, that they are being implemented, even if incrementally, but they are making progress, please have a seat. I know it's a dangerous exercise, isn't it? Let's see how many people will remain standing at the end of this session. All right, okay. Okay, my next question then is, my next point then is, if you think the UN guiding principles aren't actually working at all, look, they need to be scrapped, right? Let's be realistic here. We need to move towards mandatory measures. If you believe that, or if you think we're not making enough progress, please have a seat. Sorry? Oh, I was saying that if you believe that the UN guiding principles aren't making enough progress, then please have a seat. Sit down. Okay, all right, okay. Oh, I had no idea when any of you sat down, so I'm gonna ignore that for the time being. You just sat down, did you? Okay, that's telling. So for the group over there and this gentleman, I take it that you are undecided. Is that correct? Okay, great. So there are like 6 of you. That's not too bad, actually. But please have a seat. I will not subject you to standing for the entirety of this session. That was very telling, and that was actually very helpful, because what we've been trying to do as a working group for the past couple of years is to try and assess how far we've come with respect to the implementation of the UN guiding principles. And this is part of the UNGP's 10+ or decade on business and human rights. And so as many of you will be aware, the UN guiding principles turned 10 back in July 2021. And again, we talk a lot about the UN guiding principles and how important they are, but we haven't really done that major stock take up until this point in time. And so the point of this roadmap project is to precisely do that, to do that stock taking exercise and determine how far we've come, what more must we do. At the same time, another component of this roadmap project is thinking about the roadmap for the next decade for business and human rights. And of course, we are mindful of the fact that a global roadmap can only go so far, because every region, every country, every local context is different. And so part of the rationale for this session and for the consultations that we've had over the course of this week here in Africa, in Ghana, but also in other parts of the world, including in Asia, and later in the Pacific also, is really to get a sense of what more can we do for each of these regions in order to ensure that the roadmap that we devise are well suited to the local context. And so this is where we really hope that you'll be able to come in and contribute to the work that the working group is currently doing. How am I going for time? 1 more minute, excellent. So what I can tell you is that with respect to the roadmap, we've identified 8 key action areas. And within each of those action areas, we have a range of goals and objectives. These vary from, for example, taking into account digital transformation and what digital transformation means for the UN guiding principles. It also includes considerations about policy coherence. How can we make the UN guiding principles more embedded into existing standards, as well as expectations? And this applies not just to states, but also to businesses. How can we assure that human rights policy frameworks are coherent with one another and that we have a common standard for businesses, for states, for stakeholders working in this space? It's also a question about how can we accelerate the implementation of the UN guiding principles in each of the local contexts that we see business and human rights issues emerge. What can we do more? How can we mobilize collective action as well as collective ownership of this process? And so the roadmap document, if you have a look at it, it is very long, it is very dense, and we are currently working on making it more accessible. But the point at the end of the day is, what can we do more? And I think the resounding answer to that is that we have to work together, because fundamentally this is a collective responsibility, and fundamentally we cannot achieve any of this if we don't have the support and the collaboration of the people sitting in this room, but also in other rooms, in other fora, in other parts of the world. So noting that I don't really have that much time remaining, I suppose I just wanted to end on that point. In one sense, we are looking towards the African continent, to countries in this region as a source for hope, as a source for optimism. There is so much work that needs to be done, but that also means that there are so many more opportunities that we can harness in order to deliver on the business and human rights agenda. So on that note, I'll hand over back to our esteemed moderator in order to help guide the next discussion about what we can do more for the African roadmap. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. That was very insightful, given the very short time that we have allocated. So thank you so much. I'll move straight to the panel. I see that there is one space, that's because our final panelist is here, Matthew Parks, Parliamentary Coordinator, Congress of South African Trade Union, COSATU. Yes, fantastic. My apologies for not bringing you up earlier. Thank you so much. Please. Okay, so like I mentioned earlier on, what this distinguished panel will do is to practicalize everything that the Vice Chair said about our roadmap. What does this mean for Africa, and how can we implement it with effectiveness? Of course, when we talk about Africa, the African Union has a key role to play in all of this. And so it is my great pleasure to welcome the chairperson of the working group, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Solomon Deso, to give us his comments. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to esteemed colleagues, excellencies, dear friends. It's a great pleasure for me to join this distinguished panel and indeed this inaugural forum on business and human rights on the African continent. As the African Commission on Human and People's Rights Working Group on Extractive Industries, Human Rights and Environment, we, the African Commission, welcome this initiative. And indeed, as you look into the African continent with hope for the implementation of the guiding principles, I think we as the African Commission also would like to welcome that initiative, because if there is one continent that has the worst experience in the engagement of business on the African continent, in the world, it is the African continent. I think you can trace this all the way back to slave trade, because slave trade was a business enterprise. It was a business engagement. You can trace back some of the colonial adventures on the African continent. They were backed by and were part and parcel of the expansion of business empires as well, right? And these contexts matter a great deal. So we have the weight of history and we have the weight of experience here on the African continent. I think it is against this background that the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which is the founding human rights instrument of the African human rights system, is the legal instrument that was pioneered with respect to this issue of business and human rights. I would like to make reference to one very direct article of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which actually make reference to what it calls international monopolies. And this is a direct reference to multinational companies. This is Article 21 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. This is the charter that deals with the rights of all peoples to natural resources and to their wealth. And this is the aspect of the African Charter that received the most extensive coverage in the whole of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, with 5 sub-provisions within it, indicating the historical, legal, socio-economic, and international relations significance, strategic significance of this issue. And with that, what I would like to indicate to you is, as explained earlier on, indeed, the guiding principles provide the basis. I think this is worth emphasizing, the basis, not necessarily the ceiling of what we need to have in order to address the plethora of human and people's rights issues that we have on the African continent. Speaking from the perspective of extractive industries, the Working Group on Extractive Industries actually produced a study that was launched last year in the public session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. And that study highlights, I would like just to quickly take note of the plethora of human rights issues highlighted in that study and link it to what many people today in the course of their interventions highlighted, which comes together. The human rights issues highlighted include land rights, including displacement and dispossession without proper compensation, with all its consequences. Livelihoods of communities, the right to health, environment, illicit financial flows, and indeed communities being forced to bear the externalities, as it were, of the establishment and operation of businesses, and thereby suffering further impoverishment, and therefore being unable to fulfill their right to development. Labor has been indicated, access to justice. The existence of communities have been threatened, as indicated by the reference to the African Commission's case, Serak versus Nigeria in the Ogoni land earlier in the morning. Children's rights, women's rights, corruption, conflicts, environmental defenders of environmental rights and how they are being persecuted by the connivance of business and state actors, the right to development, and indeed, of course, the whole question of what has been described in the context of protest of the right to assembly of affected communities. And the question that we ask really in this context is, what gives rise to and what are the factors and the causes for these very unfortunate state of context on the African context, on the African continent. And there are a couple of points that I would like to make, and then I will conclude. One, the role and responsibility of the state. That is at the core of much of the gaps and lapses that create what the African Commission calls the human rights protection vacuum, leading to the emergence of a widespread of vacuum, allowing the occurrence of these human rights issues. The state not only lacks the required legislative regulatory framework, but also the institutions with the relevant responsibilities and mandates for enforcing those legislations. So in terms of legislative aspect, I think there are a number of issues that have been raised. But importantly, there is also a power dynamic problem. Businesses ever increasingly have influence over because of the size of their power in terms of negotiation between state and business. Businesses have the upper hand. That's why you see the kind of corruption that was reported earlier, I mean, in a few months back. That is why you would see businesses also pushing back. For example, when DRC was trying to review its mining code, the kind of push that it got by businesses coming together, because one of the things that we are experiencing in the race of the President Bake called it, in the race to the bottom, is the ever increasing deregulation of an already weakly regulated environment on the African continent. So we need to bring in into the equation the role of trade liberalization, the role of deregulation. What does these things mean as far as the regulatory environment is concerned? And then ultimately, I think in terms of access to remedy, again, that is the role and responsibility of the state in ensuring that the necessary remedial measures are available within the national jurisdiction. And one of the things in the business environment that you find is, more often than not, national courts are excluded from having jurisdiction over some of these issues because these are regulated by investment treaties. With that, I would like to once again thank you for your attention in the light of the small time that we have. But I would like to indicate that at the African Commission, we would like to work with the working group in terms of the development of the African roadmap for the next decade, taking into account the issues that I have highlighted. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner Deso. I think you've really highlighted the key issues that we need to talk about: land rights, displacements, ensuring proper livelihoods for peoples in local communities, addressing illicit financial flows, and the need for the state to fill regulatory vacuum that exists and hinder the ability to address these issues. Thank you so much. I will call on Alex Frimpong, the CEO of Ghana Employers Associations, for his perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, and good evening all. Even though I am from the Ghana Employers Association, on this occasion, I speak on behalf of the IOE after the employers group had a caucus concerning business and human rights discussion yesterday. For the sake of time, I may have to abridge the full statements. So we want to thank the organizers, the Africa Union, GIZ, the UN Commission for Human Rights, the UN Working Group, and all the other members who made it possible for us to have this forum. I'm sure, having followed the discussions since its inception and even from Accra, you would agree with me that even though much has been done, a lot still needs to be done. And for the business group, we're able to identify some key priorities that we think in Africa that will help us to advance the cause of business and human rights in Africa. And these are as follows. One, enterprises have understood the importance of engagement with stakeholders in a proactive and continuous way to identify issues and impacts, to define commitments and policies, and to find solutions to economic problems. However, common problems require common solutions, and there is the need to increase collective action. A company alone will not be able to make lasting difference in Africa on the ground without state support. So in this context, we are emphasizing the point that state business collaboration will further deepen the issue of entrenching business and human rights in our environment. Second, companies are operating in a particular legislative, economic, and cultural context in Africa. And as we saw yesterday in our caucus, these contexts sometimes entail conflicts where companies can face important dilemmas when it comes to operating good governance and ensuring that legislation with international human rights standards and norms, as well as effective implementation and enforcement, is key to promoting the business responsibility to respect human rights. Lack of legislations and clear legal certainty for business at the local level create risks to operate for companies. So we need to really deepen education at the enterprise level, at the company level, at the business association level, because the concept, even though it is not new, it is assuming some dimensions that would have very significant impact on how business operates in going forward. So we need to also up our game and ensure that we are able to match with the times. Another priority action closely linked to good governance is addressing the root causes from where most human rights deficits arise, in particular, informality. In Africa, about 85.8% of employment is operating in the informal economy. This makes it extremely difficult for companies to undertake their due diligence and to monitor and assess potential risks. Measures that need to be taken are very broad and include such varied issues as property rights, company law, labor law, tax law, corruption, and many more. Very, very, very important in the sense that I have had the privilege of leading a lot of discussions on the informal economy. And some of the recommendations, some of the strategies, before you even end the discussions, things have changed because that economy is quite fluid. So we need to really look at how we can work together to have some far-reaching strategies to enter that part of our global economy. In fact, I used to think that it was the informal economy was only in Africa, but in Asia and even in Europe is emerging. So we need a concerted effort to ensure that we're able to improve how we enter the informal economy. I think this also goes to SMEs, small, medium enterprises, how we can ensure that even though they employ large numbers of workers and also have a deep root in the development of our national economies, how we are able to ensure that they are guided by the principles becomes equally very important. So there will be the need for collaboration with large companies, especially within the supply chain framework to ensure that the big boys are able to bring along the small ones, all in an attempt to ensure that we're able to disseminate the culture of business and human rights, which I'm sure in the coming days or years, it is a must-have, not an ought to have one. So it becomes very important. Lastly, we need to build trust and have an open dialogue with an open mindset among all stakeholders, as should be the case. Why? Because no one stakeholder have the answers. So collaboration, cooperation, dialogue, negotiations are very, very important among the key stakeholders, both at the national, local, and the international level. So, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, this is what I bring to you from the Employers Caucus. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those very rich perspectives, especially the need to deepen education, and which is something that our working group has been monitoring closely. The need to expand collaboration as well. I like what you said, that no one stakeholder has all the answers, and that's indeed why we are here representing different groups to give us that rich perspective on how we can collaborate more and deepen our active engagement as one. And I think on that note, we've heard from the Employers Association. It would be great to now hear from the trade unions. So let me welcome Matthew Parks, Parliamentary Coordinator, Congress of South African Trade Unions. Over to you, Matthew.
Good evening, colleagues and friends. So let me maybe take a step back and say, why are we here? What is the purpose of this kind of discussions, the UNGPs? You know, at times we make things very theoretical, but if you look at the conditions of most workers don't have the benefits of rights we take for granted. They don't have the rights to a minimum wage. Often workers are paid a poverty wage. Workers often, as we saw over the past 2 years, worked in very dangerous conditions with COVID-19 and so forth. Most workers, at least in the continent, don't have the right to insurance to protect them from injury on duty, if they get disabled, if they can't work. They don't have the right to unemployment insurance, to pensions, etc. So the challenges really are great. And yes, we made progress, for example, in South Africa on those issues on a legislative level, but often the implementation is difficult. Colleagues from business might ask, why should they talk to trade unions? Because we're a noisy bunch who don't behave, which is true. But also to bear in mind that when you talk about civil society organizations, really the best civil society organizations, the most organized civil society is trade unions, is churches, is mosques. The rest really struggle. People will often say that, well, trade unions are very selfish, we only look after our members' interests, which is true. That's why we exist. We look after our workers' interests, but we also look after the workers' families because they're interlinked. We look after communities where workers live. We look after the unemployed because workers might have the privilege of having a job, but they're looking after people who are unemployed, who have lost wages, etc. And I think, as Alex was saying earlier this morning from iTook, was that unions really believe in social dialogue. They believe in a social compact between government and business, because, you know, government has got the legislative powers, got some of the muscles, but doesn't have all the resources. Business might have capital, but doesn't have the legislative power. Unions don't have any of those, but we have some muscle, and we can make a noise. But at the same time, unions also have a best interest in the business. The companies growing, pay their workers. It means they can create new jobs. It means they can pay workers a better wage. If a company is collapsing, well, then we know what happens. But at the same time, also, we think that employers would do better to listen to workers because workers have expertise in how to make these companies more productive, more successful, etc. I think what we can't afford to do is to have a race to the bottom, I think, as an earlier colleague was saying. We also can't afford for labor market instability and strife. We can't afford also for companies to pay workers poverty wages because who's going to buy the very goods these companies produce? And I think we'd also want to say we can't afford to treat workers like slaves, like often happens, especially in the agricultural sector, cleaners, security guards, etc. Maybe we should also just take a step back around what are human rights, and human rights are also labor rights. They're not separate. we should take a broader view of human rights. So it's about the right to a living wage, to decent work, to education, to health, to social security, to dignity. And I know employers don't like to hear this, but also the right to form a trade union, to unionize, to collective bargaining, even to picket and to strike, because these are the ways people express their frustrations in a democratic state, is how you manage differences. So I think maybe lastly, Chair, because I know you're very busy with some intimidation tactics with notes. So what are the kind of tools? So one is legislation. So at a domestic level, you can have legislation. So in South Africa, we have various labor legislation which requires decent work or elements of it for employers to abide by. We've also managed to push through legislation that if you want as a company to get a tender from the state, you must be in compliance, not just with tax legislation, but labor laws. You must pay at least the minimum wage, etc., be supporting good labor practices, etc. I think around the issue of financing also, that's a way of incentivizing businesses to cooperate as well. So state financing can be used to reward, to incentivize companies which are embracing good labor practices, human rights, etc. Same thing with the banks. We've seen many of the banks now moving away from funding coal, for example, to funding renewable energy. So why can't they also be incentivizing, rewarding companies who embrace good labor practices, who abide by the laws, etc. The other one I think is around international trade agreements. So you've got NAFTA in the North America, you've got AGOA, the African Growth Opportunities Act, which do have human rights clauses. They've been able to enforce them, I think, especially around AGOA. Now we're busy with the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, but it doesn't have a social clause. So why are we shortchanging ourselves as a continent which really is the worst offender in many instances? So that is something we should be pushing as business or as labor or as the AU to say in the African Free Trade Agreement, let's also have a social clause. But even let's also have a clause that says let's support local procurement. So companies which are African based, which produce goods here, we should be supporting them because that helps to create local jobs, etc. I think lastly, it's about having naming and shaming campaigns. So during the 1980s, when South Africa was under apartheid regime, companies which traded with South Africa were named and shamed, were embarrassed. Trade unions across the world also provided solidarity. So trade unions in Ireland wouldn't offload goods from South Africa as part of providing real solidarity and pressure on the ground. So I think for me, those are the kind of the critical, but also creative ideas we should be thinking about. Yeah, but let me stop there, Chair, because I think you did give me a hint to round up. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Matthew. I think those are very, very wonderful points. They need to realize that what we are talking about as human dimensions, real human dimensions, the abilities of people to be able to have real living wage as opposed to poverty wage, and the abilities of people to actually express themselves through proper union. These are all significant issues that have real human, real life dimensions. And we really appreciate Matthew for bringing those real life dimensions to bear today. I know the CEO of the Ghana Association has to leave due to other commitments. So we appreciate your presence. And so we won't take any offense whenever you choose to, to leave. All right. We've heard from trade union, we've heard from the Employers Association. Thank you. So now let's turn to Jovina Mchuguzi from TRAG, Tanzania.
Good evening to you, everybody. Yes, my name is Jovina Mchunguzi from Tanzania Commission for Human Rights and Good Governance. But in this particular session, I will speak on the tune of the African National Human Rights Institutions. The African National Human Rights Institutions appreciate the global roadmap on business and human rights, as well welcome gratefully the idea to develop special roadmap on business and human rights for the Africa countries. Yes, as national human rights institutions, we see avenues as we are adding to the roadmap and would be very, very happy to see how the roadmap address the following priorities. We have so many priorities, but just two main ones. The issue of facilitating access to remedy is a vital role of every national human rights institution. So in this particular move of the roadmap, we are on the idea that it's good also to reflect on the limited mandate of national human rights institutions, especially to those of no judicial or quasi-judicial functions to facilitate access to remedy. There is a concern that some of the national human rights institutions have that power to investigate complaints that are rated or nominated or involve the public or the private entities. So we take that as a concern. But as well as national human rights institutions, there is a role mandate to refer complaints to other oversight institutions. So maybe we are looking for actions in the roadmap on how we can capacitate these NHRs to make sure they work with other oversight institutions jointly to address those complaints that are related or that involve business activities. There is also a concern of building capacity of national human rights institutions on the monitoring and investigation methodologies on how to deal with business-related abuses. Yes, they have that mandate to do cross-cutting issues, but the agenda of business and human rights, the agenda of implementing the UN guiding principles on business and human rights needs particular action when it comes to trends of investigation and monitoring. As well, we know communities living surrounding operations have grievances, but how far capacity they have to report those grievances to proper channels, including national human rights institutions. The roadmap would be great if to find that is a main concern for the national human rights institutions to integrate the capacity to the communities to bring up issues that are related to business and operations concern, as well as encouraging the companies to set out the company level grievances handling mechanism. For us, we see as entry points when we want to integrate the special roadmap for Africa, but a concern on how national human rights institutions can move forward in the issue of access to remedy for victims of human rights abuses. Another entry point we are looking forward as a priority in this particular roadmap coming to Africa is about taking initiatives to develop national action plan on business and human rights. Looking at the different feedback we got since morning, you have seen there's tremendous acceptance of other national human rights institutions which have taken steps to develop action plan or to initiate the process in their respective countries. And two of the African countries, as you heard, is Kenya, Uganda, already have documents in place. Some are in the process, others at the initial stage, while the others even haven't yet initiated the process, but doesn't mean that they haven't yet involved in the issues that are related to business and human rights. So we want to bring the attention that if the roadmap could observe this issue, that the NAP process cycle is resource oriented, particularly from the point you start initiating to the implementation stage. So finding a way we can integrate these issues on how these national human rights institutions will facilitate the process of developing the national action plan, but how far would be they capacitated to mobilize enough resources that leaving any priority not behind. Again, there is a need stock of national human rights institutions to do their country level needs assessment Entry points for developing action plan need to set priorities, map stakeholders, make the state own the process. So in this particular case, we on the view that every national human rights institution, basing on their national context, their country context, will need to concentrate on their own priorities and set thematics, and of course have the meaningful consultation with the different stakeholders. As heard my colleague, the trade unions are one of the key stakeholders, the COCOs, national entities, etc. Yes, let me end here for now.
Thank you very much for providing those perspectives from the national human rights institutions. Of course, you identified key priorities and entry points. Irrespective of how elaborate our international guidelines are, the implementation must be very strong at the local level, at the country level. So capacity development, of course, developing national action plans. I was very, very happy to hear that. So thank you so much. And we look forward to taking these discussions forward. Of course, we've heard from the national human rights institutions. It's good now to hear from lawyers what advocates have to say about this. Patrick Karanja, project lead, Advocates for International Development. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so pleased to make this presentation on behalf of the perspective from the legal community. I work with Advocates for International Development as the project lead Africa. We are a UK-based organization founded by global leading law firms, and our work is to support strengthening of rule of law, particularly in Africa. And in East Africa, which is our initial area of focus, we work in partnership with the East Africa Law Society, and with their kind permission, I'd like to recognize my boss, who is the Secretary General of the East Africa Law Society Governing Council, Mr. Patrick Nukuli from Burundi. Good to see you, sir. We had a conversation. In fact, we brought about 20 lawyers from different countries in East Africa to just have a conversation on how can we support the business and human rights agenda in Africa. And from our conversations, we identified 3 areas in terms of the roadmap that we can make an input. First being seizing the moment in terms of the mandatory waive. And lawyers love jurisprudence, lawyers love precedents. So the fact that we have developments in Europe and other jurisdictions on the mandatory human rights due diligence, it's a good opportunity for lawyers to ask, how can we interpret that, albeit being persuasively, to apply to the Africa jurisdiction. Of course, some of the concerns that came up were that it seems that states in Africa, because of their focus to be attractive for investment, seem to be lowering the benchmark on business and human rights for investors, perhaps so that they do not create hindrance to attract investors. Then in terms of human rights due diligence, the question is, who on behalf of the state, as the state is implementing its duty to protect, is going to assist in undertaking the due diligence? These are state law officers, many of them who are not aware about human rights due diligence processes. And therefore, we identified a capacity gap in terms of the regulators and a legal officer working in state agencies. And we also realized that there was a question of, okay, there is the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, but as government, if we try to implement it without substantive legislation, we would have constitutional petitions and judicial review. So how do you embed the framework of the UNGPs without a proper regulatory framework? But we are glad to say that the Department of Justice are very open to work with other stakeholders. And in fact, in July, we had a meeting in Nairobi on the role of lawyers in supporting implementation of the Kenya National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. We are therefore glad to see that the government is welcoming other stakeholders, including lawyers, to support their work in implementing UNGPs. Again, the emerging jurisprudence on mandatory business and human rights is raising interest amongst lawyers, particularly young lawyers and state law officers, to ask, what is this subject? What do we need to know? And we are glad to see also short courses coming up on business and human rights and lawyers engaging in them. And in terms of even the capacity building, we have held about 25 business and human rights training in different countries in Africa. The first trainings, we had about 15 to 20 lawyers. Increasingly, we see more numbers of lawyers being interested in knowing more about the agenda on business and human rights. And for us moving forward, we would like to recommend all stakeholders to consider engaging substantively with their national bar associations, because they provide a potential support that can help you, whether it's the NHRIs or the civil society. Our conversation with national bar associations have been that they're willing to support. Taking the case of the East Africa Law Society, we have about 25,000 lawyers working as commercial lawyers and in-house counsel in East Africa. We believe if we create awareness on UNGPs and engage the legal community, we'll have support for all stakeholders in terms of taking the agenda forward and developing a framework and roadmap that is tailored to the needs of the African circumstances. We would therefore encourage all stakeholders, when you go back to your countries, talk to your national bar associations. We are creating awareness amongst them. I think there will be a very strategic key stakeholder to support you in your work. And in terms of implementing now UNGPs to become practical for companies and businesses and mainstreaming human rights due diligence, one of the questions that a commercial lawyer or an in-house counsel will be asked by the board or the management, okay, these are good ideas, but how do we develop a policy? How do we incorporate human rights due diligence? So there's therefore an opportunity for us to work with the legal community so that we provide them practical tools and guide to be able to advise businesses and their governments on human rights due diligence. And finally, trying to leverage on business community and other actors. There's a lot of movement and talks on ESG, sustainability, climate change, and there's confusion, where does business and human rights fall in all this? So we can leverage on the fact that lawyers are experts on due diligence, and therefore ask them to consider how to incorporate human rights as part of their due diligence work. And finally, with many companies, particularly in East Africa, requiring non-financial reporting, is to have a conversation, how can we leverage on those frameworks for non-financial reporting to incorporate human rights consideration. And with those few remarks, thank you very much for listening to me. And just to confirm, the legal community is open and willing to support this agenda in Africa.
Thank you so much for those insightful remarks, Patrick. I think mentioning the fact that there's a need for lawyers across Africa to seize the moment in providing counsel to clients on how best to integrate human rights, due diligence, and the essential tools in their project planning. I think that's very key. And we count on the advocates for international development to continue the good work that they are doing in this regard. Of course, one of the key issues that a lot of speakers have mentioned today is the need to ensure gender justice, the need to ensure that our boardrooms reflect a balance and that women continue to play key roles in key economic sectors. And so on that note, we are delighted to have a feminist lawyer, Elizabeth Kemigisha, Advocacy Manager, the Uganda Association of Women Lawyers. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's very difficult to talk to people when they are very tired. So I'm going to try as much as possible to keep it brief. One, maybe to first use the first few seconds to give feedback that there've been very few women right here. So I am hoping that tomorrow we'll have more women, or even on the next Business and Human Rights Forum, one as huge as this, we'll have more women here and at the front speaking on these issues. So I'll be speaking from the CSO's perspective, and a lot of this is a conversation that we had yesterday at the side event organized by ACA, which has many members that are doing work on business and human rights. And I'm going to speak about this in about 2 or 3 parts. One, on as we are celebrating the 10 years of UNGPs, what is working, what is not working. I know that we have spoken a lot about, PP also spoke about a lot of what has been working. And the report, very beautifully put, by the way, very accessible for those that can read and speak English. I think that's the version that I've seen so far. Very easy to understand. You will see the stock that has been taken. There's been beautiful things, and we cannot understate the importance of UNGPs in the business and human rights conversation. There's a few things that we can still work on, but I think it's one of those things that kickstarted conversations on business and human rights, and why it is important that human rights is seen hand in hand with some of the businesses, most of the businesses that happen. So these are some of the things that came out very strongly from the conversations with the CSOs yesterday. One is, as we move forward after this 10th year, is for us to recognize and address the primary role that corporations are playing in neo-colonialism. You must recognize that it's sort of a wave in most of the African countries. It's not really new, but it's an economic models that are encouraging privatization. I know that it's huge here in Ghana, it's huge in Uganda, it's huge in Kenya. And with COVID-19, we saw it happen in health. And you saw the risks, right? People are paying a lot of money to access oxygen. So to stay alive, basically, you had to pay a lot of money because of privatization of basic rights to health, to education, and water. So we must, if we're talking about businesses and moving forward after this 10th year, address what are cooperatives, what is the corporations, what is the role they are playing in there? And I think that's us going back to basics. Then secondly is, I think, a recognition of African realities and how they're reflected in the process of stock taking of what the UNGPs have done, but also in other conversation on regulation of business and human rights. So as we move towards the next session on the negotiations on the UN binding treaty, African realities in there are reflected. And in here, I think it is important that we look at groups that are usually at the sidelines. So women, gender expansive groups, indigenous groups, and I think it's important that those are brought to the fore as these conversations continue. And then thirdly is on who is leading and who is at the center of these conversations. I think it is important at the end of the day that for the most affected people, that they are at the center of the conversations, but they are part of the groups that are proposing for what works for them. I remember a lot of speakers spoke about local solutions for local problems is what we should be looking out for. Someone asked questions, many questions earlier on, I kept on noting. And one of the questions that I found very interesting was, who is setting the agenda? Yeah, and I just want us to relate this to a lot of conversations that are going on in transitional justice realm. You know, when we speak about what's happening in most African countries in regards to transitional justice, who sets the pace, who says what is happening where, and then who says we need this kind of regulation to be in place. As well intentioned as they are, whoever is setting the ball rolling, it's important for us to look at why is that person setting the pace running for most African countries. So that's also another place that I think the UNGPs need to look at going forward. And then on recommendations on what we see we need to do going forward, what came out very strongly is collective action. And I think a lot of people have spoken on that very greatly. And this came from the background that there's a lot of shrinkage of civic space in African countries. So as my brother was talking about making noise, I was just cheering him on. Civil society have been known to keep on making noise. So they are now shutting them down. I know that it's a trend right now in Uganda. Uganda. So we need as much as possible to give people power back to the people, support people from the background. Are communities conscious enough to know that they can demand for these rights? Do they know that these are things that they're supposed to have? And then have civil society at the background, keep on supporting. Secondly is access to remedy, which is, I think, for most civil society, one of the hugest challenges for African CSOs and African communities in regards to business and human rights processes. It's also one of the most really ignored parts of the three principles. And I think that's absurd because we know that companies will continue operating and violations are bound to happen. So I think remedy should be at the center of all this. I have less than a minute, so I'd just like to recall what Professor Rugi spoke about, the UNGPs, and maybe food for thought for all of us, that the UNGPs are a floor, not a ceiling. Right? So it's the beginning, that even when we are 10 years into it, it's still not just the ceiling, it's where we should begin from. And I hope that this is food for thought for us as we're looking at the changing legislation on mandatory initiatives, because what we have seen for the 10 years now is that voluntary initiatives are not going to work. So on pushing back is, I think, making mandatory some of these things so that we can access justice for the most vulnerable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for those very, very insightful remarks, especially the need for mandatory actions that move beyond just voluntary and feel-good initiatives. And of course, we look forward to working with all the stakeholders to advance those discussions in a collective and collaborative manner. Thank you so much. Well, I think I have time to take one or two questions, after which I would pass it back to the panelists to give us their closing comments. Yes, we have one there. Please, your name and your question. We have another lady, and then I'll take the man just to balance things. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Hibist Kasa, and my question basically is about the accessibility of the Business and Human Rights online portal and the question about the digital divide. So you explained to us in a different session yesterday that Latin America has been submitting more cases, and that you've not seen much cases from Africa. The African region is predominantly NGOs, and you also have a situation where most of the violations are taking place in rural contexts. So the suggestion is that an approach that builds on the last speaker's point about creating space for dialogues, because communities need a space also for documentation and mechanisms for that, with national processes also linked up to it, and the financing for human rights institutions to actually have the capacity to implement on the ground. And the question also about militarization, and it's linked to women's bodily integrity and the criminalization of livelihoods, and also about the free, prior, informed consent. To what extent has it been integrated in extractivist kind of the work that the working group on extractivism is engaging? To what extent? Because in the African region, it's been very challenging to be able to get enforcement of that, mainly because you can either, most cases are where there are consultations not being held, and then using that basis in the law court.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I know that there's always a difference between a question and an intervention. So thank you for your intervention. Well received. All right, thank you.
Okay. I'm Mirana. I'm the child rights and business specialist in Western and Central Africa from UNICEF. So I don't have a question. I have two recommendations. So the first one is to, according to what the first panelist said about collaborative work. So we have the UN guiding principles. We talk also about the UN Global Compact, and we have the child right and business principle. So I already discussed with UNDP team, but for me, to work collaboratively in order to have the same framework and to talk to one voice to business is a key things that we need to discuss more, and maybe to have not a forum, but a discussion group who could discuss about how we could really work together and to have the same framework. And the second and last thing is about youth engagement, how the UN guiding principles could be brought in with this next generation. So how they feeling about the UN principles. So it may change. We are in the digital transformation age. So you may need to see what is for not only for the next decade, how we could embed this youth generation to lead these UN guiding principles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last one, yes. Okay, yes.
Yes, I am Abdullahi Olabangura from the Human Rights Commission of Sierra Leone. I am just trying to actually link up with what Commissioner from the African Commission for Human Rights has just stated regarding some of the issues that are to be taken on board with regards to the roadmap, like the land issues and then the issues of displacement. I want to add that there are other issues that also need to be captured. One of them is like the international certification processes that are actually being carried out by some international bodies, which we have actually considered or seen to serve as a stumbling block to our move to implement the business and human rights agenda in the country. These international processes in some business sectors like the RSPO, like the Kimberley process, like the Sustainable Forestry Initiative, are sometimes used as a license for some of these companies to do what they do without actually making reference to the UNGP. So we want to know, how can this be taken on board? How can this be addressed so that internal human rights mechanism within the country is respected? Because at times when they come to do their assessment processes, internal structures are not consulted, making reference to what they've been doing, and they will only come for a short period, while these internal human rights structures within the country have been following the processes, but whenever the certification process is being done, they have never been consulted. So it's a challenge that I think we need to address going forward with regards to implementing the UNGPs in country. Another issue is about the development finance institutions with regards to projects they fund, which are of development nature, but at the same time, they have a business characteristic. So what can we do as institution to look at, to see our participation in some of these processes in country whenever actually they are being done, especially when it comes to funding huge projects like in the energy sector. We have our hydro dam projects, which are being supported by the World Bank, by IFC and by other institutions. So, but at the same time, we see that the internal human rights structures are not actually made use of in the process or even in the initiation of those projects. At the end of the day, we are expected to monitor to see that things are done in the right way, but at the beginning, we are not consulted, we are not involved, we do not have enough information or ideas. So how can we actually successfully implement the business and human rights agenda and UNGPs in the country without our involvement in these processes? These are the things I actually need to bring forward to the table.
Thank you for your intervention. Well, the ladies have started to outdo us, so well, I'll take it. Please. Oh.
Merci beaucoup de m'avoir donné la parole. Je salue les communicateurs. Je voulais intervenir sur deux points qui sont à la fois des contributions, mais aussi peut-être deux recommandations. De tradition francophone, donc déjà, parfois dans le déroulement des sessions, on se perd un peu en tant que francophone parce qu'il y a vraiment, parce que je tiens à le signaler, parce que c'est très important l'atelier et on a parfois du mal à suivre parce que sur le plan technique, parfois il y a beaucoup de problèmes techniques, ce qui fait que l'interprétation, parfois, nous, on perd le fil. C'est déjà un point, ce qui fait que quand celui qui a parlé des affaires relatives à la justice et entreprises minières, quand il a parlé de la nécessité de prendre en compte des réalités africaines, je voulais également ajouter de la nécessité de prendre en compte les différences de traditions juridiques. Il y a la tradition anglo-saxonne, c'est normal donc pour les pays anglophones, mais il y a également la tradition romano-germanique pour les pays de tradition francophone. Et dès lors qu'il n'y a pas de cohérence et d'intégration de ces différences d'approche, il y aura de l'incohérence dans les dispositifs juridiques. Pour le second point, c'est une question d'abord, c'est-à-dire je voulais savoir quelle est la place dans votre feuille de route, la place que vous accordez au point genre et entreprise minière, genre droit de l'homme et entreprise minière. Parce que si vous prenez le genre comme une question transversale, dans nos traditions, souvent, tout ce qui est transversal est accessoire et secondaire. Alors que le contexte de Covid, le contexte vraiment de crise économique où l'économie informelle est remise en cause, alors que les femmes sont les premiers acteurs de l'économie informelle, il faudrait que le genre soit un point au-delà du transversal, qu'il occupe une place fondamentale dans le dispositif. C'est ce que je voulais ajouter. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. All right.
Il y a INDH du Sénégal.
Merci beaucoup, madame. Final remarks. I'll start with the commissioner.
Thank you very much. I think that there were a couple of pointed questions. One relating to the free, informed, and prior consent and its operationalization in the African context. I think it's worth noting that from the work of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, particularly the working group, not just on extractive industries, but also that of indigenous peoples, the imperative of free, prior, and informed consent has been firmly established, taking into account the power asymmetry issue that I made reference to, which applies not only in the relationship between the state and multinational companies, but also in terms of the role and influence of particularly marginalized sections of society, such as minorities and indigenous peoples, that it is through an effective implementation and through making actually free, prior, and informed consent legally binding, that you can be able to protect the rights and needs of marginalized sections of society. I think the issue really is bringing this, have been mentioned by my brother from the Law Society, about making sure that this is actually integrated into national legislation, all right, without having this domesticated into national legislation, then even taking it to the court becomes difficult. So you have a whole series of issues, recognizing that this is a right in the first place, integrating it into national legislation, and of course, creating the necessary mechanisms for its enforcement. Those are key important points. I think I would like to mention that in this context, when we talk about business and human rights in the African context, I think the whole question of a range of legal areas need to be looked at. As mentioned earlier on, trade and investment, extremely important area of law, which, if not brought on board, would leave a huge space that can't be dealt with. And of course, we have, even in the international system, the whole question of the relationship between international trade and investment and human rights. And the tendency that you see, these international trade rules trump human rights. We have seen this in the debate on TRIPS waivers in the context of COVID-19. And this applies in other areas of law, including in terms of the operation of businesses, particularly in the African context. That is why for the African Commission, when we developed the state reporting guidelines, we said that you need to deal with issues in terms of the regulatory framework, not only from the perspective of environment, labor, but also tax, company law. And you have to establish, of course, the capacity and not just having monitoring institutions, but also the whole question of if breaches happen, what do you do? What are the powers that you have? Can you bring cases to the national courts, or national courts do not have jurisdiction over this? These are matters to be dealt with through dispute settlement in the international forum. Or what it is that you can do in terms of, for example, administrative sanction, in terms of criminal responsibility. All of these issues need to be looked into. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you so much. Matthew?
No, thanks. So maybe just from my thoughts, a few thoughts. One is that it's a struggle on many fronts. So everybody's got a different role to play. Trade unions have got a role to play. Churches have a role to play. The AU's got a role to play. Businesses also have a role to play, as well as, of course, of parliaments, of government, all in different ways, with the different flavors, etc. We do need to look at many different interventions. So parliaments must pass progressive laws. The AU must help nudge our governments. Business must also put pressure on governments too to do better. And they must also lead by the front by paying workers better, treating workers like human beings, etc. I mean, I think at times we must also take it not as a sprint, but as a marathon. Even though at times you must also do a sprint and a marathon simultaneously. But these things won't be won overnight. There'll be incremental progress. But I think as long as you can see progress, that you can see that people have got a minimum wage here, people have got the right to education here, that's good progress. I think if we could see, lastly, Chair, that hear the voice of business and say, in Zimbabwe, can we have better respect for trade unions in Zimbabwe? Or in Swaziland, could we pressurize the government to move towards a democratic dispensation? But also if you can say, what can business do better in Namibia to pay farm workers a better wage? Can we invest more in the fishermen of Sao Tome, or give better hope to young girls in Cabo Verde? I think if we can do those things, then I think that it's a job well done. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Matthew. Jovina, I see there were a lot of questions on the role of human rights institutions. Your thoughts?
Okay, thank you. Yes, I see positive opportunities for national human rights institutions to work closely with the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights. I see avenues for cross-engagement and kindly provide visits to national level, national human rights institutions to have constructive discussions on matters that are related to business and human rights. But as well as we go far with developing the African roadmap, let us not forget that there's also a process of the African policy on business and human rights. Please, those two documents should be integrated in the process, as well as national human rights institutions welcome if there's a possibilities of commissioning spatial research or studies on specific sectors, as my colleague mentions about the other sectors out of land, environment, and labor. So we welcome you to move the agenda of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Patrick?
Thank you very much. For me, three perspectives. One is to acknowledge that something has been happening over the last 10 years and to ask what do we need to do more in the next 10 years in terms of creating awareness. For me, I think business and human rights violations happens in the grassroots communities. So even as we have these discussions in meetings, we also need to ask how do we engage grassroots community level actors, community business and human rights monitors. And then to create more awareness by creating either training, for example, on our part, we are trying to train as many lawyers as possible. Next year, we'll be moving to develop an e-learning module for lawyers in East Africa on business and human rights so that we can create more awareness, more sensitivity for people to pick up business and human rights issues. And thirdly, I think it's for people to work together as everyone has agreed. This is not the business of only one person. So as different stakeholders, we should have, and this is a good start for us coming together. But when we go back to our countries, let's start our communities of practice on business and human rights, bringing different stakeholders. Let it not seem like civil society is, screaming at businesses on what they're not doing right. I think people can sit together and have a conversation on what can we all do to advance this conversation.
Elizabeth?
Yes, one, I think I'll agree with everyone that this is a collaborative effort for us to advance more respect for human rights in business transactions. And there are many, many opportunities that at this time in Africa that it presents for many of the groups that are seated right here to influence that. But I think also important for us to think about as we leave this space is the issue of governance and political will for many African governments. It doesn't matter how many policies you're going to have in place, for as long as there's no respect for rule of law, it doesn't matter, because we have seen the executive in many African countries, for example, interfere in the execution of court pronouncements on issues of business and human rights. So if we do not have the issues of governance and political will in check, then a lot of this might go to waste. So as we go back to collaborate and do all these things, let's also organize around having our governments be more responsive to some of these tenets of governance and good political will.
Thank you so much. A lot for our working group to think about. Pichman?
Indeed. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Damilola. Indeed, a lot of food for thought for us to think about. And really thank you to all of the interlocutors in asking those really excellent questions and making those excellent points. I don't think my response will do justice to the questions and the interventions that you have made. I just noticed that my face appeared just now, right? That's really scary. But look, please rest assured that we as a working group are very much aware of the issues that you have raised. Whether it be the digital divide, whether it be getting access to real communities where alleged abuses of human rights are taking place, as well as the language barriers that were raised previously, and which remain in how we communicate both literally and figuratively the UN guiding principles. All of that we are aware of, and we will be working collaboratively with stakeholders and within the working group to ensure that we find a way forward, that we find a solution. But on that note, I did want to quickly acknowledge also the work that the interpreters are doing. Despite the technical difficulties, it is very laborious work that you are engaging in. And to be honest, we cannot do the work that we do if not for your contributions to translating the UN guiding principles literally. So if you will please all bear with me, I did want to address 3 specific points that were raised. The first one on the matter of development finance institutions, that is an excellent question. And we are in fact currently developing a thematic report to the Human Rights Council for next year, precisely on this issue. So please do keep an eye out for a call for inputs from the working group soon. The second point is on youth, and I cannot agree more that youth voices need to be heard, that they do matter, and that we need to do a better job integrating them into how we think about the way forward the next decade of the UN guiding principles. And I have to say, it's been a real pleasure meeting the young professionals, the students that have been in attendance at this forum. And the hope is that we will be able to build and leverage their growing expertise for future events as well. And then finally, I wanted to concur with one of the points made that we need to speak with one voice. Often we hear from businesses who say that they can't understand civil society. And likewise, we hear from civil society saying we can't understand what businesses are saying. And so I think the point here is that we don't have to speak in a uniform manner. We don't have to speak that this voice doesn't have to be uniform, but we need to ensure that we are all speaking in the language of human rights, where human dignity and inclusive sustainable development lie at the center. So if we're able to do that, then that will at least be a step in the right direction. But again, thank you so much for all of your interventions. We will mull over what you have said carefully, and we certainly welcome further engagement with each and every one of you as we think through what the next decade of the UN guiding principles ought to look like.
Wonderful. I think we've had a long day, and it's only good for me to end with a joke. The story has been told of a keynote speaker who was invited to give a speech on human rights for 20 minutes. It went on 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, and people started leaving. And there was only one person left after 4 hours. And he was praising that one person for his commitment, for staying, not behaving like others. And that one person said, well, I'm the security man on duty. I have to shut the door after you. I thank you for your real interest in this issue. You have been awesome. Thank you so much. And thanks to our speakers.
Thank you. Please, we have some announcements. Don't leave yet. You are the security men. Yes, security men and women. So thank you so much for staying on till now. It shows your level of commitment. We had a long day. Even though the day was tiring, you would agree with me that it was very fruitful. We are expecting you back here tomorrow by 8:30. You need to sign off the registration forms. And so we want to start on time tomorrow by 9 o'clock so that we don't repeat what happened today. So have a restful day. Please remember to come back with your badges, please. Remember to bring them back when you are coming tomorrow. Please have a rest of the night, and then we see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Thank you.